Welcome, everyone. Please take your seat. Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
We see all these connections between you and your employees, between your customers and your communities, between your business and the greater good. It's our belief that running a business is about more than making money. It's about making people's lives better. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work together. Huntington, welcome.
Leo, por favor, invítala acá.
No, dale, espérame.
Oh, por favor.
No, para mí. Para todos.
When the game you love loves you back. Priceless. Mastercard, proud sponsor of the Conmebol Bowl Copa America.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
We see all these connections between you and your employees, between your customers and your communities, between your business and the greater good. It's our belief that running a business is about more than making money. It's about making people's lives better. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work together. Huntington, welcome.
Acá, pausa.
Para. Leo, por favor, invita a la casa.
No, dale, eso no pasa.
No. Oh, por favor.
No, para mí. Para todos.
When the game you love loves you back. Priceless. Mastercard. Proud sponsor of the Coney Bowl Copa America.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
Welcome, everyone. Please take your seat. Our program will begin momentarily. Welcome, everyone. Please take your seat and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin. Live from the Signia by Hilton in Atlanta. Welcome everyone as we celebrate our 10th anniversary. Over the past decade, we've brought together global leaders, industry innovators, and change makers that have helped reimagine our global economy. But now we look forward to empowering our potential, impacting our communities, and together shaping the future. Welcome to the 2024 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. Please welcome Operation Hope's President of Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Good morning, Hotlanta. You guys, you're back for more, huh? You're not tired yet? All right. Well, welcome. We're so excited to have you at the 2024 Hope Global Forum. It's our 10th anniversary. Give yourselves a round of applause. We can't do this without you being here and supporting it for all these years. Now, with the shout out, how many of you been to the Hope Global Forum for more than 2 years? Okay, we got family up here in the house. Well, thank you so much for continuing to stick with us, and we're so excited that we're experiencing our 10th anniversary. Now, keep in mind, none of this happens without all of you taking time out of your busy day to join us, but also our wonderful sponsors, especially those who've been with us along this journey for 10 years. And so before we get started, I have to give acknowledgement to them because it allows us to put on these great types of programs every year. And so I want to first recognize Regions Bank. I know Regions Bank is in the house. Brett Schaefer, Florisha, Candy Moore. Let me pause for a second about Regions Bank. They've been with us not only for 10 years for the Global Forum, but they're a great Hope Inside partner in the great city of Birmingham and in Missouri and other cities and states. and also tied to the City of Birmingham partnership with our Hope Inside the Workplace. So thank you, Regions Bank, for your support. And then J.P. Morgan Chase, let's give them a round of applause. We appreciate them as well. And then Bank of America, give them a round of applause. Not only they sponsor these events, but we're in 23 to 25 Hope Insides across the country. So thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Emily and team. Appreciate you. And then we also have First Horizon. You had a chance to see how we acknowledge them. They were the first partner that stepped up with 30 locations in multiple states with our Hope Inside program. So let's give them a round of applause. Keith, I see you there, Keith, and Beth Trotter and Beth Ardon. Thank you, under the leadership of Brian Jordan. And then we also have Purple Rain in the house. That's right. Let's go crazy. Let's go crazy. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. They bring it like this every year, y'all. 10 years straight. And in addition to supporting this forum and these forums over the last 10 years, they have committed, and we are already doing this in 50 locations across the country, supporting over 1,500 bank branches. Give Truist a round of applause for their support. Always down with the community across the United States. And then last but not least, I know the Stagecoach is here. Wells Fargo. You know, our relationship with Wells Fargo beyond the forum goes back to the early 90s when I was just 5 years old, when I started Operation Hope, doing the great work of financial well-being. And so we announced this last year, and we're putting it in, implementing it this year. They've committed to 50 locations as well to serve people across the country. Give them a round of applause. We're currently at 30 locations. And so thank you, Michael. I see you over there. We really appreciate you and your leadership for the support that you give. Thank you, Greg, for being the champion, working with our team very closely. So are you ready to go? Ready to get started? We got a full day of exciting speakers and panelists. And so without further ado, let's get the show on the road. I think we got a video we're going to kick in for you right now, featuring Purple Rain.
Operation Hope founder John Hope Bryant and Truist chairman and CEO Bill Rogers recently took some time to reflect about their transformational partnership called Hope Inside. Hope Inside offers financial coaching directly to clients inside Truist Bank branches. Today, we celebrate that venture, which has really made a positive impact and expanded to 1,000 Truist branches.
John, congratulations on the success of the vision for Hope Inside and your just incredible passion for expanding economic opportunity. I am so honored that Truist was a pioneer in this effort with you.
Bill, you were there from the very beginning. The dream that we had in your office, getting the bank out of the no business, I'm sorry you declined for credit, and back into the yes business because your credit score is up, your debt level is down, your savings level is up, so the bank can say yes. And we know Truist wants to say yes. It's one thing to hear me say this, and I hope that people find it inspiring, but it's not as authentic as having one of our coaches, one of our Operation Hope Truist coaches at Hope Inside to talk to true testimonials, and we have a couple here.
After I graduated, I needed to stay longer in the United States. Therefore, I have to learn how to have a house. I decided to search online, and I decided to click on Operation Hope, and this is how the journey started.
She was invited to one of my first-time homebuyer workshop events that I host regularly. That's where I introduced her to a lot of industry experts, of which she met Truist community mortgage specialist David Wood. We both realized that she qualified best for FHA loan product as well as Truist down payment assistance program.
During my first home owner education, I met my realtor, my lender, and then my coach. It took my profile into consideration. My profile is immigrant, not having any professional background here in the United States, no credit score, not even have a credit card. So therefore, he tried to really listen and understand me and trying to find the best way to help me to achieve my goal.
There's help out there. We have at Operation Hope, we have coaches that are passionate about assisting. They are very resourceful in what they do and provide. And Truist again, is really a community partner. I love that they're standing side by side with me to help promote financial literacy to the community. And they provide funding, and their loan products have advantages such as the down payment assistance grant. Truist is definitely committed to making a difference.
Sim Kafel, Ukafel too. It means that everyone, immigrants, citizens, whoever you are in America, you can do it. If I can do it, you can.
Stories like that we just heard from our Hope Inside branches really highlight how financial knowledge helps people live their true best lives. Our purpose at Truist is to inspire and build better lives and communities. Our teammates live our purpose by serving Truist clients every day. So let's hear from another coach and their client.
I'm the president and co-founder of Strategic Solutions LLC. What we do is we're actually an IT professional staffing and consulting business. I first heard of Operation Hope through Truist, actually.
When I met Adebiyi, he came to Operation Hope through Truist. He wanted to learn how to scale. He wanted to learn different areas of his business within hiring. We went over his current business plan. And then I told him, I recommend you go into the business cohort.
My experiences with Lakita have been transformative. I grew from a single person shop to now 5. She's helped me get clarity about operations, about finance, about strategy, every aspect of the business, that I struggled with in the past.
I saw progression in him. He has totally improved his credit, his business credit. In that period, that's when we opened up some savings accounts with Truist to put aside so we can use that to leverage for his business. His ultimate goal is to open up a building here for his business in Baltimore City.
I appreciate the service at Truist and the relationship, actually. Because I get calls, how are you doing? What can we help you with? It has been fantastic, actually.
We are closing the gap to create an equal playing field. Everyone can see that it doesn't just happen overnight, but I've seen the progression of when we met to now, and I'm super excited and just grateful to have clients that I can support and help them along this journey.
So Bill, those are 2 great examples, real people, of how this has driven incredible change and transformation in real people's lives. People don't get how you cannot have a community without banking and without people pursuing the American dream. So thank you, Bill Rogers, and thank you, Truist Bank. We're honored to be your partners, and I'm honored to be your friend.
Congratulations again on your vision, John, and to the entire Operation Hope team. And thank you for collaborating with us at Truist as we work together to inspire and build better lives and communities.
Thank you, Truist, for this incredible partnership. Give them a round of applause. We're changing lives out there. We're changing lives out there together. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Before we kick off our next discussion, I got to pay honor and homage to our global spokesman and titan of this world, Ambassador Andrew Young. We love you, Ambassador. We love you. Give him his flowers, y'all. Give him his flowers. Amen. Thank you. Thank you. So now, please welcome to the stage the Chief Consumer and Small Business Officer for Truist, Mr. Dante Wilson. Come on out here, Dante. And the founder, chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope, John Hope Bryan.
So good morning, everybody.
Oh, no. See, I grew up in the black church.
Uh-oh.
And the Bible suggests, be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. Translation, even God is not like mediocrity. If you're gonna do it with both feet or don't do it at all. As I said last night, to contextualize, nobody here invited themselves. If you're in this ballroom, if you're in this forum, you are curated of 8 billion people in the world, 350 million people in America. You were selected because of who you are, whose you are, your profile, your impact, your potential. Most of you were scholarshiped in at a cost of $5,000 or $10,000 per person for 3 days. We made an investment in you because we think you're the leaders of the world. So one more time, good morning.
Good morning. John, it seems like I start tapping my foot and break out to a hymn.
Yeah. And for a banker, that would be quite extraordinary. Look, I don't do these anymore, these conversations. I used to do all of them, and I'm not doing almost any of them now because you have leaders that you'll be hearing who are the best of the best in their category. But every now and then I'll do one because I think it's signature and important. And there's no way for you to understand who this guy is next to me. No way. You walk down the street, you just think he's a nice dressed college student. He looks like he's got a baby face. And if he tells you a banker, you go, oh, you must be a vice president of a branch somewhere or something. Let me give you some understanding. When I talk about the civil rights movement, from the streets to the suites, the colors are red or blue or black and white, it's green. I'm talking about Dante, well, he's purple. But anyway, I'm talking about Dante. Purple was Truist. Dante is at Truist Bank. There you go. That's a shame. It's like a portable, cheering section that you...
Posse with me today.
Truist is the 5th largest bank.
7th.
7th largest bank in America. $500+ billion in assets. The income for Truist is about $20 billion a year. He's responsible for $12 billion of the $20 billion a year. He's responsible for, there's 2,000 branches. He's in charge of all of the branches, all of small business, all of consumer facing. He is the first black person. He is the first black person to run an income statement, a balance sheet in a major top 10 bank in U.S. history. We want to thank Bill Rogers for giving him that opportunity. He's the CEO of Truist. But Bill wouldn't have given him that opportunity unless he was tight and right. We believe in the James Brown version of affirmative action. Open the door, I'll get it my dang self. The Bible says in Proverbs, to be poor is not to not have anything. To be poor is not to not do anything. And lazy hands make a man poor. There's nothing lazy about Dante Wilson. It's a bad brother.
Thank you.
So we were talking about there's a brother at Citigroup who has a position that we should be acknowledged. We have Christy Furcho at Wells Fargo. But the fact that there's so few people of color on the executive committee at a bank, and banking is the backbone of access to capital and communities. You can't grow a community without a bank in that community. The fact that we have to name so few people, I think, is unfortunate, but also extraordinary. It's extraordinary that it's even happening. And hopefully because of people seeing you, they want to be you too. You've made smart, sexy, and cool, and you've operated at a level of excellence. And I hope that today, and the response you've already been given, acknowledges that your journey has been worth it.
You know what? Thank you, John, and thank you all for being here. And I want to start with just some thanks first. I want to thank the Truist teammates, because I serve on behalf of our Truist teammates. I want to thank everybody that's involved with this movement. So all financial institutions, all partners, it's about this movement, because we have to do it collectively together. So thank you all for being here. I cannot be on stage without thanking Uncle Andy right there. So Ambassador Young, thank you for what you've done as a great friend, great mentor of mine. And then John, we have to get a picture. I want someone, can someone get a picture? Brian Davis, can you get a picture for me? Come up here and center stage and get a picture for me, because this is a 10-year anniversary. So congratulations on the vision, because vision without execution is hallucination. So I've seen you execute. But 15 years ago, I was carrying this man's bags and luggage. That's why I want to take this picture. And now I'm on stage with this guy. This is a big deal. So I'm literally driving the car, carrying his bags. Yes, sir. No, sir. What you want to eat, sir? And now I'm on stage with the man. This is phenomenal. So thank you for investing in me, being encouraging all the time. He's one of the only people, he is the only person that always says, Dante, what are you doing for you personally? Every single time, and I can never have a good answer. But I want to thank you for letting me carry your bags 15 years ago.
No, so the story's he got the story a little twisted. So it's a little embarrassing. So I arrive in a city, and this was Montgomery, Birmingham, Alabama. And the mayor was just here, by the way, yesterday, Woodford, who's doing a great job. Anyway, I arrived to give a speech, and, typically a young person, an intern, a school student, college student will want to drive or whatever, meet me so they get to have a conversation, which was great. So, I figured the organizers were being a little cheap because it wasn't proper, it wasn't a car service. It was a nice car. It was somebody's Mercedes. Somebody had loaned the guy a Mercedes. And it was, and they put me in the front seat. And, I can't even sit in the back and focus. I'm in the front, and the guy's all in my ear. And I'm going, what? Sharp guy? So I leaned over and said, so what college are you from? And he says, no, I'm a banker. I'm in the workplace. I'm like, well, why aren't you at work? You must not be very important. They got you out here picking me up from the airport. And he said, no, I just wanted to meet you. And he looked over at me, he said, I want to be on the stage with you speaking on the main stage of one of your programs, and I want to be on your board. And I was like, yeah. Get the bag. And he bugged me every 2 years. But let me tell you something. This man is focused. He is lethal on a balance sheet. And nobody gave Dante a thing. He earned all of it.
Yeah, thank you.
And now I say, you've earned my respect, without question. I always liked you, always admired you, but you've earned, just by virtue of what you've achieved alone. You're a nice guy. You're a decent person. You're a God-fearing person. You're a father. You're a great role model. I know your whole story. I know your family. You married up.
Sure.
But you're just a good guy, and I'm honored to be with you. And honored to be a partner with Truist.
Yeah, we're honored to be a partner with you. What you all are doing is transformational. We've had this partnership for many years, and we've helped together we provided 250,000 financial empowerment solutions to over 60,000 clients together since the partnership began. That's big time. We've also been on a path with helping small businesses to 1 million small businesses.
Now, I know you're just so cool, and you know. By the way, don't these look like money? But I want you to speak up so they can hear you. I am somebody.
All right, I got you.
So act like you're in church.
250,000. There we go. All right, there we go. That's better.
And we're 1,500. Operation Hope is in 1,500 branches. 800 of those branches are in Truist. Yeah.
And we have, 800 branches, over 40 consultants, Hope Inside consultants. We actually have, or coaches, what we formerly call them. We have 2 here today. If you are here, could you please stand up? Because you're making a big difference right there in the front. Thank you. We also have, and they were in the video, by the way. And then we also have one of our clients that is here too, that was in that video. And so thank you for being here. But yeah, we do that collectively together, making a big difference. And I was going to mention about the small business. So over 30,000 small businesses that we're already helped to start or grow in partnership with you. So it's making a big difference.
And there's one MBB also, 1 Million Black Business Initiative.
That is correct. And so data matters, John. You and I talk about this all the time. It's about like what economic value you're going to add to the movement. It's about the economic value. And so when we look at stats like 67% of the clients that we have helped have improved their FICO score 42 points. Or we look at the fact that over 70% of the folks that have gotten coaching have improved their median average savings and now have $1,300. Those are the things that help us continue to invest and partner going forward.
So anybody listening here or watching there, you want to, I was thinking, Dante, this morning I was getting dressed, how many people wrote me off, dismissed me, rolled their eyes at me 20 years ago? Not doing it now, but anyway, they used to. But we got into the results business. That's what you're talking about. So if you want to know how we do it, it's the deliverables, it's the results. We're not creating, this is not about goody two-shoes or warm feeling. We're creating customers for Truist. That's why it's sustainable.
That's exactly right. And it's sustainable too because we're taking action together. So a lot of people, easy to identify and admire the problem. But what I love about what Operation Hope does, like, let's go fix it together. What can we do right now together to solve that? So we're in these scenarios. We all grew up like this professionally and personally where we look for, all our life we've been talking about, one day when this happens, one day when this finally comes, one day when the economy is like this, one day when the administration likes it, one day when it stops raining, then I'll finally, versus saying, you know what, we're going to create our own one day win and change it from one day W-H-E-N to W-I-N. And like win today, like have a consulting session with someone to improve that one FICO. Go in if you're a client out there or a prospect and apply today. Get on a track today to improve your credit. Hire the right person. Get one more Hope Inside branch today. And then when you do that collectively and you win every day, you aggregate that up, you create your own one-day win versus waiting on Superman or Superwoman. And that's what I love about Operation Hope and our partnership, that every day it's about like winning one person today, getting them on the right track to financial success.
Absolutely. So we're out of time, but we're not out of experiences together. We're just beginning this journey. I want to thank you very, very much for coming and joining us. Looked like we were in the same closet this morning, by the way.
Mine's about 20,000 cheaper, but yeah.
Funny. No comment. Is there anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
Well, speaking of 20s, so we are super excited to have been in partnership with you for this period of time, and we're excited to announce today in front of everybody we want to continue the partnership. We're committing for another 4 years at $20 million to be a part of this purpose-driven journey that we're on.
Whoa.
So he said, I want to say it with energy. We're committing another $20 million over 4 years for Operation Hope. I love you. I love the movement. Thank you for what you do. Thank you all for what you do.
Wait, hold on. Now y'all get all excited about rap stars and movie stars. That's all cool. Did a black man just stand up here and say that he's committing $20 million? There
you go.
Thank you, Truist.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill.
Right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great day.
That's beautiful.
My name is Kwani Gore, a Delta Airlines New York City-based flight attendant, and my coach is Calvin Haynes. After seeing the advertisement through Delta, I decided that I really want to get my things in order. I have 2 young children, and I just want to make sure that my finances are together so that I can give them the best possible life. My mom passed away when I was pretty young, and my grandmother raised us, and she didn't really have a savings. We did for a while, and then, life happened. And I realized that that's not how I want to raise my children. I want to make sure that we're solid and we're secure, and I never want to feel insecure financially. And so that led me to meeting with Coach Calvin and trying to just have my affairs in order. One of the most important things that Coach Calvin has taught me is to look at my finances and not be afraid to look at what I'm spending. I used to be the type of person to spend and then just hope that I had it when it was time to swipe my card again. I'm not like that. I make sure that I check my accounts daily. I need to know exactly where I stand. I need to make sure that I'm not spending on things that I don't need to spend on.
I was spending a lot of money on coffee, believe it or not, like a ton of money on coffee. And I have a great Nespresso machine in my house that I should be using. I'm most optimistic about living a long and peaceful life with my children. The coaching that I'm receiving from Coach Calvin is really helping me with my finances, and my finances being in order helps my house be more peaceful. It's making it so that my time spent with my children is quality time, and I'm not stressed. I'm not worried about the money. We want to buy a house. I want my children to have somewhere to call home, like they're forever home. I want my children to be able to always have somewhere to go, somewhere safe, somewhere secure, somewhere that is theirs and ours. You know, they're young, they're 4 and 1. They want to run outside in the backyard. I want to let them run outside in the backyard. We want a dog. I want to have cookouts in my yard. I want to decorate my house. I want all of the lights for Christmas. I want pumpkins for Halloween. I want to have Thanksgiving there. Like, I'm really excited about that. I'm hoping that I'm able to reach that goal soon.
Please welcome your MC, Emmy Award-winning journalist and host of Lawmakers on GPB, Donna Lowry.
Hey. Hello. Are you having a great time? Isn't it great? You know, it only gets better from here. So that is the exciting part of this. And if this program is, you are a part of it. So that is the greatest thing I think about the Hope Global Forums, is it is about you. And we have in our midst greatness today with Ambassador Andrew Young. Let's give him another round of applause. So glad to have him there. So I'm excited to be here again today. There is so much coming up, and I get to introduce the next one. These forums are all about bringing together some of the world's most extraordinary leaders to focus on an economy that works for everyone, Inclusive economics. How about that? Inclusive economics. To get us started, please help me welcome the CEO of Great Place to Work, Michael C. Bush, the Managing Director of Health and Wellness at Delta Airlines, Dr. Allison Smith, and none other than the CEO of Delta Airlines, Mr. Ed Bastian.
Well, thank you for that, Donna. It's so wonderful to be here. John, thank you for having us. You're out there somewhere. I can't see you in the dark. And Andy, it's great to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. So I've taken over, I guess I've graduated in John's eyes. You know, usually John's interviewing me. Now I'm actually an interviewer. So after 10 years, I guess you get to graduate it through the Hope Global Forum session here. And I have two wonderful colleagues that I've decided to bring to the stage with me. First, Dr. Allison Smith. Allison is part of one of the directors of our health and well-being programs at Delta Airlines. One of the, I think, and we'll talk a lot about this during our session, one of the true elements of value that we came out of COVID with. We always knew well-being was important, but never like when you went through the pandemic, especially as an airline when we lost all of our revenues and needed to rebuild everything from scratch. And Allison's been one of the leaders in that regard. And I'm thrilled to have Michael with us, Michael Bush. He's the CEO of Great Places to Work. You may have heard of his organization. It's a research and analytics firm. They do their surveys for Fortune magazine every year. And all of the companies throughout corporate America are always trying to convince this guy that they should be up high on the list, because it's something not just as a badge of honor, but it's, again, something that validates the hard work, and it's good for employers to see what we can learn from each other, and we're going to have a conversation about that. And the topic we're going to be talking about today is trust, and how well-being feeds trust for a company, trust of its employees, but also trust of its customers. Because at Delta, our job is to take care of our people. And I've talked about this many times at this session over the years. The better job we do as leaders taking care of our people, the better job they're going to be doing taking care of all of you as our loyal customers. And it's about taking care of each other, just to put it in the simplest form possible. And that's where trust, in my opinion, gets created and gets built. So we're going to talk about some of the things that we do. Michael's going to share some of the things that he's seen in his research that we can all learn as customers, as employees, as employers, to do a better job in this very, very difficult environment that we all find ourselves in. So Michael, I'm going to start with you. As CEO of Great Places to Work, you get an inside glimpse of, you rate the top 100, but you see many more than 100 companies. Obviously, you just get the top 100, a really good snapshot view. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the marketplace today, is how world-class employers can continue to build better trust and well-being for their employees?
Yes, thank you, Ed, and it's an honor to be here with you and with Allison as well, and with all you good people. And I just want to start with something. I'd like to have a round of applause for one of the greatest CEOs in the world, this man.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I actually have the data to prove it. Because we survey 25,000 companies every year in 170 countries. And what that means is we ask their employees 60 questions, and they give us the answers. That's what leads to our ratings. You can't buy your way onto our list. You can't sponsor your way onto our list. Only employees put you on the list. And so when you've got 25,000 companies and then there's 100, it says something about the 100. And yes, Delta is on that list. And so what we measure is trust. Our tool is called the Trust Index. That's what we are scoring. And we are measuring, asking employees questions to find out whether or not they feel respected by the person that they work for. Do they feel respected by management, who they may never meet? Not everybody's like Ed, who travels around the world meeting employees. They may never meet them, but I can tell you, people will tell you whether they trust their CEO or not, even if they haven't met him. We measure whether or not they feel proud to be a part of the company that they work for, whether they would recommend their company to friends and family to use products and services as well as to work there. We measure whether or not they are on good teams, teams that they trust, where people feel like they're cared for by their teammates and they care for their teammates. That's really the secret weapon in great companies. And we measure whether or not employees feel like they are really needed at the company, a strong sense of belonging, and that they're included in things that are important in the company. And so, which is care, which is the secret weapon in a great company. And when it comes to well-being, great companies have figured out, in good times or bad, if an employee feels like they're a person and not an employee, that's a very different experience. A very different experience. And so we measure well-being in terms of whether or not an employee a person feels like the company cares about their mental health and the mental health of their family. Does the company care about their physical health and the physical health of their family? And does the company care about their financial health and the financial health of their family? That's well-being. That's how we score it. We ask questions to determine that. We look at the company's benefits. And every workplace is a great place to work for some, Ed. Mm-hmm. The key is to be a great place to work for all. Yeah. That's what differentiates our list. And it's harder to be a great place to work for everyone. It should be a great experience if you've been at the company 6 weeks or 16 years. Yeah. It doesn't matter. And so we measure to make sure that benefits are provided to everyone. Mm-hmm. Everybody has great executive benefits. Mm-hmm. Life's pretty good when you get to drink bubbly water or flat water, okay, which is what executives get to do. The key is for employees who aren't having that experience, whether or not they are feeling cared for. And so COVID really changed the world in terms of employers who didn't feel like they had this responsibility had to assume it. Right. There were some great companies who were already doing it. And there are some companies who have stopped doing it now that COVID is in the rearview mirror. And there are other great companies who are even doing more and more of it. So that's well-being. Great leaders have figured it out. Great leaders who don't care about these things in great companies don't last long. Yeah. Whereas great leaders who can hit the numbers and care about these things are valued and promoted within their companies.
What are some of the trends or some of the advances that you see great companies doing to continue to drive that trust and get closer to people? And whether you're a large company like Delta with 100,000 employees worldwide or even smaller, mid-sized companies.
Great companies are looking beyond the person who comes to work for them and thinking about however they define family. So great companies know that the people around the person who works for them have a lot to do with their well-being. And great companies not only care about the well-being when the person's at work, they care about the well-being when the person's outside of work. So great companies will know that in some families, pets are loved as much as children.
Sometimes more.
Sometimes more, And if you how can that be true? That just means you haven't had a pet, okay? Because when you have a pet, I spend more money on my pet than my kids. But great companies understand that, and therefore they have benefits, for example, to take care of a person's pets. So it's really the expansion of total rewards, not just for the person, but for what can we do to make things eligible, for the family? What can we do to help other members of the family become more financially literate? What can we do to help other members of the family get mental health benefits? And healthcare, companies have done that, but even some people are looking at doing more there. So I think it's really taking the responsibility of how to make it great for this person. Think about two things. Number one is their family, however they define it, and number two is the community that they live in.
Yep.
Because you can help an employee's well-being when the company does things for the city they live in, does things in the community that they live in. It gives them a sense of hope, which is the real secret weapon in a person's life. So great companies are expanding the circle of care.
That's awesome, and what a great segue for Allison to bring you into this conversation. I'll tell a story before I let Allison share her stories. So when COVID hit, obviously we were shocked. None of us really knew what was going on in the world, and you could imagine running an airline and losing all of your business overnight. We went from 2019, the best year in our history, to I think in February, March of 2020, we lost almost all of our revenue. And you can all look back and remember those days when the skies were empty and the airports were empty and everyone was ordered to stay home. As a airline, we deal with medical matters, but we dealt with more from a customer standpoint. We didn't really deal with emergencies in the sky or in the airports. I never really felt that we needed a chief medical leader within the company itself. And boy, was I surprised when I looked around and, it turned out I was the chief medical officer because there was no one else to be it, right? So I called the fellow who runs Mayo Clinic, who's a friend, and I said, I'm turning into having to make health and wellness decisions in the midst of a pandemic, and I'm the least qualified person to be doing that. I need help, and Mayo was wonderful, and they gave us Dr. Henry Ting to work with, and Henry's now on staff at Delta. He's our Chief of Health and Wellness, Senior Vice President, and helped us get through the difficult challenges, whether it's on the vaccination side, whether it's on testing, whether it's on how do you continue to keep people feeling safe and cared for in the skies when you have a pandemic rolling at the same time. But as we worked through the pandemic, got out the other side, it gave us a different, as you said, Michael, view to step back and look at the well-being of the people, our people entirely. We always did a good job of thinking about their financial security. I think we did a very good job thinking about their health benefits from that standpoint. But there's so much more to that. The societal well-being of our people, the emotional well-being of our people, the financial security that our people had. Because if our people don't have that, they can't bring their whole self to work to take great care of our customers. And we want our people to feel cared for and supported, and we have their back in ways, many, many more ways than traditional companies think about it. And so we said we needed a Dr. Allison Smith to come work for us at Delta, and we were able to recruit Allison a few years ago and join our team. And Allison's in charge of many things within Delta, within health and wellness, but one of the things specifically emotional well-being, and how our people deal with stress of a challenging job in a challenging world. So Allison, I'll turn it to you at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Yeah, you know, this journey to having a whole division focused on health and wellness at Delta has really been, I think, pivotal for me in my career specifically, but I think for just the point that Ed just alluded to, you know, this was a company, and, you know, I've only been part of it for 3 years, but my understanding is that wellness has always been at the front and center and a focus of the company. But, you know, in the midst of a pandemic, as Ed was just sharing, when, you know, it was financial strain on the company and, you know, a lot of insecurity, to then take that foresight and double down on that investment into health and wellness, to say this is something we are going to focus on, we're going to build structure around, we're going to hire people to just dedicate time and effort into health and wellness. You know, I think that that probably was looked at as a pretty risky investment, truly, during such unprecedented times when the financial strain was so great. But it took a leader like Ed, and it took a team really focused on the thing that mattered the most, which was our dedication to our people. And, you know, Ed, this is your story, but, you know, to look during the pandemic and say, what are we going to focus on? How are we going to help? And the one thing I think I heard from you was that you were going to focus on our people and care for our people in that moment. And that was our customers, but it was our employees. And to be able to do that, we brought in this team focused on health and wellness. And I do think that that has real benefit and real impact on our people and our ROI and the experience even of our customers. So it's been a worthy investment. It's been a long, interesting journey building this team and structure. But, you know, I really think that it's a part of the fabric at Delta, and really put the emphasis and put, you know, Ed's values as front and center, that we were investing in our people and our health and wellness.
Allison, one of the things that you've taught me as we look at how we are as a people, not just our physical and financial health, but our mental, emotional, the safety, the security, how we feel as peoples in today's society with the challenges that we face in today's society, is the concept of resilience. Yeah. And I know it's one of your favorite things to talk about. It's one I've stolen it from you. It's one of the favorite things I've learned to talk about. Resilience is one of my favorite words, because people think about resilience, all we've been through. You know, you build resilience, but resilience is much more than that. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about how we view resilience for our people and taking care of them, and again, having that trust that we create with each other?
Yeah, you know, resilience is an interesting thing, because I like to always start by defining it. It's you know, part of it is doing well when you shouldn't be doing well. It's growing stronger in the face of adversity. It's employing a specific set of skills, so that when hardship comes, you actually learn and grow and advance because of that adversity, because of that challenge, not just despite it. But I think it gets a bad reputation. A lot of people talk about resilience and think about just grit, just pushing through, just getting to that next thing. But true resilience, I think, comes from this skill set that allows people to learn and grow and be better. And I think it's a little bit easier in the circumstances like a pandemic, you know, where everybody's in it together. We have opportunity to be a little more vulnerable, to ask for help when we need it, to reprioritize things, maybe take just the really high priority things and work on those and let other things fall to the wayside. That's a little bit more available to all of us when there's a really big thing going on. I think the true resilience that we all really need to focus on actually gets a new definition, a new term. We call it buoyancy. So if you imagine, resilience is employed during like the tsunami, and buoyancy is that day-to-day waves that we face every day, the challenges, the stress, the struggle, the, you know, interactions that are hard at work, the financial stressors in our lives, you know, all of the things that kind of just we deal with day in, day out. It's actually a little harder to be resilient during those, because we don't have this shared experience and people that we can rely on, and the ease of being a little bit more vulnerable. And buoyancy, that ability to tolerate and get through those hard times, I think comes from community. It comes from having a team. It comes from feeling like you belong. And that's something that I think you've really focused on at Delta. It's something that our team really focuses on at Delta, building those resources so that people can be there for one another and our customers.
Michael, one of the things you shared that you saw companies in the past doing, you're looking at the benefit structure that employers would have to take care of their employees, and a lot of different differences, I'm sure, in that. But one of the things that we've done, and I'd like to get your feedback on this, is that in the past, we had emotional well-being. People could see a counselor, it could go to a mental health professional if they were having some type of specific issue. People wouldn't do it. Yeah. And so we said, no, we're going to bring that in-house. And we've got a leader in the field to come work with us, and that's allowed us to bring that benefit to life. Could you speak a little bit about how you see companies continuing to embrace wellness in the overall workplace as a whether it's a competitive advantage to get the best talent, or is this just to make sure they're doing a great job serving their customers?
So a couple things come to mind. One of them is a lot of companies, not enough, but a lot of companies during the pandemic hired, a Dr. Ting or a Dr. Smith, Dr. Allison Smith. In many of those companies, those people are gone. Mm-hmm. Pandemic cleared, and they're like, I don't think we need a Dr. Smith here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so they're packaged out. She's still here. Yeah. Okay, that says something about your value.
She's on stage.
Oh, yeah, she's actually
still here. She's on stage.
She's on stage.
She's taking my role.
Yeah, and we were talking backstage, and Allison said, I really don't love public speaking. You're a very good public speaker, by the way.
I appreciate that.
So, but you also said when you're talking about what you care about, so that's one thing. That some people, it's in the rearview mirror now. It's something that can be cut. Yep. Some great companies are continuing and doubling down. The other thing is you have to meet people where they are. So you have to have things that, when there's an EAP program, once a person reaches, they're having to wrestle with a secret. I'm a little ashamed. There's a huge fear wall to get over. And by the way, it must not be that important to the company because it's sitting out here.
Right.
I'm not putting EAP programs down. They've been very important, but it's different when you bring it inside. Yeah. Because all the other things that are important are inside. Yeah. So it means something. It means that from the top all the way down, the company's making an investment. And we talk about being a great place to work. Part of being a great place to work is you got to make money, Ed. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's not just about the feeling that an employee's have.
This stuff isn't cheap.
It's not cheap. These are serious investments that have to stand up to shareholders. Yeah. They have to believe that making investments like this are going to pay off. Many are skeptical, but when you're performing like you're performing, running the most profitable airline in the world, it gives you, okay. And here's the most important point, which is not anything to do with your question, but I have to make this point. See, some people go, they're the most profitable airline in the world. That's why they can afford to hire Dr. Smith. It's because they hire Dr. Smith that you're the most profitable airlines in the world. People don't get the difference, okay?
Completely.
The other thing is, which is around just courageously believing your values, that very rarely will CEOs say what I've heard you say. And I know great CEOs. I really do, and I know them. Mm-hmm. But in a pinch, I will say to them, who's more important, the customer or the employee? They go, the customer. Now they'll whisper, the employee. But out loud, they say, when they go to Wall Street, they say, you're the one person who will say it's the employee.
Absolutely.
You just put it out there and say it. And here's what it does. It electrifies 100,000 people.
Yeah.
It just electrifies them. And then they want to give more because they have a courageous leader, who will say these things. So at Great Place to Work, the thing we know after we analyze all this data is that a great place to work, it's about the leaders that are in the company. Mm-hmm. And I mean, at the top, I mean in the middle, and don't forget the most important leader, the frontline supervisor. Okay, that is it every single day. Yep, we got a few frontline supervisors out here, okay?
That's right, they're the ones that make it work.
Every day, because they see the customer. Or right there, at the moment of truth, which are millions of interactions, especially for a company like yours. Those people affect 70% of an employee's experience. If you say to a person, this is a great place to work or not, it's that person. Forbes did a study, we participated, where they actually said, would you rather, who can make your life worse? An ex-spouse who you don't like, or your people manager? Overwhelmingly, it's the people manager. They would rather be along with an ex-spouse. This might be a touchy subject, okay, but it makes a heck of a point on how important people managers are in a person's life. And so, because that person, if they're respectful, if they listen, if they speak in a respectful way, if they involve, engage, make decisions that affect your work along with you, if that person does that, the employee goes, I trust this place. And they say, I want to be here a long time. We ask them. At the right time in the survey, we ask them, do you want to be here a long time? Kind of out of nowhere. They pause on that. We see it. And then they answer because they're thinking about, are they going to commit their future to this place? That's how powerful a leader is. And then when you're having that high trust experience, you're more collaborative. You're more innovative. You adapt to change. You have a culture, a workplace that's full of belonging and inclusivity. And then you have higher EBITDA, higher free cash flow, higher market share, higher profitability, higher revenue growth, all those things that matter. But that's the equation, from left to right. And so great companies don't get involved in a trend, like return to office became a trend. They loved it, now they don't. Okay? Great companies, if they didn't love it, they didn't love it during COVID. They did it because they had to. But they actually believed in people being together. And so making that statement. And so, and these are things that when leaders flip-flop, trust goes down. Exactly. Trust goes down. A leader who flip-flops, that person goes home and updates their LinkedIn profile. Oh, okay, that's what happens. It's good for LinkedIn. Oh, okay, but it's not good for the company. And for all the people leaders out here with me, I'm a people leader. We're people leaders. Everything you do, everything you say, everything you write, everything you don't write, your tone of voice, you're either building trust or eroding it, or rebuilding it. This is every single day. People are watching us as a people leader all the time. And so we want to make sure that we don't be like, hey, Billy, hey, Joe, what's up, Bob? Okay, Billy and Joe are like, how come I don't get a what's up, Bob? Okay, leaders have to be consistent. They have to work to be consistent. We have to create a workplace where it's a great place to work for all. It's a real challenge because there's some people we really like being around and some people we don't so much. We're like, oh, there he is. I'm going to go head this way. Okay, because we're humans.
You have them families too, by the way.
Yes, exactly. Because we're humans. But the push to create a great workplace is I might be uncomfortable with this person. I got to connect with this person because my company depends on it.
Absolutely.
It's the emotional health is critically important. It needs to be accessible and normal and not something extra. And I don't have to feel shame because I'm pursuing it. Just like when I go to the doctor because I hurt my foot. You don't feel shame then. You shouldn't feel shame about that. I don't understand compounding interest. I really don't understand. 401k, what the heck is that? Okay, I don't understand, so I'm not really going to do it. And I should save my money. I've been hearing that since I was 6, and I haven't saved a dime. Okay, these are the realities, perhaps in my life. Well, how can you understand that there's some things that I don't know and compassionately find a way, as you have done with your emergency savings program, to teach me, guide me. The worst thing you could do is just give somebody some money and put it in an account for them.
That's exactly right.
That's the worst thing you could do.
Well, thank you for that, Michael. And I think that, again, is a great question for Allison, because we wanted to talk for a few minutes about the Emergency Savings Program, which John, you and your team, and Lance and Kevin have done such a wonderful job for the Delta employees over Over 45,000 Delta employees have started to build their emergency savings fund because of the great work we're doing together with Operation Hope. Can you share, Allison, a little bit about what we're doing around financial well-being and how that project, we're now in year 3, is coming along?
And our financial wellness team is right up front here. I just want to give them a round of applause. Thank you for everything that you guys do. I am certain I'm not the first person to share this statistic, but more than 50% of Americans don't have $1,000 to use in the case of an emergency. And it took our leadership at Delta to recognize we just didn't want that to be Delta people. And so engaged with Operation Hope and Fidelity Investments in a program to secure $1,000 in an emergency savings fund for our employees who engage in some financial counseling. So they're learning and they're also investing in their future and their security. I asked Josh, who's here today, for a couple of anecdotes just to understand a little bit about the impact to our people, and he shared a couple of really great stories. And I think it gets directly at what you were sharing, Michael, about holistic wellness impacts not just the employee. It's not just about your customer. It's about the community and the people around them and whatever it is that they define as family. And two of the stories that kind of rose to the top for me, one was a story of one of our employees who started the financial counseling in order for Delta to match the funding of their emergency savings fund, stopped right away and went and grabbed her teenage son and made him come and take this counseling course with her, and just shared that she had wished that somebody had done this for her as a teenager. We're impacting generations and families, so it's really an important point. Another one was a family the employee was driving their child to their start of college, and the alternator died in their car. And instead of this becoming the emergency that maybe meant the kid didn't get to college for the first day, or that this was going to be a financial strain that would impact them over months and months, they were able to use the $1,000 that they had in their emergency savings fund, fix the car, made it to college. I mean, again, families are impacted by this great resource. So I don't know if you have other stories to share.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. We survey, like you do, Michael. We survey our own people to see how they're doing. That have taken the financial well-being programs and wellness programs, and almost half, or 100,000 people, 45,000 people have already, most of them have already concluded it, but many are still in the process of doing it. And I always say from the stage when I'm talking to Delta employees, what's wrong with the other half of you?
Yeah.
If I had $1,000 here, there'd be a stampede to try to give it to the first one to the stage, right? And so we're continuing to bring people in as we go. But the thing I'm most impressed with is the scores after, is that people are leaving that money for that rainy day. They're not saying, okay, it's $1,000, let me put it into my pocket now before I, and get back to the way things used to be.
And continuing to.
And they're investing alongside us, and they're continuing to grow that savings. I think over 75% of the people that have been through the program have now increased their savings or adding to that well-being. The sense of confidence they have around financial security has increased. Over 70% of the people saying they feel tangibly better about their financial security. Overwhelming improvements in their credit scores and their confidence to go out into the world and be able to plan for the future. All of which comes back to what your role is pretty much on the emotional well-being and stress. We know one of the top stressors that exists for people in the world is money. Yeah. And by the way, it doesn't matter if you make a lot of money or a little money, the problems are just bigger on the other side sometimes, right? So I think this well-being and this wellness brings people out. They understand the care that Delta is taking care of them. We have so many of our customers that are aware of what we're doing, that thank us for taking care of the people that take care of them. This is a full circle moment. And Operation Hope and everyone here from Operation Hope, I want to give a big thank you to for continuing to support us in doing that. So we have a few minutes. I like to wrap it up with a topic that both of you have I'm sure, a lot of experience in. With the world as society as divisive as it feels, and got through a tough election season, it still feels somewhat we're in a divided place. That stress is causing people to worry and angst and anxiety, no matter which side of the ledger you fall on. you know, there's challenges out there in the world. And can you talk a little bit about stress and burnout and some of the things you see companies doing, Michael, Allison, some of the things that you're implementing to help our own people in that regard?
Yeah, sure. You know, I think when it comes to stress and burnout, I just read a Harvard Business Review article a few months back about emotional health in the workplace. And they had surveyed employees and found that in order to help their mental health, employees identified 78% of employees said that a safe, sustainable culture at work would improve their mental health. And that was ranked over things like mental health treatment access, which is a big pivot from during the pandemic when we were in this moment of crisis, and access to care was such a crucial piece. And I'm really proud. I think we solved a lot of that access, to mental health during the pandemic. We partnered with the right partners. We made some big changes that weren't easy, but we actually really expanded access to mental health care. So I'm glad that that's, a little bit more stable, and it feels like we're in a good place there. But this safe, sustainable culture at work, that sounds like a hard thing to achieve if it's not already there. But, I would actually posit that there's probably 2 or 3 things that you can do to build a safe, healthy, sustainable culture at work. One of them is psychological safety. So it's just got to be a part of your every single day. Psychological safety is that ability for people to take risk, which helps your business. It's that ability for people to pose a differing opinion or, raise their hand and say, I'm not doing okay today, without feeling like they might get judged or punished in some way, or maybe not get that next promotion, or that you'll, maybe consider them less than. So psychological safety has to be a part of our teams to have a safe, healthy culture at work. Additionally, I think it comes from a sense of belonging. So however you can do that, a sense of belonging may not be inherent to just having a big team or, coming into work every single day. You may put on your suit and feel like an imposter every single day. You may put on your suit and say, I belong here, this is where I am supposed to be. But that's not true for everybody. So you can build that sense of belonging through things like business resource groups. At Delta, we've built out peer support groups for, shared experiences, maybe the loss of a loved one or a cancer journey. Being able to connect with people who've been through something hard is really powerful. So belonging is really critical. And I think the last one is a sense of control. And you just mentioned, control is tough, and a lot of us don't have it in our lives outside of work. Because of political changes, because of financial strains, because of whatever it is. If we can give that to people at work, that's an incredible gift, that sense of control. So I think it's really psychological safety, belonging, and control are pieces that contribute to that safe, healthy, sustainable culture at work. And that helps people to mitigate burnout. That helps people to rise and sustain and continue to do the hard work that they're doing.
Even when they shouldn't be okay sometimes.
Yeah.
That's great. Michael?
Yeah, Ed, I was in New York last week, and I was a block away from the CEO who got tragically shot. Oh, gosh. And so a lot of activity. Now, so that happened. My phone lit up from people knowing I'm in New York. Mike, are you okay? That kind of a thing, which made me feel good. The other thing is, immediately on my phone, it said, alert, shooter, armed, dangerous, running to Central Park. I was right at Central Park, wearing a beanie. Okay? Now, Ed, because of my life's experience, guess what? I had my black beanie on from Delta Airlines. It had a 50 on the front. I took it off, man. Okay. Okay, so what I'm here to say is we all have different experiences that make us, my head's going to be cold. It was 29 degrees.
I can understand.
But they weren't pinning me to the ground, over something I didn't do. Here's the other thing. I grew up in Oakland. So I will tell you that at the thing I went to, the CEO event, everybody was, for me, it's not like I'm desensitized, but my life's experience has been such, I'm kind of desensitized. So I'm making that point. We're all different, okay? The other thing is, if anybody thinks everybody's okay with the election, if you're going to work thinking that, keep drinking, okay? That is not the case.
Right.
This thing is boiling.
Yeah.
This thing is boiling. And so for me to be psychologically safe, I have to be able to be myself. And I want to know that I'm around real people who are feeling these things too.
Right.
Okay? And I like to live in the real world, which I just described, the real world for me. Employee resource groups are really important, and you have them at Delta. Any of you part of ERGs? Okay. I was getting worried for a second. I heard 2 people clapping. Okay. To me, they are the secret weapon for this tumultuous time of people. I would like to be on teams where I feel safe. On teams where I can get finger scroll and I put my phone down and somebody knows, how you doing, man? Because that's what's happening now. I'm finger scrolling and I got to put my phone down, to take care of my mental health. And I know I'm around people and I don't want to pretend everything's okay because it's not. And I don't want to pretend that 2025, everything's going to be okay and it's just an election and so on. Final point, we survey all around the world. For the first time in our 170 country surveys, the U.S. election trended. These are people who live outside the U.S.
Outside the U.S.
Who are talking about the U.S. election.
Sure.
And they're in Argentina, some challenging places, the highest inflation in the world. But outcome of the U.S. election, worried about it. That just tells you that the world is complicated,
This is real.
Yet we're all connected, and we want to build cultures where people can be themselves, and let's stay in the real world.
Absolutely. That's the best thing we can do. Well, Allison, Michael, thank you. Hopefully you all got a lot of great feedback and input and pointers. We're just going to sink off into the sunset here.
You guys are very appropriate. You were paying attention, and I love it. Let me contextualize something for you about Ed Bastian. I get this text message 4 days ago from a very conservative, I'm going to bring a Caucasian businessman from Birmingham, Alabama, who's here. I probably shouldn't say his name, Rick Swagler. And Rick retired from a major bank in Alabama. He sends me this note, which he's so proud of. Y'all will never make me hate Atlanta. This is a text from somebody that he sends me. He's so proud of this. Y'all will never make me hate Atlanta. Tonight, I'm at a Delta Airlines employee holiday gala, and I'm almost certain Delta is the blackest major corporation in the world. And I love it. This was just random on Twitter, and this tickled Rick Swagler so much because he knows how hard leadership is. He knows that it's impossible to make everybody happy. Leadership's tough, just like you were saying. Ambassador Young is sitting there. He told me, you've expanded the routes to Africa. Not because it's just the right thing to do, it's profitable. But it takes courage to do that. You named your headquarters building, the Andrew Young Building at Delta Airlines. You've named airplanes after Andrew Young, Martin Luther King Jr., all these heroes and sheroes that don't get the credit that they deserve. But in Atlanta, the civil rights icon city, Hank Aaron, you have gone out of your way to distinguish the character of this city and to make it part of your global brand.
Absolutely.
So when these planes go, they go.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
When there was a crisis around voter inclusion, you called me at 10 o'clock at night and you said, I got to put myself in the seat of my black and brown employees and say, how am I going to feel about this? That was 10 o'clock at night. During the pandemic, you brought us in to do financial inclusion. Some of your folks didn't see the value of it. They then called me later and say, I now see what Ed sees. And as a result of that, you didn't have to lay off one employee. They voluntarily furloughed themselves. And when you came back, they came back. You're now the biggest, most profitable airline in the world. needed a CEO of a Fortune 100 company to show up at Operation Hope to say to other CEOs, it's okay. The first one to show up 8+ years ago and has told me I'm on every schedule. I want to be the first CEO on your schedule every year. The first one never makes a big deal about himself. The first one to do it is Ed Bastian. Do me a favor. Give this man some love.
Thank you. Lovely, bro.
Thank you.
My name is James Moore, 58 years old, and I live in Harrison, Tennessee, right outside of Chattanooga. A few years back, I was having my credit checked, and for something was wrong. I've never had it. I've always paid cash. I had good credit, bought a house and everything, and all of a sudden, when we decided to upgrade, I didn't have any credit. So talking to my bank manager at First Tennessee, which is now First Horizon, got me in touch with Operation Hope back in 2019. I tried to get a bank loan, and I had never had my credit score checked. I've always, paid cash. And when we went there, they started asking me about my credit and stuff. Well, when the bank manager said something's wrong here, they checked my credit, and I didn't have any. So we pulled a credit report, and lo and behold, there was 27 spots on my credit report that wasn't even mine. Don't know how it happened or when it happened. They think it happened in 2003. It got crossed over, got mixed up, whatever, so on. And my credit was absolutely ruined. So they got me in touch with Operation Hope. I called and set up an appointment with Miss Jessica, and lo and behold, she jumped right on it. I think I sort of stunned her when she seen it, and I was telling her everything was going on. Next thing I know is we're making phone calls, we're keeping in touch, and so I'm just waiting on my new credit report. Since I know some, she's explaining it better to me, and it's an ongoing journey. I'm not through. I may be bugging Miss Jessica here a few more times this year before the year's out, just to keep a check on it. I'm not going to give up on them. I hope they don't give up on me. As Miss Jessica over there, she's top notch in my book. Well, to be honest with you, I'm probably a little bit too old to be optimistic about much. But I would like to have, I'd like to have something to pass along to my kids, maybe buy a little bit of property. Financial is one thing, but getting there is another. And when your credit score is just not where you want it, and you got somebody to coach you along, your optimism is a lot higher than what it used to be. So I was very disappointed in the past of it. Crushed me a little bit because I thought I was doing good, but a little bit late in life, that's what I'm doing. So optimistic, I'm going to have a good one, and I'm going to enjoy my life with the help from Operation Hope.
All right, are you having a good time? That's good, isn't it? It's just going to keep getting better. And we're going to talk sports, baby. How many are ready for that? We are ready. You are about to see something you're not going to see anywhere else. That's why you're here, because you get to see something very, very special at the Hope Global Forum. So, something very special. Won't see this very often anywhere else. We're going to see right now. We're going to talk about the future of sports. The future of sports. So I want you to please stand for this, because this is big. We want you to give a warm welcome to the NFL Commissioner, Roger Goodell, Major League Baseball Commissioner, Rob Manfred, NASCAR President, Steve Phelps, NBA Commissioner, Adam Silver, and your moderator, NFL reporter and NASCAR host for Fox Sports, Shannon Spakes. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, let's get up.
I'm completely confused. You're spoiled. We've spoiled you. This has never happened in the history of America that all major sports commissioners on one stage at one time as a force for good for the underserved. Please show them some Atlanta love.
We need to take
no pressure for me, right? No pressure. I might be out of a job if this doesn't go well. Time is up in 38 minutes. Let's go. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. It's such an honor to sit up here and talk to all of you guys. So while I was getting ready for this, I was doing some research, looking up specific things about this forum, and obviously the phrase, the future, was front and center. I saw it so many times, and it's really interesting because I think about the future, and even when I was a little girl, and even now, it's scary sometimes, exciting, but definitely scary. And I thought, what if we get the opportunity at some point in our lives to sit down with men and women who shape the future? Men and women who have such wherewithal and such insight that they literally shape what we're going to see and read and watch and experience in the future. And I realized that the last 2 days for everyone in this room is basically a cheat code into that, because we get to sit down with today the four men who are shaping what I love more than anything in the world, besides obviously my kids. It's sports. So I'm super excited to be here with the four of you and to talk about this. And I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Silver, because I don't know if you know this, but the Sports Business Journal just came out with a 2024 reader survey, and you were nominated as the most intriguing. I was going to have some fun with that.
Sure what that means.
I looked it up, and intriguing has a lot of different definitions. But since you have the most intriguing title, according to sports fans, I wanted to start with you. And listen, I know this is about looking ahead to the future, but I want to take a moment to look back. One thing that you're most proud of since taking this role on is what?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with everybody here in Atlanta, and a wonderful city, so thank you. Most proud of, I think I'm most proud of, I think I'm here representing the WNBA too, which is part of the NBA.
Which, by the way, was the most intriguing sport on that list.
We're together. So I think I'm most proud of the men and women who make up these leagues, and not just the athletes on the floor, but as you know, because you announced for one of our teams that there are literally thousands of people that it takes to operate these leagues. I mean, when you add the mix of the people in the arenas, it's tens of thousands of people. And so what I'm most proud of are my colleagues. I mean, as you said, we were talking a little bit before how meaningful sports are in society, and especially, I know we're talking a little bit today about internationally, but it may be not just the United States, but globally, one of the few things out there that creates commonality, unity among people in the world. And I think that for those of us, and I view it as a privilege to work in this industry, and the thousands of people just in our leagues, that ability to come to work every day and be doing something that we truly love. And the business of sports is a team sport as well. It requires us all to work together to build these great relationships with fans, the great broadcast. So I think that's what I'm most proud of.
That's awesome. Steve?
So I think, am I on?
You're on.
I think for me, our sport was going through some difficulty. In 2018, we'd had some ratings declines, and since I've been in my seat, coincidentally, we've actually steadied the ship and are growing. And I'm really proud of the work that our industry has done to get us there, because it really, as Adam talked about, it's about this collection of people who make this thing happen. And so in our case, it's roughly 10,000 people who make up our sport that put this sport on a weekly basis from February through November. And it feels good to grow, right? It feels good to be expanding your fan base. And our fan base now is, you look in the last 3 years, we are more female, there are more people of color, and we're younger. And you need to do that as a brand. You have to infuse your brand with new customers, and that's what we're doing. But it really is the collective that allows us to do that. Race teams, drivers, tracks that we own and some that we don't own, and then the men and women who work at NASCAR. So I'm really proud of that.
Just move down the line.
Well, I think our sport probably has the reputation of being most bound up by history and tradition. And so I do take pride in the process that we've gone through in the last few years. I think it was important because the process of changing the game on the field began by listening to our fans, trying to understand what they wanted from the game, how we could make the game better. And then we did manage to pull the constituencies, owners, players, fans together to produce, something that most people at first blush, a clock in baseball, they thought that was a really bad idea. And it turned out to be a pretty good idea, actually. And again, the fans are the biggest test. We've gotten younger. We got our attendance back above 70 million people for the first time in a decade. And it has been a process that I think will allow the industry to evolve more freely in the future.
I would say our fans. Ultimately, whatever we do, whatever we work on, whether it's the game or whether it's our media agreements, it's all about, are you serving your fans better than you were the day before? Are you reaching more fans? Are you giving them better access? Are you giving them an opportunity to experience your sport in a better way than they did before? And I've often said there's never been a better time to be an NFL fan. I think I'd say that probably collectively there's never been a better time to be a sports fan. I think all of us feel really fortunate to be a part of this. So we thank John Bryant for having us, and he's my hero, and I'm grateful he had us here.
I'll follow up with you, Commissioner Goodell. We're going to start talking, obviously this is a global forum, so I want to start there international. Obviously, the NFL plays internationally, NBA, NASCAR will be going to Mexico City, both the Cup Series and Xfinity Series, and I know that there's plenty of talks about expanding. When we talk about the hardcore fan and the fan, what's their reaction? What's the reaction outside the country? And what is the sweet spot for you in terms of continuing to push internationally while staying here in the United States as well?
Well,
I know that's a lot of questions, and I'm sorry I threw them at you quickly.
No, I'll just take that and run with it. I think the benefit the NFL has to a large extent is football is not a global sport, at least American football is not. There's another football that is a global sport. And I think that actually gives us an opportunity because we're introducing our sport to fans on a global basis. And when they get the opportunity to see it either on television or experience it when we come to a stadium internationally, I think they see, wow, that is an experience that I want more of. And I think that gives us a real potential to grow the sport, to be a global sport, and actually define how that happens to a large extent. So we're focusing on playing more games. We played 5 this past season. We'll play 8 next season on a global basis. And we hope to be 16 within a few years. And so that will be what I call the spark. You have to follow that up with the proper media coverage so that fans can experience your sport on a year-round basis, understand more of the game, understand more of the players. And that's the challenge for us, but it's more importantly, I think, the opportunity for us. I think we have a real chance to be global here in the next few years.
And Commissioner Silver, I know that there are so many international players in the NBA. So what is the sweet spot for you in terms of moving outside the United States?
You know, the sweet spot, well, you know, Steve and I were just talking, we were over at the Olympics this summer in France, and so, you know, the basketball, we're fortunate it's been an Olympic sport since the 1930s, so in addition to the fact that the game is played all over the world, now because of advances in media, even in my roughly 30-year tenure at the league, it used to be that in the old days, tapes were literally sent over, overnight express, et cetera, to get to other parts of the world. Then satellite technology brought them. But now through streaming, digital, mobile technology, people can literally watch games anywhere that they can get, you know, a cell service or Wi-Fi anywhere in the world. And that's allowed us to expand in amazing ways. I mean, I'm being here in Atlanta, it's hard not to think of Dikembe Mutombo, you know, who's an adopted son of this town. And
I was going to say, if we didn't get a clap for that, we got to see if everyone's awake in here.
Yeah, and you know, I was back, unfortunately, in Atlanta, you know, several weeks ago for his memorial service, and I remember when he came into the NBA in 1991, there were 4 players from Africa. Now, it's hard to believe, we have 50 players in the NBA who either were born in Africa or one of their parents was born in Africa. So just by way of example.
Yeah. And we had multiple from France who went in the NBA draft.
And now we had, I mean, just think back of the Dream Team in 1992, for people who are old enough. We had just a handful of players from Europe then, none from France. And now we have a dozen players from France, including 2 number 1 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and roughly, you know, I think 60 players in the NBA from Europe. So we're seeing the game played all over the world. And what the real advances have come, for example, you know, Roger touched on media. We just did a new set of media deals. And now going forward, every game, we'll have more games on broadcast. Still, of course, there's, you know, cable is declining, but still is an important platform for us. But every game after the season will be available on a streaming service. And that's by definition global. And so it gives people the opportunity to access games wherever they are, and also not just the, you know, it's a little different in our sport, as you well know, because we have so many games. The same with baseball, that there's not that bandwidth constraint you have with cable, that when you have streaming, you can have all the games on all the time. So it creates this opportunity for people all over the world. That the real obstacles are time zones, of course. That, I mean, for example,
The military was really, really important, and you need a theme for these games. We then did the Field of Dreams game twice, again, building on the fandom that surrounds that movie. And then last year we had a great celebration of the Negro Leagues at Rickwood Field. And, you know, just to give you, I think Rickwood may be, we're getting better at it as we go along. I think Rickwood may be the best example of it, but that game presented an opportunity for us to do several things that I think were really important. We extended the sort of pseudo pension program that we have for former Negro League players, and I think historically significant. We recognized the fact that the quality to play in the Negro Leagues was equal to play in the major leagues, and therefore included the statistics in our official statistics. Bristol, a really interesting opportunity for us. We feel that there is a certain carryover between the kind of core fan bases of baseball and NASCAR, and that it was an opportunity for us to go to a part of the country where they don't have Major League Baseball, engage those fans, and I think as the planning goes forward, you're going to see kind of a music overlay to what goes on with the event. In terms of the broadcast side of it, I'll say this, you know, we have great broadcast partners. Fox has been a longtime partner of ours, and they have been wonderful about not only stepping up to take the games, broadcast them, but also investing in those games to put us in a... It's not cheap to make a baseball field where there isn't one. You know, they've been a great partner on those games.
So they were a great partner for us, too. We did something called the Clash at the Coliseum, at the LA Coliseum. And we built a quarter-mile track inside that iconic facility. And it's expensive. Yeah. They're a great partner, Fox is, for us. And for the Clash, that event used to be on FS1. They said, we'll put you on Big Fox. We'll promote the season for you. And, you know, kind of as a lead into the Daytona 500. So you have the Clash. Then you have that amazing event called the Super Bowl, which will also be on Fox this year. And then the Daytona 500, which is our single largest event of the year. So it's a great promotional thing, but you know, the broadcast partners are huge for us. And, you know, all of us, you know, there are more similarities now than there ever have been. So we went to streaming as well with Amazon. We're with Turner Sports, with Max and TNT. Obviously still with Fox, obviously still with NBC. And then CW, which is all over the air or free to air for our Xfinity series. So that's talking about distribution. It's important for us. And we've hedged our bet a little bit. So we're trying to maximize the revenue, but then try to figure out, to Roger's point, you know, the cable universe is declining. It's starting to steady, but it is streaming. We're really excited about Amazon coming on board, and because we think they will bring a younger audience to us, and they also, how they're going to present the sport's going to be different. And I'm excited to see all 5 of those great media partners competing against each other.
Awesome. So we have just a couple more minutes here, but before I let you go, I mean, 4 of the 5 leading executives in professional sports are sitting up here, and I talked about it being a cheat code. So I'd just like to briefly kind of have each one of you guys talk about the future. Commissioner Goodell, what is your future? What do you see as the future for the National Football League?
I think you mentioned it earlier. It was just global growth. I think the growth of our global audience is such an incredible opportunity, and I think you will see international franchises in the NFL at some point. Probably not while I'm around, but the reality of it is that I think is an exciting opportunity for us, and technology gives us the ability to reach those folks. And so I think all of that is just going to continue to be great for sports fans.
You know, I'm not going to talk about global growth because I think we're all on the same page there. I think we see it as a huge opportunity. To me, the second thing that excites me is, you know, we've made a huge investment in youth participation, particularly in underserved communities. And, you know, when you're the sport of Jackie Robinson, you want to see a level of diversity on the field that is a little better than what we have today. And we've already begun to see the product of this investment. You know, we're about 8% African American at the big league level right now. Our draft, the top rounds, which are the ones that matter. We're running about 20% right now in the draft, and we're hopeful that all those great young prospects make their way to the major leagues, and that baseball looks a little more like America in the future.
Just briefly, I think we think there's domestic growth that can happen, and it's very rich for us opportunity-wise globally. But I'll pick up what Rob had talked about. We have something called NASCAR Impact, and it's serving those communities where we have racetracks. It is volunteerism of our employee base. It is about our significant inclusion efforts, because we are it's very important for us to be more diverse and be more inclusive and be more welcoming of folks, and that's working. And the last is sustainability. We're a brown sport, but we have committed by 2035 that we'll be carbon neutral, and we're going to be. And we're on that road right now, and that's very exciting to me.
So I think, just so I don't repeat what they all said, I'll just talk for a second about why we're all here, in terms of Operation Hope. And I think what sports can do, Major League sports in this country and globally, it's, we were talking to John about this earlier, it's one of the few things that really unites people, that creates hope, I think, for a lot of people, that creates opportunity. And as I was saying before, one of the things that we're always talking about where we go is that, for every driver or athlete on the field or the court, there are thousands of people who are able to work in these industries, for whom it creates prosperity, for whom are inspired by seeing these great athletes. So I think that's what we're so proud of and what we do. And I think, by the way, it's an honor to be here with Dr. Young. I should, of course, say that, to have him in the audience here. That when you think of the change that's happened in this country, so much of it has begun in sports, and you cross the board, think of Jackie Robinson, think of so many of these, think of Magic Johnson, think of the way the world has changed, what we're seeing now in the WNBA, that I think it's really unique. We're privileged to work in these industries, and I think that for me, when I watch whatever sport I'm watching, when I watch these great athletes performing at the highest level, it makes me want to do what I do better, and that's why we all do what we do.
You guys are great. I've worked in sports for 20 years, and I've had the opportunity. I've 20 years in NASCAR, 8 years in the NFL, 3 months in the NBA. I did 2 minor league baseball games. I got told to ask. They asked me to look for the key to the batter's box, and I did, and I realized I probably shouldn't be in baseball because there's actually no key to the batter's box, ladies and gentlemen, in case they were just messing with me. But I've had the unique pleasure for 20 years to, all my moments are identified by sports moments and by extremely gifted athletes, and to be able to share this moment with all of you has been a real pleasure. So I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as I did. Please give it up. Roger Goodell, Rob Manfred, Steve Phelps, and Adam Silver.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shannon asked me, I want you to live in my world for a minute. I hate when somebody wants to keep information from you. Like, we need the ladder to be rebuilt. You have to have transparency. I'm behind closed doors. Shannon didn't to say this. Shannon is the only woman that I know of who's been a leader on the mic in all of these sports. And, she's my new sister. She's a little lighter, but she's my new sister. And she said behind closed doors, what else can I do to help you, John? Beyond this meeting, you call on me. Whenever you need me, I'm here for you. This is our issue, not your issue. Adam might as well be the NAACP in sports. I mean, he's the civil rights. I mean, he's got all these black and brown people and people all around the world, and he could ignore this issue. But Adam's been leaned in. I saw Robert. He's on my board, by the way, Financial Literacy for All. Steve Phelps is on my board for Operation Hope of NASCAR, and he told me that 54, when he did an urban race, and I believe it was Detroit, he said 54%. He was criticized about denouncing hate. He's criticized about importing and including inclusion. Criticized. His job could be on the line. He said it's good business. When he did a Detroit urban race, he told me that 54% of all the tickets through the gate were new minority ticket purchasers at a NASCAR race. I just met Robert over the summer. I told him about what I was doing. He stopped. He said, I don't just want to join financial literacy for all. I've got vendors and I got workers in the stadiums. They need financial literacy. We need to do more. And none of this would happen without my brother from another mother. I called Roger and had this crazy idea. Thought I'd get a click, like as in this phone has been disconnected. I said, I have a vision. I want every major sports commissioner on stage at a time when nobody agrees on anything, where our government is a mess, the world is a mess, people are at each other's throat. Everybody wants to be an American but Americans. What can bring everybody together? Are here and around the world. These are global sports. He said yes, and look at this. Give that. Anybody mess with Roger got to mess with me first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please give them some love. Please.
Wasn't that amazing? Woo! I know you're all, wherever you are, you're ready to share the information you received today, pass it along. I was there. This is what I heard at the Operation Hope Global Forums today. So this is exciting. We're going to continue with all of that. Thank you so much for that. Not one, not two, not three, but 4 commissioners in sports. Woo! Mind-blowing. So we just had that treat, and we're about to serve lunch. We don't want to be between you and getting some food, but we want to provide you an update on something very special that we announced last year. And so please help me welcome the co-leader of Consumer and Business Banking and the head branch banking for U.S. Bank, Mr. Sekou Kalund. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Well, hello. As you said, I lead branch of small business banking. You know, John did point out that that was the first time ever with those commissioners on stage. You might not know this, but this was the first time ever that they opened for me. And they didn't even seem nervous. It may be the last time, but that's what I'm going to tell the story. But panels like this are really why I enjoy coming to the Hope Global Forum. This is my 5th time attending. But I've been involved with Operation Hope for many years. And then what I really like about it is it's one of the most incredible events I do all year because it enables us to connect, as they've said. And so 10 inspirational years, but many more years of driving impact is what they've done. And what is really so unique and special about John Hope Bryant is the fact that, as Frank Lutz demonstrated last night, he can make a difference on a micro level and a macro level. So if you were here last night, you heard that story on the micro level. But his partnership with organizations enables him to make impact at scale. And thinking about impact at scale, I'll talk about what we're doing here at U.S. Bank. So we've been partners with Operation Hope for many years. And our Hope Inside now has 11 coaches throughout 6 states, and we've helped more than 4,400 people really build wealth opportunities. Absolutely clap for that. in underserved communities. And a couple months ago, we had this full circle moment. We were in California with John. We were announcing one of our Hope Inside in our Crenshaw and Slauson branch. And it was great. If you've been there, it's a phenomenal branch. But for me, it was, I thought back to what he must have felt in 1992, probably sitting in a room like that, thinking about post the Rodney King beating, what difference he would make. And then as I stand here today to think about what Operation Hope has become, it's just really impressive to see all of you here. So I'm glad you're all here. But the big thing is the work that we're doing. And so every day as we partner with Operation Hope, we're able to make a difference to impact communities. Well, what does that mean? So in the pilot we ran, I announced this last year, we increased credit scores for 60% of all clients that participated. A credit score increase of 39 points. 41%, yes. So 41% of clients reduced their debt, average of $2,146. And an incredible 79% of the clients increased their savings. I had shared this on the panel. It was one of my old sayings. We had this saying back in the day of keeping it real, and that was keeping it 100. But now what we're saying is keeping it real is keeping your credit score above 700 plus so that you can access the banking, that you can have access. So it's so important to see our clients increasing, and some aren't even our clients, but increasing their credit score to fully participate in financial service. So as we think about our collective investment in financial health, last year again I talked about our Hope Bank, the financial foundation, and really what that was, I talked about launching a pilot. We wanted to invest in our employees and partner in collaboration with the 1865 Project and Financial Literacy for All, but invest in our employees so that as they engaged, I'm privileged to lead or co-lead 20,000 people who are on the front line talking to customers, non-customers to really make a difference. But, and we had Delta on, the saying on the airline, you have to put your mask on first. It's the same with all of us. We have to have our financial houses in order so that we can be helpful to our community, to our family, to our friends. And so our financial wellness program has really highlighted the need, even within all of our company's employee base, to really expose employees to financial wellness. And so it's really a program that delivers very simple. You don't need, complex, arcane things, accessible solutions, and that becomes a difference maker when you talk about enriching, personal financial wellness, knowledge around budgeting, investing and savings. And then, like I said, we've been able to see people bring it not only to our customers, but our community. So last thing I'll leave you with that, out of our pilot, we were pleased to report that 89% of the participants say they feel more financially confident, right? And that's half the battle for all of us, that when you feel that you understand and grasp through simplified ways, you budgeting, then you're able to really make the difference and be consistent with your own financial plan, or even build out a financial plan. So I'm excited that we've done this. There's so much more we want to do. I thank John for being really a change agent in inspiring and motivating companies like U.S. Bank and all the other banks and companies here to really do the necessary work so that as a society we can progress with inclusive growth. And so the last thing I'll leave you with, again, great speakers, great networking, but have a call to action. Like, what is your do different after today? How are you going to take something you've learned here back to your company? How are you going to personally adopt something that you've learned? So while it is great to get together, to break bread and see the great speakers, I think the real power is what happens when we all leave Wednesday. So again, I want to thank John Hope Bryant for constantly inspiring us. I can't wait to continue to see the rest of the conference, and I hope to see some of you soon. So with that, enjoy your lunch. A standing ovation by U.S. Bank, I'm talking about.
Thank you, Sekou, and thank you, U.S. Bank. So, increasing credit scores and reducing debt and coming up with a solution, coming up with a plan. We are having a great time today, right? This is wonderful. It will just keep getting better. We're going to take a break now. Lunch is going to be served, and so we'll be back shortly, but we have a program during lunch too. So while you're enjoying your lunch, we want you to pay attention to what else is going on. But thank you and enjoy it. Enjoy it. Bon appetit.
Memories are ultimately currency. They're wealth. They are priceless. It's all you have sometimes. Shatra and I have beautiful memories with Quincy Delight Jones, who has now joined the Angels. He's been promoted, gone on to a better place. Quincy lived, my God, an incredible life. Just an incredible life. And if anybody deserves to be with the heavens, it's Quincy Jones. But what I can say, and this bridges to Shatra's heart, which is her number one asset, and they share this together: live, laugh, love, and give. That's Quincy. Live, laugh, love, and give. Shay.
Absolutely. The things that I've learned from the pure power of a loving heart is exactly what Q embodied. The world shines just a little bit brighter, and everybody around him got lifted because of the way that he used his spirit to just pour love into everybody. And I know that anybody who got time to spend with Quincy became a better person because of just having remarkable time and energy that he gives to people. We have endless gratitude and admiration for him forever, and he will be deeply missed.
I mean, he lent his energy, his time, his voice, always to do good. Never was it about Quincy. It was always, how do I help? Whether it was, We Are the World, or, feeding children, or creating world peace. He used music and his gifts in music as a way to uplift the world. I remember one day I asked Quincy how he created such amazing music. It was late one night in his house, and he said, "John, I just get the best musicians and the best, the best talent, and the best this and the best that, and in the best material, and I get in the room, and I sit at the piano, and I tell my assistant, leave the door cracked, leave room for God to walk in." Drop the mic. That's Quincy Delight Jones. We've traveled the world together. Now you're traveling the universe, taking care with your good energy of all those who are yet unborn, loving the world from another place. We love you, Quincy.
I don't blame Memphis for the death of Martin Luther King Jr., but it's hard for him to get through here without a tear.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to re-embrace Memphis. In truth, this is a vibrant, wonderful, happening city with a meaningful past and a promising future. I actually like Memphis and often sing its praises. Even so, it's difficult for me to return. It's a sacred pilgrimage for me to come to Memphis, and I'm sure you know why. Preaching a Sunday morning service just outside Memphis, I ask a question that weighs heavily on my mind. What has become of the dream of Martin Luther King? People wanted to stop the dream of Martin Luther King. But here we are in Memphis, Tennessee, the place where they killed his body. But Martin's dream is still speaking through these pictures. The dream is still alive.
The spirit lives.
How are you all this morning? I arrive at the Memphis airport, not to catch a flight, but to commemorate one that occurred 50 years ago. Inside, a crowd awaits the unveiling of a new historic marker and newly discovered photographs taken by the late Ernest Withers.
Images that are specific to the airport.
A photographic depiction of Martin Luther King's last visit to Memphis. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Good morning. This event was dreamed up by John Bryant with substantial assistance from Brian Jordan, the president and CEO of First Tennessee Bank. John frequently walked through the Memphis airport, thinking of Dr. King's final visit.
I would wonder, is this what it looked like when Dr. King was here?
There was no marker to commemorate it.
I'm always looking for some symbol, some significance, some recognition.
On April 3rd, 1968, at 6:01 in the morning, Dr. King and I boarded Eastern Airline Flight 301, along with the Reverend Ralph David Abernathy and Bernard Lee, and thus began Dr. King's last full day on Earth.
You were there with Dr. King.
A few hours after arriving in Memphis, we were served with an injunction ordering us not to march. It would be overturned the following day, but the march never took place, and the Poor People's Campaign never materialized as Dr. King envisioned it. It sort of came to an end, it seemed, when Martin Luther King was shot here in Memphis. When Dr. King went to Memphis, I think he knew it was the end. And he wanted to be identified with the poorest of the poor, and the sanitation workers were it. For him, that was the unfulfilled part of his mission. You picked up with poverty. After 50 years of carrying the torch, I'm ready to pass it on. John Bryant and Operation Hope has been blessed, and they're reaching down to those, the least of these God's children. You've now opened offices in Memphis.
Yeah.
And in many ways are carrying on that same work. I see this as picking up where we left off.
Every time you say that, I'm uncomfortable.
You should be. That's a heavy burden.
Yeah, I know that some of this work is coming through me and I have a responsibility, but I didn't think I had the moral fiber, the character of you and Dr. King.
Well, maybe we didn't either.
Yeah.
You don't know what you got till you have to make a choice. Economic rights is the new movement, and it's not in the streets, but in the banks. John Bryant has a very interesting approach. Being at that airport and being drawn back to the fact that I did not want Dr. King to go there in the first place, and realizing that he went there to his death knowingly, I think. But his death was only the beginning of his mission. And 50 years later, the income gap continues to grow.
Yes.
John Bryant and Operation Hope has developed an approach to America that starts with the least of these God's children, but not by going to the government for a handout or for even an aid, but by working with the local bankers. You all are really what we're talking about.
The Bible said the poor will always be with us, and so far it's been right. And that doesn't mean we have to stop working on the problem.
Tiffany White wasn't poor, but already her life has improved because of lessons learned from Operation Hope.
Budgeting myself, changing the way that I think for spending money, and just putting a savings plan together to be able to save.
Now she has one more goal, and it's important.
Improving my credit score, because one of my goals was to be over 700, and I'm only a few points away.
You got to have a credit score, and you've got to be able to go to the bank and be respected as a full-fledged citizen.
The way you level the playing field today is a credit score.
She hopes to become a first-time homeowner, and the bankers want to help Tiffany White and others like her.
Credit scores are the ticket. I mean, you really can't participate in the great American recovery and the opportunities that are abundant in this country if you don't have a good credit score.
The credit score is sort of the lifeblood of financial success.
The difference between being poor and being middle class is a credit score of 700 or better.
I loved this because it was uncomplicated. It's a number, and you can move the number. My mother's got a credit score of 840. She's not black, she's green. When she goes to the computer and pushes that credit application, they don't even look at her race. They just say yes.
Yet 44% of Americans have a credit score below 620. If I had to choose between a college education and a 700 credit score, I'd do better with a 700 credit score.
Great. That's
a lot cheaper.
That's a really great observation. The correlation to success will be higher with the credit score than the college education.
Credit scores are so important. They can not only end poverty, but in the process, eliminate crime.
That's where all the crime is. Literally, I can take a 500 credit score anywhere in America and wrap it around a zip code that has an explosion of everything negative you can imagine. And conversely, a 700 credit score neighborhood doesn't riot.
We can not only work ourselves out of poverty, but we can work our neighbors out of poverty, our communities out of poverty, the world out of poverty. And Martin Luther King is alive today in you, in this pastor, in this congregation. And I thank you. God has blessed you. And say amen for his blessings.
My name is Brooke Ratliff, and I am a small business coach with Operation Hope here in the Detroit area, thanks to my funder, Fifth Third Bank. My background is small business accounting and tax. I did that for 15 years, worked a little bit with the IRS, and then I wanted to put those skills into practice in a way that I could just feel really good and celebrate with people. This is Roller Skate Detroit. And just being able to walk with a client, down the path of becoming an entrepreneur, checking all the boxes, getting his business plan together, and shopping for his space and actually having a grand opening. It's just been a great experience, and he's just going to keep going. I met him as my roller skate instructor. Like, he taught me how to skate. He was talking about, his dreams and his goals. And, he signed up for my business development class. And at one point, it just kind of clicked in his head. And he just said, I'm going to go for it. I will tell you the three things all my really successful clients have. Like basic financial security. They got a roof over their head and food in the fridge. They have support from friends and family. Keith had that. They had a basis of real skill and expertise in the business that they're going to start. Keith had that. And the third thing is, because they've got the skills and expertise and experience, they know how to scale. They can make it smaller, they can make it bigger. Keith started teaching where there was space available, and that created the business. So the space that we're in now, that was just part of the scaling. That was just part of the expansion. What I am most optimistic about are my MVP clients who are intelligent and hardworking and educated, who've got that basis of skill and expertise related to their business, that they're going to move forward. It's a long game, but they're going to play it. And there's going to be one grand opening and one ribbon cutting after another in the next 5 years.
My name is Andrea Sullivan. This is my husband, Anthony. We are now living here in Columbus, Georgia. We have 2 children. We started with Operation Hope in May of 2023. It was our first appointment with our coach. We want to purchase a home. We've been married for a while and we had lived in apartments. It's time to own. And I had owned previously, and then moved out of the state, and now we have our family settling down. It's time to have our own home. So we were telling our pastor, who is a real estate agent, that we probably needed to do some work on our credit. And we were like, where would we go? Because I had all these people who had, paid this or paid that, and we weren't sure if it was real. We wanted to be sure that, because we were just now getting our finances right.
Yeah, my pastor, she does real estate. So I didn't know if it was going to be about buying a house through her, or I didn't know how she even had that connection. So we ended up talking to her about it. She gave us 2 options. One was a payment option, and then she mentioned about Mike and Operation Hope.
What drove us to that as well was just the results that she had gotten. The first meeting with Mike, did we laugh most of the meeting? Like, we were just learning.
Yeah, getting to know each other. I think it was interesting.
Anthony's a little guarded. I'm a little bit more of a free spirit. So when we were in there talking to Mike, he's sitting back, kind of like he is now,
to read him.
watching. and I was asking Mike all these questions. But, when Mike said he was from California, he started to relax a little bit more. He did a lot of things that Anthony has done. So it helped him to relax. Because he didn't just jump into, show me what you're doing and give me your bills and all that stuff. He really wanted to get to know us. He knew exactly what we need to do. I was like, this is crazy.
Right.
We did it. He's like, you do this. And we did it and it worked. Right?
Right.
That was good. And our relationship, which is interesting, our financial relationship. When he balanced us out with our understanding where we needed to be as a couple, that changed how we communicated about money and our goals.
We're optimistic about our future, being the connection, being with Operation Hope, and all that they made available to us. I'm looking forward to the connections that will come out of it from other people.
I am very optimistic about being able to fulfill the dreams and goals that we've had to be a blessing to others. See other people walk into their success, right? It's a pay it forward position. Exactly. It's a pay it forward life. That's where real joy comes from. It's not in things. It's not in your personal success only. Exactly. It has to be a part of it where you're seeing someone else benefit and come up because of your contribution.
Memories are ultimately currency. They're wealth. They are priceless. It's all you have sometimes. Shatra and I have beautiful memories with Quincy Delight Jones, who has now joined the Angels. He's been promoted, gone on to a better place. Quincy lived, my God, an incredible life. Just an incredible life. And if anybody deserves to be with the heavens, it's Quincy Jones. But what I can say, and this bridges to Shatra's heart, which is her number one asset, and they share this together: live, laugh, love, and give. That's Quincy. Live, laugh, love, and give. Shay.
Absolutely. The things that I've learned from the pure power of a loving heart is exactly what Q embodied. The world shines just a little bit brighter, and everybody around him got lifted because of the way that he used his spirit to just pour love into everybody. And I know that anybody who got time to spend with Quincy became a better person because of just having remarkable time and energy that he gives to people. We have endless gratitude and admiration for him forever, and he will be deeply missed.
I mean, he lent his energy, his time, his voice always to do good. Never was it about Quincy. It was always, how do I help? Whether it was, We Are the World, or, feeding children, or creating world peace. He used music and his gifts in music as a way to uplift the world. I remember one day I asked Quincy how he create such amazing music. It was late one night in his house, and he said, "John, I just get the best musicians and the best, the best talent, and the best this and the best that, and in the best material, and I get in the room, and I sit at the piano, and I tell my assistant, leave the door cracked, leave room for God to walk in. Drop the mic." That's Quincy Delight Jones. We've traveled the world together. Now you're traveling the universe, taking care with your good energy of all those who are yet unborn, loving the world from another place. We love you, Quincy.
I don't blame Memphis for the death of Martin Luther King Jr., but it's hard for me to get through here without a tear.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to re-embrace Memphis. In truth, this is a vibrant, wonderful, happening city with a meaningful past and a promising future. I actually like Memphis and often sing its praises. Even so, it's difficult for me to return. It's a sacred pilgrimage for me to come to Memphis, and I'm sure you know why. Preaching a Sunday morning service just outside Memphis, I ask a question that weighs heavily on my mind. What has become of the dream of Martin Luther King? People wanted to stop the dream of Martin Luther King, but here we are in Memphis, Tennessee, the place where they killed his body. But Martin's dream is still speaking through these pictures. The dream is still alive.
The spirit lives.
How are you all this morning? I arrive at the Memphis airport, not to catch a flight, but to commemorate one that occurred 50 years ago. Inside, a crowd awaits the unveiling of a new historic marker and newly discovered photographs taken by the late Ernest Withers.
Images that are specific to the airport.
A photographic depiction of Martin Luther King's last visit to Memphis. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Good morning. This event was dreamed up by John Bryant with substantial assistance from Brian Jordan, the president and CEO of First Tennessee Bank. John frequently walked through the Memphis airport, thinking of Dr. King's final visit.
I would wonder, is this what it looked like when Dr. King was here?
There was no marker to commemorate it.
I'm always looking for some symbol, some significance, some recognition.
On April 3rd, 1968, at 6:01 in the morning, Dr. King and I boarded Eastern Airline Flight 301, along with the Reverend Ralph David Abernathy and Bernard Lee, and thus began Dr. King's last full day on Earth.
You were there with Dr. King.
A few hours after arriving in Memphis, we were served with an injunction ordering us not to march. It would be overturned the following day, but the march never took place, and the Poor People's Campaign never materialized as Dr. King envisioned it. It sort of came to an end, it seemed, when Martin Luther King was shot here in Memphis. When Dr. King went to Memphis, I think he knew it was the end. And he wanted to be identified with the poorest of the poor, and the sanitation workers were it. For him, that was the unfulfilled part of his mission. You picked up with poverty. After 50 years of carrying the torch, I'm ready to pass it on. John Bryant and Operation Hope has been blessed, and they're reaching down to those, the least of these God's children. You've now opened offices in Memphis.
Yeah.
And in many ways are carrying on that same work. I see this as picking up where we left off.
Every time you say that, I'm uncomfortable.
You should be. That's a heavy burden.
Yeah, I know that some of this work is coming through me and I have a responsibility, but I didn't think I had the moral fiber, the character of you and Dr. King.
Well, maybe we didn't either.
Yeah.
You don't know what you got till you have to make a choice. Economic rights is the new movement, and it's not in the streets, but in the banks. John Bryant has a very interesting approach. Being at that airport and being drawn back to the fact that I did not want Dr. King to go there in the first place, and realizing that he went there to his death knowingly, I think. But his death was only the beginning of his mission. And 50 years later, the income gap continues to grow.
Yes.
John Bryant and Operation Hope has developed an approach to America that starts with the least of these, God's children, but not by going to the government for a handout or for even an aid, but by working with the local bankers. You all are really what we're talking about.
The Bible said the poor will always be with us, and so far it's been right. And that doesn't mean we have to stop working on the problem.
Tiffany White wasn't poor, but already her life has improved because of lessons learned from Operation Hope.
Budgeting myself, changing the way that I think for spending money, and just putting a savings plan together to be able to save.
Now she has one more goal, and it's important.
Improving my credit score, because one of my goals was to be over 700, and I'm only a few points away.
You got to have a credit score, and you've got to be able to go to the bank and be respected as a full-fledged citizen.
The way you level the playing field today is a credit score.
She hopes to become a first-time homeowner, and the bankers want to help Tiffany White and others like her.
Credit scores are the ticket. I mean, you really can't participate in the great American recovery and the opportunities that are abundant in this country if you don't have a good credit score.
The credit score is sort of the lifeblood of financial success.
The difference between being poor and being middle class is a credit score of 700 or better.
I loved this because it was uncomplicated. It's a number, and you can move the number. My mother's got a credit score of 840. She's not black, she's green. When she goes to the computer and pushes that credit application, they don't even look at her race, they just say yes.
Yet 44% of Americans have a credit score below 620. If I had to choose between a college education and a 700 credit score, I'd do better with a 700 credit score.
Great, that's
a lot cheaper.
That's a really great observation. The correlation to success will be higher with the credit score than the college education.
Credit scores are so important. They can not only end poverty, but in the process, eliminate crime.
That's where all the crime is. Literally, I can take a 500 credit score anywhere in America and wrap it around a zip code that has an explosion of everything negative you can imagine. And conversely, a 700 credit score neighborhood doesn't riot.
We can not only work ourselves out of poverty, but we can work our neighbors out of poverty, our communities out of poverty, the world out of poverty. And Martin Luther King is alive today in you, in this pastor, in this congregation. And I thank you. God has blessed you. And say amen for his blessings.
My name is Brooke Ratliff, and I am a small business coach with Operation Hope here in the Detroit area, thanks to my funder, Fifth Third Bank. My background is small business accounting and tax. I did that for 15 years, worked a little bit with the IRS, and then I wanted to put those skills into practice in a way that I could just feel really good and celebrate with people. This is Roller Skate Detroit. and just being able to walk with a client, down the path of becoming an entrepreneur, checking all the boxes, getting his business plan together, and shopping for his space and actually having a grand opening. It's just been a great experience, and he's just going to keep going. I met him as my roller skate instructor. Like, he taught me how to skate. He was talking about, his dreams and his goals. And, he signed up for my business development class. And at one point, it just kind of clicked in his head. And he just said, I'm going to go for it. I will tell you the three things all my really successful clients have. Like basic financial security. They got a roof over their head and food in the fridge. They have support from friends and family. Keith had that. They had a basis of real skill and expertise in the business that they're going to start. Keith had that. And the third thing is, because they've got the skills and expertise and experience, they know how to scale. They can make it smaller, they can make it bigger. Keith started teaching where there was space available, and that created the business. So the space that we're in now, that was just part of the scaling. That was just part of the expansion. What I am most optimistic about are my MVP clients who are intelligent and hardworking and educated, who've got that basis of skill and expertise related to that they're going to move forward on game, that they're going to play, and there's going to be one thing and one ribbon cutting after another in 5 years.
My name is Andrea Sullivan. This is my husband, Anthony. We are now living here in Columbus, Georgia. We have 2 children. We started with Operation Hope in May of 2023. It was our first appointment with our coach. We want to purchase a home. We've been married for a while and we had lived in apartments. It's time to own. And I owned previously and then moved out of the state, and now we have our family settling down. It's time to have our own home. So we were about telling our pastor, who is a real estate agent, that we probably needed to do some work on our credit. And we were like, where would we go? Because I had all these people who had, paid this or paid that, and we weren't sure if it was real. We wanted to be sure that, because we were just now getting our finances right.
Yeah, my pastor, she does real estate. So I didn't know if it was going to be about buying a house through her, or I didn't know how she even had that connection. So we ended up talking to her about it. She gave us 2 options. One was a payment option, and then she mentioned about Mike and Operation Hope.
What drove us to that as well was just the results that she had gotten. The first meeting with Mike, did we laugh most of the meeting? Like, we were just learning.
Yeah, getting to know each other. I think it was interesting.
Anthony's a little guarded. I'm a little bit more of a free spirit. So when we were in there talking to Mike, he's sitting back, kind of like he is now,
to read him.
watching. and I was asking Mike all these questions. But, when Mike said he was from California, he started to relax a little bit more. He did a lot of things that Anthony has done. So it helped him to relax. Because he didn't just jump into, show me what you're doing and give me your bills and all that stuff. He really wanted to get to know us. He knew exactly what we need to do. I was like, this is crazy.
Right.
We did it. He's like, you do this. And we did it and it worked, right?
Right.
That was good. And our relationship, which is interesting, our financial relationship. When he balanced us out with our understanding where we needed to be as a couple, that changed how we communicated about money and our goals.
We're optimistic about our future, being the connection, being with Operation Hope, and all that they made available to us. I'm looking forward to the connections that will come out of it from other people.
I am very optimistic about being able to fulfill the dreams and goals that we've had to be a blessing to others, see other people walk into their success, right? It's a pay it forward position. It's a pay it forward life. That's where real joy comes from. It's not in things, it's not in your personal success only. Exactly. It has to be a part of it where you're seeing someone else benefit and come up because of your contribution.
Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? I know you guys are enjoying that meal right now. You having a good time so far? All right, all right. Now I know you're finishing up lunch, and I know there's a lot of activity and noise going on, but if we can have everybody calm down just a little bit, we have another wonderful partner spotlight for you at this moment. So ask you for your support and encouragement. If we could kind of wow, that's powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so excited about this next segment, and we call it our Partner Spotlight. And it's featuring a longstanding partner of Operation Hope, supporting the small business community, and our 1 Million Black Business Initiative, which is a 10-year initiative from 2020 to 2030. Huntington Bank has been a wonderful partner to us, producing results for the small business community. And you're going to hear some fantastic results tied to our partnership. And so I'm pleased to announce one of the leaders of Huntington Bank, who's going to be joining us in a few seconds. Brant Stanridge is the president of Consumer Regional Banking for Huntington Bank, and it's just a blessing and pleasure to have him with us so we can really spotlight the great work of Huntington Bank. So let's give a round of applause to Brant Stanridge, Huntington Bank president, Consumer and Regional Banking. Good seeing you, man.
All right. It's great to be here.
Yeah, Brant has a long history with Operation Hope, dating back a number of years, and so I'm so appreciative that you've taken time to join us. As I was mentioning a few seconds ago about Huntington Bank, and I'm not going to steal your thunder because I know you come armed with some results and impact.
I'm fortunate to work with a good team.
That's right. Yes. That's right. Is the Huntington Bank team out there somewhere? That's right. All right. I see you. I see you. And they've been great to work with. But before we go into your initiatives and programs, I'm a firm believer that when you look at companies and organizations and institutions that are thriving, it starts with the leader. And, you've been the president of Huntington Bank on the consumer banking side for going on 3 years, I'm told. And I think it's important for people to get to know who Brant is, and what were some defining moments as part of the beginning of your journey and why you chose a career in banking and to help underserved communities in all communities.
Yeah, it's a great question. So first of all, thank you for having us here. We very much value our partnership with Operation Hope. And Lance, thank you for your friendship and engagement with our team. I really appreciate you and John having us here. And we're really excited about the work that we're collectively doing together. I'm honored to be a part of the Huntington team. A lot of the work that I'm going to describe to you in this session today happened long before I joined the company. And frankly, I just get to be here and be an advocate for an awesome team that's doing great work. To go to your question, I actually did not enter the banking industry because I had this grand vision of being here or that banking was just something that I wanted to do. I grew up on a farm in Northeast Georgia. I actually owned a chicken farm in college. And I knew nothing about the business world, absolutely nothing. But I thought if I went to work for a bank, I would learn a lot about business, and I would meet business leaders, and I would learn kind of how the world works. And then that's exactly what happened. So I joined a bank out of college, went through their leadership program, and really over some period of time got to see firsthand the impact that banks and bankers can have on individuals and communities. And that is the reason I'm still doing it.
Wow.
So really happy to be here. I do believe that we all collectively can have a massive impact on people's lives and on the trajectory of communities. And I'm personally pleased to be a part of an industry that's doing that every day.
Yeah, very good. And I could tell through your leadership how you're impacting not only lives in the community, but your own team. I've been talking to your team over the last couple of days, and they say, we love us some Brent. We love us some Brent. So
yeah, that actually didn't cost me that much.
That's right.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, just a few 20s. We're good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing a little bit about your story and why you chose this wonderful career of banking. Now, I know that just prior to the pandemic, Operation Open Huntington Bank developed this web digital program for entrepreneurs so they can go online, since we weren't able to be together in person due to the pandemic, to help them with their business plans and things of that nature. But besides that, you know, the bank realized that we need to do more. And we know that access to capital plays a huge role in empowering small businesses to help them go from surviving to thriving. Why don't you share a little bit about the Lift Local program that Huntington Bank has been doing?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. And it's a really great success story for the company, and I think lots of individual businesses. First of all, Huntington as a company has been very focused on small business for many years. In fact, 7 years in a row as the largest SBA lender in the country. So
That's right. That's right. That's it.
We clearly understand that access to capital is an important part. One of the things that the pandemic really pointed out to the company is that there was still an opportunity for diverse businesses and women-owned businesses to have better access to capital. The other thing was that the pandemic there were a number of businesses that maybe had been hobby businesses that all of a sudden became primary income for individuals. And so having access to capital was even more important. And there were really two big challenges that the company saw. Number one, there was a need for smaller dollar loans. And number two, there was a need for resources to help businesses prepare a business plan and put projections together so that they would be in the best position for a bank to be able to serve them. The company was already working on both of those, and seeing the opportunity that the pandemic really presented accelerated both of those projects, brought that together into what is today the Lift Local program. And since that period of time has been lending to literally thousands of diverse and women-owned businesses in amounts from $100,000 to $150,000 to help launch businesses.
That's right. And why don't you share some of the amazing impacts and outcomes? Because I'm telling you all, very impressive.
Yeah, so since the pandemic, this program has generated over 2,200 new businesses, $153 million in capital.
Wait, say that again.
$153 million in capital.
Supporting small businesses, y'all.
Of those businesses, a third of them are Black-owned businesses. A third of them are women-owned businesses.
Yeah, that's right.
And 10% of them are Latinx businesses.
Okay, that's right.
So, and then we have a number of other veteran-owned businesses and other diverse groups that represent the rest. So we're very pleased. We have 2,200 individuals today that are enrolled in your entrepreneurial education program through this, because that ongoing education is a really important part of what Lift Local is about. And there have been, either through the education components or through a direct loan, we've served more than 4,400 businesses. So really proud of the work of the team and what they're doing.
Yeah, very good. Putting capital in the hands of small businesses so they can thrive. You're hearing the results thanks to Huntington Bank under Brand's leadership. So I know that there's another initiative that you're going to extend on top of Lift Local, and I think we have a video to show you, and it's tied to their Seeds of Growth initiative. So if we can play the video, please.
It's very lonely when you start a company. The books aren't there. You have to really figure it out for yourself. I was very close to just chucking it.
I almost quit this business because I didn't know how to get resources. Events like this is important because it brings together so many people with so many resources.
Coming here today has really shown me that there are other people that actually care for someone like me.
We are in Chicago for our grand finale of our Small Business Seeds for Growth events. This is our 11th event that we've done. We are partnering with organizations that are out in the community working with small business owners.
What we wanted to do with Small Business Seeds for Growth was bring in business owners and say you are surrounded by this community of support.
We have a marketplace, we have resources, financial literacy support here.
And we're going to talk about access to capital, one of the biggest impediments for diverse individuals.
Sometimes it's hard going through the internet, getting on when it could be right here in front of you, so it makes it easier to connect with the resources that we need.
Estos eventos para mí son una gran apertura para poder darme a conocer con diferentes negocios.
To be in this capacity, having lunch and networking and growing together, that's a foundation for a great relationship.
Definitivamente me estoy llevando muchísimos recursos. Me interesa tanto seguir aprendiendo de lo que Huntington Bank tiene que ofrecernos.
It's really designed to allow us to get to know the entrepreneur. Then it gives us an opportunity to create awareness of the Lift Local program.
Huntington's Lift Local Business is a small business lending program for minority, women, and veteran small business owners.
It gets the capital in the hands of people that need it most, but it takes down some of the barriers that have been in place with some small business owners.
One of our goals is to demystify the banking process for folks. We're just real people trying to help them grow their business.
It brings a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. It's empowering, it's uplifting.
Being here has opened up my eyes to things that I didn't know. With having a meeting with a bank, I didn't know that I should sit down and build a relationship with my banker, so I'm doing that tomorrow.
If we get these businesses to grow, then we're talking about employment opportunities, we're talking about bringing wealth into some communities. It helps these small businesses fulfill their dreams.
We're showing up and having real conversations. I think it really goes back to our purpose. We look out for people.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And what I like about that, and I want you to elaborate in terms of Seeds of Growth, it shows that Huntington Bank and the Lift Local program is not just a typical loan program. And so the fact that you're expanding upon the loan program is awesome. So can you share a little bit about Seeds of Growth?
Yeah, so the Seeds of Growth program, it's a program that we're facilitating around our footprint. And it really brings a few things together that are important for new businesses. Number one, it brings the resources of the community to those businesses. I mean, a number of you in this room support new business owners in the work that you do, but those business owners may not have access to you or not know about you. And so by working with the not-for-profit organizations in a specific community to host a forum where other community partners that support business can be there and introduce them, we think is very, very important to those businesses' success. Second thing we do is to give them a chance to showcase what they do. So you heard the term that we have a marketplace set up. So we will literally have businesses there that will display their work of what they do, and other businesses can purchase from them. But it certainly is a chance for them to showcase their work. And then the third is really providing access to experts. So typically at these events, we will have a panel of business owners that have been through different stages of operating, owning, starting a business. And what I have found personally in being a part of it is the businesses that participate really get a lot from hearing from others that have been in their shoes. And so we have a tool in Lift Local to be able to support their capital access needs. We now have a forum to bring them together. And as you heard one of our colleagues in the video say, this is just about looking out for people.
That's right. Very good. I know we have a couple of minutes left, and I know we have a number of financial institutions in the audience, whether it's our sponsors or partners of Operation Hope. Can you share any thoughts for them, any institutions that are focusing on small business lending? What advice can you give them when it comes to working with small businesses?
Well, we believe, first of all, that the education component married with the access to capital is very important. Putting a business in a position to be able to put a business plan together, formulate and create projections that are realistic and give that business owner a sense of what is possible and gives the bank a sense of what's possible is an important aspect of then being able to lend to that individual. And then having an efficient process where you can make loans to very new startup businesses is also an important component. The program that we provide, we have loan amounts as small as $1,000. We do not charge an origination fee. We actually pay the fees to the SBA. We offer free banking for 3 years to that business owner, and then they have the opportunity to participate in an ongoing education program that we believe helps to support the growth of their business. I would share that we would love to see more and more banks have programs similar, and I know many of you in here do already. And we are very, very open to sharing thoughts and ideas of how we can collectively work as an industry to support the growth of more businesses.
Yeah, very good. That's right. That's right. And for those of you who have an interest in knowing more about Lift Local and Seeds of Growth, the Huntington Bank team are going to be at the table with 1MBB afterwards, so go out and see them. Did you like what you heard just now? Let's give Huntington Bank a round of applause and Brant Stanridge a round of applause for his leadership. Yeah, thank you.
Lance, it's great to be with you.
Same here.
I'm Christian Janetsky, president of FanDuel Group. FanDuel is committed to giving back to the communities in which we operate. We believe that supporting proven financial literacy programs is a natural extension of our work to promote and empower responsible gaming. Betting is meant to be a form of entertainment, and as part of FanDuel's commitment to promote responsible play, we encourage those who choose to wager to set a budget and always play within their financial means. Managing a budget effectively requires financial management skills, and we believe we can play a role in expanding access to financial education and money management resources to more communities across America. FanDuel is committed to giving back to the communities in which we operate, and we believe that supporting proven financial literacy programs is a natural extension of our work to promote and empower responsible gaming. What drew us to Operation Hope is the organization's demonstrated leadership in financial literacy and the impact they're making through their range of programs and initiatives to promote economic empowerment. The Hope Inside program provides accessible, hands-on guidance that equips people with the tools to achieve financial success. We at FanDuel are proud to support an organization making such a meaningful difference on an issue we're passionate about. Although we're still in the early phases of our partnership together, it's been encouraging to see the progress we've already made with Operation Hope. In 2024, we've contributed $2.5 million in financial support to expand and promote the Hope Inside coaching program in Massachusetts, Kentucky, and Vermont. Through support from FanDuel, coaches are offering virtual and in-person financial health sessions at no cost to residents of these states with a focus on strategies to build savings, improve credit scores, and decrease debt. And in Massachusetts, Hope Inside coaches are collaborating with the Massachusetts Council on Gaming and Health, a nonprofit focused on helping individuals struggling with gambling to promote the program as a resource for those dealing with gambling-related issues. Beyond FanDuel's support of the expansion of the Hope Inside program, we're also excited to broaden our partnership with Operation Hope to offer financial literacy resources for our own customers. Operation Hope has developed educational resources for parents as well, which will be distributed through our new program, Trusted Voices, Conversations About Betting, a resource hub that aims to encourage and equip parents to have informed and proactive conversations about gambling and its associated risks. We're also appreciative of opportunities for FanDuel colleagues to participate in skills-based volunteerism and mentorship in support of Operation Hope's 1 Million Black Businesses initiative. We hope to continue to build our partnership with Operation Hope with a focus on shared goals, and most importantly, we hope to demonstrate real positive impact for the communities in which we operate.
All right, your bellies are full? The desserts looked amazing. I didn't taste any. Did anybody leave me anything? We're excited to continue with this wonderful program, and I first want us to give a big round of applause to both Lance and Brant again for their wonderful conversation. Let's hear it for them. And Huntington Bank. Let's hear it for Huntington Bank and what they're doing. Okay, so we have another all-star session for you, as we always do at this event. We're going to unpack the future of democracy. How about that? So, yes, let's talk about it. Let's be about it. So please welcome the national political correspondent for Politico, Meredith McGraw, the Secretary of the great state of Georgia, the Honorable Brad Raffensperger, the President and CEO of the LBJ Foundation, and ABC News presidential historian Mark Updegrove, and White House correspondent for USA Today, Francesca Chambers. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, thank you so much for being here, everyone. And we have got a lot to get to today. And knowing this group, we probably won't get to all of it, but we're going to try and do our best. All right, so let's get to it. Mark, I really want to start with you. I know you're in the hot seat. I want to start with you and the 2024 election. The primary argument that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris made in their campaigns was that former President Donald Trump was a danger to democracy because he refused to concede the 2020 election. He called for the arrest and prosecution of his political enemies and displayed authoritarian tendencies. He went on to win every single battleground state, including Georgia, and the Electoral College and the national popular vote. So why don't you think that that was an effective argument, and how should we read the results of the 2024 election?
Thank you, Francesca, and thank you all for having us. May I just start off by saying we're talking about the future of democracy, and we have democracy here on stage. Democracy is so well represented here on stage. You don't have a healthy democracy without the fourth estate, without the press. And you have two active members of the press in Meredith and Francesca, and you don't have a healthy democracy without those who aren't willing to uphold it. The principles of our nation are just ideas etched in parchment unless we are willing to enact them. And sitting to my right is a very courageous public servant who was willing to do so. So this is democracy to a large extent. Francesca, to answer your question, I think, look, we saw democracy play out on election night. We had a free and fair election, and the American people voted Donald Trump as their president, the first non-consecutive presidency since Grover Cleveland. He will be both our 45th and 47th president. I think I was pleased that he not only got the Electoral College, but to your point, he got the popular vote. He got all of the swing states. This was a decisive victory for Donald Trump. And we as Americans have to abide by that. We have to accept the results of the election. That's part of the bargain about being an American. I think you're right. He did flout democratic norms during the course of his presidency. I think that January 6th was nothing less than treason, trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. But at the end of the day, I think Donald Trump won for two reasons. He won because of economic discontent and cultural disaffection, cultural disconnection by so many. And that was stronger for many Americans then was this threat to democracy, which we've been talking about ever since Donald Trump descended that shiny escalator of Trump Tower in 2015.
Mr. Secretary of State, who he said we can call him Brad, so we'll refer to you that way moving forward. Were those arguments from Democrats overblown in your view?
Well, obviously, post-2020 election, it was a wild time. We lived through it. But at the end of the day, I still think that our democracy is healthy. If you look in Georgia, we had record turnout. We had 5.3 million people that voted in this election, a record number. We had record turnout, and people really participated in the election. And I think when people participate, and then you have free, fair, and fast elections like we had in Georgia, that they're very accurate. You may not like the results, but you can't argue with the results because that's what the free will of the people was. But I think it actually shows a healthy democracy, and I think there should be healthy debate. I think that as a conservative, I should be able to show up anywhere and have a respectful conversation. And really, that's what we did in the General Assembly. Even though I sat next to a Democrat on both sides, we always had respectful conversations. And I do think that's one of the things we have to really lean into and get back to in America. You can have strongly held views, but I think we need to have strong conversations, respectful conversations. But I think right now it is healthy. America has a lot of issues, and we have a lot of things to work on. So the politics is really done. Now it's to get back to business because, we conservatives have run out a plank about economic issues, a strong board. And my job is to make sure we have fair elections for everyone. And when you're the president of the United States, you work for everyone. And trying to bring people together, I think, is really important.
Meredith, Trump's victory was decisive, as we have discussed, and he even expanded his electorate. Why do you think that so many Americans decided to give him a second chance?
Well, I think in elections, people are always looking for the change candidate. Go to the top of the ticket after President Biden stepped down. I think she and her campaign really struggled to articulate to the American people how they were going to affect change and how they were going to differentiate themselves, I think, from the Biden administration. And I think she ran a very hard-fought campaign. But I do think some of the economic realities of the past few years, like inflation, we saw in a lot of the exit polls that was still a top concern for a lot of Americans, and especially that undecided, very small slice of the electorate. It was a close election, and it was a really small slice of the electorate that decided things, and their concerns about the economy really were top of
perception from voters that Trump would be better on the economy, that they would be better off if he was president. Why do you think that was?
I just think there was better messaging. I mean, Donald Trump is a strong man. He has the image of a strong man, the person who is the only one who can fix a problem. That may or may not be true, but much of the American people believe that message, that he is able to fix the economy. Much of the inflation that we saw was a hangover from the Trump presidency, as it happens, because of COVID, supply chains, and so forth. But Trump had a better ability to talk about the fact that he could fix it and had more credibility. I think, frankly, the image of him as a business person, that's the image that he projected in The Apprentice. That's the image he projected as our 45th president. And it was the image he projected as a candidate in this election cycle. And it was more powerful, to Meredith's point, than the messaging from Kamala Harris, who I think ran an enormously effective campaign. She had only 13 weeks to do so. We can't discount the fact that she really didn't have a fulsome opportunity to really want change. The pendulum naturally swings in American history from one side to the next. And we had a dramatic swing on which was an effective message in this election cycle, and obviously it won out.
Brad, she had economic plans. Do you think she just didn't explain how she'd bring down costs well enough for Americans?
Well, it gets into politics, and I try and stay out of that as Secretary of State, but I don't think for Americans, for Georgians, of rural, urban, that we had, income had not increased at that same level. People were hurting. And so there was an awful lot of economic issues. And then really, the border had been open, and it been open at a level that we hadn't ever seen before. And there's really on her side, concern about crime that's coming across, and then also concern about the drug issue. And as a sovereign nation, I've always believed that we should have secure borders, and there should be a lawful path for immigration and towards citizenship. I think most Americans agree with that. But it just, it was really, for several years, it was just really out of control. And so it was just a really deep hole for her to try and dig out of. And obviously, I think that's really what proved out in the polling also.
Meredith, over the weekend, the president-elect said in an interview that he would seek retribution in the form of success. What are you hearing from your sources about that? And
of the past election with Trump was retribution, and was how during the campaign, how Donald Trump would talk about wanting to seek retribution. But I think what we saw in this interview over the weekend with NBC's Kristen Wall, Attorney General, to go after his enemies unless they find that they've done something unlawful and they're worthy of being investigating, but he's not going to go after them. And yet retribution is something that we have heard him talk about over and over again on the campaign trail. And so while I think it was a major theme for him, I do think that was an interesting moment in him saying that he is not going to be looking towards the past, even though that was, again, such a big part of his argument.
And Mr. Secretary of State, you know better than anyone here what it's like to be on the other end of a Trump pressure campaign. Do you have confidence that the nation's system of
affairs, if you look at what we have going on in Lebanon, in Ukraine, and Gaza, and now Syria, they're going to be very busy with foreign affairs. And many people sometimes put some focus on this. And you only have so many hours in a day, so they're going to be pretty busy with a lot of different issues. And as an American, I wish them all the very best. That we all want peace. We all want peace through strength. We want great economic times. We want economic opportunity. And as a manufacturing, person, I had a manufacturing plant in Columbus and also in Forsyth County. I think I'm very hopeful that we're going to bring more manufacturing back to America. Just think about it, in the 80s in Georgia, we had GM Doraville, and then we had Ford down in Hapeville. Those are good paying jobs. And so if we can bring things like that back to America, and I think you can do a lot of that through incentives. The first product goes out the door, you can then write off your entire investment. I think you'll see an awful lot of investment for manufacturing come back to America. And I think that would...
What do you expect from Trump's presidency and America's relationships with democracies around the world?
Francesca, let me just contextualize, if I can go back to the election for a second. But kitchen table issues always play a vital role in any election. It's not only looking forward to the future, it's often based on kitchen table issues, unless there's a bigger external issue that we need to face, a world war, 9/11, something like that. But this harkened back, this election harkened back to two in recent years. One was, when one-term presidents were trying to get reelected. One was Jimmy Carter. Ronald Reagan faced Jimmy Carter, the incumbent president, and he asked Americans, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And overwhelmingly, Americans believed that they weren't better off, primarily because of an inflationary economy. And guess what? Ronald Reagan wins in a landslide. George H.W. Bush is president in 1988. He runs for re-election in 1992. The economy is starting to slow. He's raised taxes despite a promise he made not to do so. Gets challenged by Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton's political advisor, James Carville, tells him, look, the message is easy. It's the economy, stupid. People are worried about kitchen table issues. They're worried about the economy. And guess what? Those two incumbent presidents were defeated by these challengers based on that economic. So this happens pretty frequently. I think in terms of foreign policy, I don't know. That's one of the things that I worry about. We saw a very weakened NATO during the first Trump administration. I think one of the things that President Biden should get credit for is revitalizing NATO, particularly around the liberation of Ukraine from Russian invasion. Trump has shown he has a fascination with autocrats, including Vladimir Putin. So that's something I worry about. We have a foreign policy philosophy that has been upheld by every president since Franklin Roosevelt that has more or less kept the peace, kept security in the world, by and large, since World War II. And I don't want to see that disrupted. We'll see what happens with foreign policy. But one more point, that is, and you made the point, Mr. Secretary, you can run on one thing, but circumstances can deal you a very different hand. George W. Bush ran as the education president. He intended to reform our education system. That's how he wanted to be remembered. That's what was an effective message to get him the presidency, and then 9/11 happened. So there are things that a president can't foresee that play a major role in directing his presidency.
Well, let's talk about some of those appointments that could play a major role in his presidency. Meredith, the president-elect has made a flurry of appointments since he won the election. Several of them have been controversial. 2 have already dropped out. Can you take us inside of that process, especially his economic picks?
Yeah. It's been a flurry of announcements in a very short amount of time. When Trump was doing his transition back in 2016, it was all in front of the public eye at Trump Tower. You are all familiar with the images of the big gold elevators, and they had press set up, and people would be paraded through. So you always had a good idea of who was being interviewed for the job and who Trump was talking to. Now it's all being held behind closed doors down at Mar-a-Lago. In one of those big gilded ballrooms that they have there, they have tables set up where his team is sitting around, and they actually have television screens so Trump can watch how people perform on television, and that's part of how he thinks of some of these picks. If you notice, there's a big Fox News theme with a lot of the people that he has selected for his cabinet. He really feels that, I think, if they're a good communicator on television, they'll be a good communicator of his policies in his government. So some of these picks, I'll be honest with you, surprised me. They were not on anybody's list, nobody's bingo cards. I can't tell you that Pete Hegseth was somebody that people saw coming for his nominee for Secretary of Defense, and his nomination really hangs in the balance on Capitol Hill. But, he's also brought some, a really, I would say, a MAGA mosaic of people into his cabinet. It's really, some of these people have very conflicting ideas, I think, of how the world works and really what Trump's political movement means. So I'm going to be watching over the next several years as I'm covering this story, how these different ideologies that Trump's cabinet picks are bringing to the table really are working. You brought up Trump's economic picks. I think from Wall Street there was a sigh of relief when he picked Scott Bessent. He is a hedge fund manager who is very well known on Wall Street. And it's been interesting to look back on some of his comments about tariffs in particular. We've all heard about how Donald Trump likes to wield and use tariffs. On the campaign trail, he would say things like he thinks tariff is the most beautiful word in the world, more beautiful than love, and things like that. So it sort of shows you how much importance he puts on tariffs as not only a part of his economic agenda, but also his national security agenda as well. And Scott Bessent was somebody who said he thinks of tariffs as like a loaded gun you put on the table that is ready to deploy, but it seems like he views tariffs more as sort of an economic threat than something that they'll be using. Yet at the same time, Donald Trump has made clear that he really feels that tariffs are something that he wants to be part of the implementation of his government from day one. And you saw how Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau came down to Mar-a-Lago to make a visit with him after Trump had threatened 25% tariffs on Canadian imports. So that's going to be a big part of all of it as well.
Brad, you talked earlier about the U.S. Senate needing to do its job. Is there anyone on Trump's cabinet list who you think that the Senate should reject? I mean, you know a couple of the people he's picked.
No, I haven't really paid that much attention. We've been finishing up the election, and really we're getting ready for next session. And that's really a federal issue, and it's going to be what it's going to be. I just have to lean in and trust, the Senate will do their job. The president nominates good people, and they get down to business. And that's really why when you're given responsibility, your job is to do your job and make things happen. So I'm still kind of enjoying the election we had here in Georgia. We got pretty high approval ratings, and we worked hard at that. And if they put that same effort at thinking out of the box, but making things better for everyday Americans, they'll have success.
And Mark, as we come to a close here, you talked earlier about the pendulum swing in America, and you were drawing some comparisons, I think, between 1968 and LBJ and what we've seen more recently with President Joe Biden deciding not to run for re-election. Could you put that in a little bit more context for us and tell us what you do see for the future of American democracy?
It's a big question for a short amount of time. But again, you see these radical swings one way or another. Sometimes they're a little more modest. I mentioned George H.W. Bush to Bill Clinton. Not a big swing, right? There wasn't a huge difference in policy. This is as big a difference between candidates and administrations as I've seen in my lifetime. To go from Barack Obama to Donald Trump to Joe Biden back to Donald Trump, those are some major swings. And I think it reflects how much is going on in the world, how much we have changed. A lot of that's economically driven. That's because of the economy and how many variables there are in this economy, how much dramatically things have changed. But the one thing I think we can agree on, whether we're swinging one way or another, is that we want our president to succeed. And we're about to inaugurate our 47th president, and I think as Americans, we should all wish him success and hope for the very best as we go forward as a nation.
Well, thank you. We are out of time. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming.
Thank you very much, Francesca.
Let's hear it for that wonderful panel. Let's hear it for them. Thank you. Great job, everybody. Get their photo op here. So we've talked about the future of democracy. We've talked about the future of sports. We've talked about the future of workplace wellness and so much more today. And we're going to take a little break right now and until about 3 o'clock, okay? But there are some things that you can do. There's some compelling idea lab breakout sessions that you can get involved in. So you can go next door, or you can go up to the 3rd floor for these breakout sessions. You can also go visit our Opportunity Hub. That's a good place to go. There's a wellness lounge. Just the word wellness should make you want to go there. And that's on the 3rd floor. And then there's the Truist Lounge. I should say the Truist Lounge is what's on the 3rd floor. So go and enjoy what's out there, and then come back here at 3 o'clock for more dynamic conversations. Thank you.
Please exit the ballroom now so we can prepare for the next session. We'll see you soon.
see all these connections, between you and your employees, between your customers and your communities, between your business and the greater good. It's our belief that running a business is about more than making money. It's about making people's lives better. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Together. Huntington, welcome.
Leo, por favor, invítala acá.
No, dale, eso no pasa.
Oh, por favor.
No, para mí. Para todos.
When the game you love loves you back. Priceless. Mastercard, proud sponsor of the CONMEBOL Copa America.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
We see all these connections between you and your employees, between your customers and your communities, between your business and the greater good. It's our belief that running a business is about more than making money. It's about making people's lives better. So let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Together. Huntington, welcome.
Leo, por favor, invítala acá.
No, dale, eso no pasa.
Oh, por favor.
No, para mí. Para todos.
When the game you love loves you back. Priceless. Mastercard, proud sponsor of the CONMEBOL Copa America.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
Welcome, everyone. Please take your seat. Our program will begin momentarily. Welcome, everyone. Please take your seat and silence your cell phones. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Chief Inclusion Officer for Mastercard, Mr. Randall M. Tucker.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Great. It's truly a pleasure to be here at the Hope Global Forum. There's a lot of power and passion for dignity, for justice, and equality in the room. Many of us share the belief that if we work together, we can create a better, more inclusive world. We have seen the impact we can make step by step, community by community. Mastercard and Operation Hope have partnered for more than a decade to deliver digital technology and financial education and resources to uplift communities around the country, from consumers to small businesses to young people. As Chief Inclusion Officer at Mastercard, I'm deeply inspired by all the work being done here by this commitment in this room. This is what inclusion is all about. It's about bringing people together. It's about recognizing that our differences are not our barriers, but strengths. Opening doors, enabling equal opportunities and empowering people. This is a mission that touches every corner of the world and every aspect of our work. Inclusion is a driver of innovation and growth because at the core, inclusion is about building a future where everyone, everywhere, has equal access to opportunity. After this, you will hear from a panel of amazing folks on the future of inclusion, exploring the path ahead. But before we look forward, I want to reflect on what inclusion truly means and how it remains at the center of everything that we do as a driver for innovation and growth. At Mastercard, we are committed to doing well by doing good. We grow by bringing more people in more places together on our network. That's how we open new markets for our business and create long-term customers. It's just not good for the world, but it's good for the bottom line. Our business thrives when these individuals and businesses prosper. So we have committed bringing 1 billion people and 50 million small micro businesses into the digital economy by 2025. I say it again, we've committed to bringing 1 billion and 50 million small and micro businesses into the digital economy by 2025 and provide 25 million women entrepreneurs with solutions to grow their businesses. Now that is what doing well by doing good means. Empowering people, powering economies, and doing so in a way that connects people with the opportunities they seek. This helps us deliver the results our shareholders expect and results that help communities thrive. I'm proud to say that we have reached and exceeded both of our small business goals ahead of schedule and are tracking strongly towards hitting the 1 billion milestone as well. But our commitment to small business and financial inclusion doesn't expire in 2025. We are focused on supporting the small and medium-sized businesses that make up 90% of businesses worldwide. Small businesses account for more than half of global employment. And when small businesses succeed, communities and societies thrive. Economic divides narrow, and we get closer to a more equitable future. Both my parents own small businesses in their retirement. My dad was in the electrical engineering space, and my mom owned a greenhouse. So I've seen firsthand how these entrepreneurs and enterprises are the backbone of our global economy, and how everyone can benefit when these businesses get the support they need. For Mastercard, it's all about the network and connections we provide. We connect billions of consumers and businesses around the world, enabling them to make payments that are safe as well as simple. Whether you are a multinational corporation or a small stand or a farm stand at a farmer's market, our technology allows you to accept whatever way your customers choose to pay. We're dedicated to meeting businesses where they are with solutions that are reliable, that are effective, and secure. So they never have to worry again about getting paid on time, or dealing with the safety and security risks like theft and counterfeiting that still plague non-digital transactions. But we know how hard small businesses struggle to succeed. Whether it's securing financing to cover upfront costs or getting the technology necessary to power digital payments for their customers. The Mastercard Strive program, based in our Center for Inclusive Growth, is specifically designed to help break down some of these barriers and connect small businesses to the networks and resources they need. Mastercard Strives bring together financial service providers, support organizations, and technology platforms to help small businesses get the funding they need, go digital, and gain access to tools to reach customers where they are, and access networks and resources that can help them develop new skills and grow their capabilities. As of today, Mastercard Strive is live in more than 20 countries around the globe, and each program is tailored to the needs of the small business in that market. Before any launch in any location, we work with our colleagues in region to understand the unique challenges and opportunities that figure out the partners on the ground that can put these programs in place and make the connections. Let's watch a quick video on Mastercard Strive so you can get a feel for what it looks like in practice.
Everyday small business owners turn imagination into reality. Their determination and ambition create jobs and fuel the economy. In fact, small businesses employ almost half of America's workers. This is a pivotal moment for our nation's entrepreneurs. They've launched new businesses in record numbers in recent years, and the federal government has unlocked tens of billions of dollars to support them. These resources are critical because on average, only 1 out of every 2 small businesses makes it through the first 5 years. This historic funding needs to reach business owners who can put the money to work immediately and effectively. We have to act now. Mastercard Strive USA has set up shop across the country with one goal: to connect resources to the entrepreneurs who need them. That means making it easier for businesses to get the capital they need when they need it. It means making sure entrepreneurs have the tools to go digital so they can increase revenue. And it means connecting them to customers, mentors, organizations, and programs that help them grow their networks and their know-how, building a foundation that's meant to last. Over the next 5 years, Strive USA and our partners will do what it takes to ensure 5 million small businesses reach their full potential. There's historic momentum behind small businesses. Let's keep going. We are Strive USA.
Thank you. Since we launched Mastercard Strive in 2021, we've reached 12 million small businesses owners worldwide. As of September the 30th, 2024, Mastercard Strive has supported the deployment of $44.5 billion in capital for small businesses in the U.S. alone. I'm going to say that one more time. Mastercard Strive supported deployment of $44.5 billion in capital for small businesses in the U.S. alone. And of course, numbers never show the full story. To understand these impacts, you need to talk to the small business owners and entrepreneurs themselves. Owners like Thalia Shaw of Sparkle Lighting, who told us that the Mastercard Strive helped her improve her understanding of digital marketing. And her new learnings allowed her to double her output. That's right, they helped her to double her output. Let's hear now from what it looks like from another small business in my home state of Virginia.
I've always loved books. Growing up, I was a reader. I clearly remember being at my grandparents' house. They had a pecan tree, and I would crawl up in the pecan tree and sit there all day reading, usually things that I shouldn't have.
I wanted to open a used bookstore probably for decades. I was a lit major in college and grew up around books and collected many, many books. I had in mind a quaint little used bookstore. We very quickly realized that to keep the doors open, to pay the bills, we would have to sell new books.
One of the most important things that we use is we're able to take credit card sales outside of the store. That's been huge for us. We have a lot of book fairs and pop-ups. We couldn't do any of that without the ability to take credit card sales. We certainly couldn't operate as a cash-only business. We hardly ever see cash anymore. Almost everything is digital transactions, and particularly people like tap to pay.
So I think when you look at electronic payments like credit cards, for example, for small business owners, it really becomes really important to get up to date on a lot of that technology. The Mastercard Strive grant really has allowed us to enhance our data analytics. And basically what that data analytics does for us is to identify small businesses throughout the region that may not be close to a CDFI or a bank, to do the kind of mapping to show where those gaps and voids are throughout the region as it relates to small business owners, and then match CDFIs with those small businesses.
I think the most important thing is that the money you spend here keeps us here. So all of the money you spend is going to a brick and mortar store in your community that is serving the community.
So to reiterate a few of the main points that we heard, these local businesses are not just businesses. They are where neighbors come together and strengthen local cultures and connections. Credit card acceptance, especially outside the physical confines of the store, is critical to the success of their business. It allows them to do business around the clock. Their customers want convenience and choice. Our technology helps to support that. Cards give merchants like these a guaranteed payment. Digital payments have security baked into them and their customers from the potential of fraud. Our digital world gives businesses like Blacksburg Books more insights into their operations to close gaps that previously existed. And other efforts help to further connect small businesses with CDFIs and banks. Now, you saw all of this in 2-minute videos. At Mastercard, we see this billions of times a year. Every time someone swipes, they tap or dips their card, and it happens in a blink of an eye. When small businesses connect to the digital economy, it helps level the playing field for these entrepreneurs who are so essential to keeping our economies and communities growing. And sometimes all it takes is a helping hand to open the door, to make the connection, to be included. So let me end where I started. Inclusion is about opportunity, about harnessing more of the strength we find. When more people in more places have access to opportunity, nowhere is it more evident than when we help small businesses and micro entrepreneurs achieve financial inclusion. And watch how they uplift entire societies for greater progress. So thank you for the work that each of you do to support this progress. Mastercard is committed to being a partner in this work, because when everyone is included, we all win. Thank you.
Thank you, Randall. Wasn't that great? Don't we appreciate Mastercard's commitment to financial inclusion? And they do it here, and they do it all around the world. So we're going to continue with our look into the future. Our next session is a look at the future of what? Opportunity. So please welcome the founder of the Dream Machine Innovation Labs and CNN contributor, Mr. Van Jones, the executive director of Ares Management and the principal owner of our hometown Atlanta Hawks, Tony Ressler, and the chief correspondent for Bloomberg and host of Bloomberg Business of Sports, Jason Kelly. Give them all a round of applause.
Right. Well, hi, everyone. It's
great to be back here in the ATL. Go Hawks, by the way. You guys are looking really good.
Well, not the last game. But we're doing okay.
We're taking it as a whole. We're taking it as a whole. You're headed to New York tomorrow night for NBA Cup, so good luck in the world's most famous arena. So I'm sure everyone in this audience can appreciate, and I said this as we were walking out, it's not intimidating at all to be interviewing Van Jones. Not at all. No, not, I don't have any trepidation about that whatsoever. In fact, I said, you can feel free to ask questions too, if you want. So the future of opportunity, small topic. We're going to solve everything here. It's so interesting to have the two of you. You are both public figures in different ways. Tony, you were not a public figure, and then you bought a basketball team, and all of a sudden everybody knows who you are, especially around here. Van, you've had such an interesting career working inside the government, outside the government, in the nonprofit world, in the for-profit world, commentating, et cetera. I want to talk about a number of different things over the course of this conversation, but I want to start with that sort of public-private bridge. Sometimes it's a broken bridge. How do we solve that? How do we get these two sides, and if they are two sides, to work together effectively? This is what it feels like you spend a lot of your time thinking about, Van.
Well, I just have to tell you a little bit about my trajectory and what I'm learning along the way. I come out of the public sector. I got a chance to be Obama's green job czar. I've worked successfully with the Bush administration, the Trump administration as an advocate, getting federal legislation done on a bipartisan basis. Went to law school. And the business world to me has been completely bizarre. It's taken me a long time to realize that it's almost the opposite of, like for instance, for us, we focus a lot on values, right? Fairness and inclusion, like values. Business focuses on value, right? What you bringing, and is it worth anything? And that's not how we talk or think. And so I also think that for black folks, the imagination of black progress is very much about the public sector. It was a march on Washington. Right? It wasn't a march on Wall Street, right? It's Barack Obama, it's Thurgood Marshall, it's a lot of politics. You go to any black barbershop, it's smarter on politics than any PhD program at the Ivy League. And yet, that's just a very small part of power. Washington, D.C., the democracy, wonderful. But you can get on a train and go up to Wall Street and hit Wall Street, go up to New York City, hit Wall Street. That's big, big money. You don't see a lot of African Americans there. Hop on a plane, fly over to Silicon Valley, and you land there with the big technology companies. Not a lot of black folks there. Hop on another plane, go down to Hollywood. We're the stars, we don't own the studios. And so there are four corners of power: DC for politics, Wall Street for finance, Silicon Valley for technology, Hollywood for media. And we don't really have power positions in many of those places. We do in politics, but no place else. And so this bridge is important. Yeah. I think we need a different imagination now about what black success looks like. And the private sector has to be much more centered. And the public sector needs to, those of us who are in politics and policy, should be trying to help business success, not substitute for it with programs or that kind of stuff, but really, what do our businesses need from a policy point of view, and prioritize that. And I think that's going to be a big shift over the next decade in terms of even how we imagine black success.
So Tony, come on in here, because Van, not surprisingly, gives you a really good setup, I think, for a lot of the work you're doing here in Atlanta. I'm a hometown boy here. I grew up here, started my career working for the Atlanta Business Chronicle and covered the Olympics for the AJC. I love Atlanta. And it's interesting, I've known you for a number of years. You love Atlanta. You bought this team, and I'm not sure you knew what you were getting into in a lot of different ways. But I think one of the things you didn't fully understand, if I may be so bold, is what Atlanta was as a community, and sort of, you talk about opportunity, what the potential was to unlock and to also start to attack some problems that are very important to you and some challenges that are very important to you. Talk about some of the work you've done, because you are something of a bridge now, because I would argue a sports team is a public asset. At least a lot of people in this room feel like they can tell you what you should do with that team.
And did.
And have, and do all the time, and will more. But in all seriousness, you have talked about the idea that this puts you in a position where you can affect the conversation and maybe be a bridge builder between the public and private sectors.
Well, again, looking at myself as a bridge builder, I look at myself really as staying in my lane of what I understand in the private sector. And the more time I spend with Van, and I've known Van a while, he does understand the public sector in the true sense, not just government, but also being a public person and having a voice, and yet understanding the private sector. For me, it's really all about the private sector, and where I never relied on, I never had a high degree of confidence in what the public sector could do for the community, for the government, for the individual, for any community. I really do look at the private sector, particularly people that work in the private sector, in an effort to make the world a better place. And some people think that's crazy. That's just counterintuitive. And it's not. If you own a basketball team, hopefully anywhere, but certainly in the great city of Atlanta, Georgia, you're a member, you're part of the community. And the idea that we're investing in black entrepreneurship and K-12 education, and if you will, all sorts of local businesses to be a better member of the community, that's what we're supposed to be doing, I would argue. I think to say that we have 50 acres in downtown Atlanta, many people used to call it the Gulch. Hopefully we'll start referring to it as Centennial Yards. You're going to see 6-7 million square feet built downtown Atlanta that has 30-35% minority contractors, that has 20% affordable housing, that has and will transform downtown Atlanta so that it has as good a downtown as Metro Atlanta has been. So yes, but even in my day job, I'm the chairman of a large public investment firm called Ares Management, and we haven't had enough young people of color in our industry. And we created something called Alt Finance Corp. Again, this is a private sector initiative. We went to a group of black colleges. We brought curriculum, mentorship, hiring. We got 3 firms, 2 in addition to Ares, Oak Tree Capital and Apollo Management. And we funded a 10-year, $90 million commitment to bringing more people of color into our industry so that they have a better chance of succeeding in that industry. But thank you. Again, I don't mean to, all I'm saying is if many of us that stay in our lane, I don't have the voice that Van has, certainly. But what I do have is an ability to impact businesses to actually be better members of the community. And I would argue more and more companies should try to think that way. I think it's better for their business. The vast majority of our employees would agree with me, I promise you, at the Atlanta Hawks, at Ares, at Centennial Yards.
And so, Van, hearing something like that, which is at least an attempt to, you talked about the 4 corners, to, have some impact on Wall Street. And we're going to talk a little bit about education in a few minutes. But just picking up on what Tony was saying, how do you match policy to those sorts of efforts? I mean, there's a policy piece, obviously, to Centennial Yards because you're working with the city of Atlanta, et cetera. But how do you, what is the right way for this room of change makers and ambitious people who want to see change to use a term that Tony is familiar with, leverage what he's doing in the private sector to really make this successful?
Well, look, first of all, you're not going to have many people like him around. I just want to be real honest now. This guy is a hero. He's now going against the grain. He's going against the wind. He's still talking about opportunity. He's still talking about diversity. And if he looks to his left and his right, he's by himself as a bunch of people who look like him are running the other direction. And so we need to talk about why that is. And look, we're all friends here, and I want to just acknowledge that it's still the case. You got to be not 2 times, not 5 times, 10 times better often to get half the opportunity. And so, look, that is anybody who wants to argue about that, meet me outside. But
assuming they're smaller.
Yeah. in which case they can meet Boris outside. But guys, we got a problem. We've got a problem. The DEI is under attack, and as much as we want to blame folks who don't like us, and maybe we don't like them for it, there's something we need to start looking at here. We wanted the tape 4 years ago in the Black Lives Matter moment. You had 20 million white people marching in a pandemic for African American access. 20 million, 30 million. Dr. King never had a summer where he had 200,000 white people marching. This was a massive breakthrough. In fact, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but you could argue if you were Spock, if you were from Mars, you would say at its height, Black Lives Matter was the biggest white movement for racial justice in the history of the country. I mean, that would be an honest assessment. And yet, 4 years later, we're facing this huge backlash. I think we overestimated the capacity of a lot of everyday white folks to hear our critique of them. I'm going to say it again. I think leadership is trying to hold together these coalitions. And what I think is the everyday average white person, white guy, I'm 55, 56, a 56-year-old white guy, hearing that he needs to check his privilege. I think that may have been harder for him than we knew. I want to offend you a little bit, but it's just in the name of us trying to solve some problems here. I think there was a better way for us to frame this. Possibly. I think rather than calling somebody out, here's how I think we sound. Here's how I think we sound. You suck. You suck. You are a racist and a sexist and a bigot. Now, help me. I don't know if anybody polled this or did a focus group. That may not be as persuasive as we initially thought. Okay? You suck, vote for me. You suck, hate me. Just may not be as effective, it turns out, as we might have thought. What if we had said the opposite? What if we had said, the problem I have with you, Mr. White Man, is that you don't have enough money. You don't have enough partnerships. You don't have enough contracts. You don't have enough friends. Your children don't think you are cool enough. I want you to make more money. I want you to have more contracts. I want you to be able to go anywhere on planet Earth and do good business and come home and feed your family and have your kids think that you are awesome. And the way for you to do that is learn how to expand your skill set now to work with even more people. I'm trying to empower you to be awesome. You're awesome already, but you got some shortcomings we want to fix so you'll be more awesome. I don't know if just that might have left the door open a little bit longer. And to the extent that there are some people who are feeling very constipated right now, I'm going to try not to smack Van Jones in the hall. We have Andrew Young here. And part of the genius of an Andrew Young and the genius of a Dr. Martin Luther King is that they figured out a way to hold on to our humanity and defend our humanity and somehow not call people out, but call them up. Somehow, not just call people out, but call them in. And I think that's a leadership challenge now. I just want to just go one more step. I'm risking my life. I'm going to go one more step. I actually talked to MAGA groups. Watching for projectiles. No projectiles. I didn't say conservative. I didn't say Republican. I said MAGA groups. And I have found a way, because why? Because I work on criminal justice, as you know, trying to get people out of prison, as you know, and most of our people are locked up in red states and purple states. Not that many black folk locked up in Oregon. Black people locked up in Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee, Georgia. So I have to talk to not just Republicans, but MAGA to be successful. And here's what I've been able to say. I never lied to them. You want to hear my speech? Very short speech. I say my name is Van Jones. I'm a black activist. I used to work for Barack Obama, and now I'm on CNN, okay? So 3 strikes, I'm out. We don't have to lie to each other. I don't have to lie to you. You don't have to lie to me. You know where I'm coming from. I know where you're coming from. And based on that, you might think I'm mad at you. Based on my record, my reputation, my resume, you might think I'm mad at you. And you would be correct, but not for the reason that you think. I'm mad at you because I need you. I'm mad at you because I cannot have the country I want without you. I'm mad at you because you're some of the best people in this country. Some of you are veterans like my father. Some of you are union members like my mother. And yet I could put you in a car right now and show you in 20 minutes American children going to bed hungry. And where are you guys? I can show you American children going to bed hungry. American children who've never seen their father because their dad is dead or in a prison doing the same drugs your kids are doing right now in college. And where are you guys? Stay in your party. Don't come in my party. We got enough problems. You stay in your party. You fix your party. I'll fix mine. But what are we going to do about these damn kids? And how can we help these damn kids? These kids need you. They need your values, and you need them. They're amazing. They're amazing. You talk about our children, you don't talk to them. You talk about our children, but you don't talk to them. Stay in your party, but I'm not going to leave here until we figure out a way to help these damn kids. And I'm going to tell you, I've had grown white men with MAGA hats on, grown white men with NRA t-shirts on, come up to me, hug me, crying. How can I help? Hand me American flags from their families. Take this with you. Let those kids know we care. So I'm not saying that we don't have differences, but I think that there may be a way for us to accept this breakdown and turn it into a breakthrough, get back to Dr. King, get back to Ella Jo Baker, get back to Fannie Lou Hamer, get back to Andrew Young, and get these people called up and in and move on with our agenda.
Yeah. But
how do you see it?
So, Van, I'm not here to represent, I think it was the 56-year-old white guy, because I'm 64. So I'm not going to represent him, but I am going to suggest when you describe, I don't mean to sound cavalier about it because it's such an important topic, but maybe we don't focus as much. Either side, either MAGA, Democrat, we don't focus as much on the acronym, but focus maybe a little more on the substance.
Tell me more.
Getting every company in America to which I think you were touching on, but be more graphic. Every company in America should make the argument that being more diverse in their employee base, that being more diverse in their customer base, being more diverse in their supplier base, that's just good business.
Good business. Good business.
All right? So you get so caught up in the acronym discussion and fight And yeah, they're going to be folks. I don't want to go near acronyms. Acronyms don't generally do that much for people. But making real change in corporate America is to highlight what's good business. And committed, listen, but our firm, as an example, believes a more diverse customer base and a more diverse employee base is better for our company. More vision, more view.
Look,
That's just better business, and that's going to have an impact on corporate America over time.
Yep.
Maybe not overnight, maybe not as quickly as certain communities and certain individuals want it to, but it will have a lasting change when the community realizes what's good for their business, if you're going after the private sector, that is.
Well, I mean, look, you know more about it than anybody being a billionaire. What? I think John's mad because I said $1 billion and didn't say $12 billion. So accuracy.
You got to, instead of the word billionaire, people should use the word job creator.
Job creator.
Or entrepreneur.
Oh, yeah, we saw it last night. Exactly. So, but
it is what it is.
It is. But I do think I learn from you every day. I learn from John. I learn from others. I've been the guy banging. The reason I hope what I'm saying makes sense. I was the guy banging on the drum that I'm now saying we should put away. I was banging on the values. You should do this because of what happened to my people. You should do this because, and I think what you're saying is, just make the business case.
Yeah.
And, John Hope Bryant wrote this thing I think everybody should keep in their pocket. I keep it in my pocket, the business plan for America. John Hope Bryant's the only person I've ever met who can make the business case for inclusion and diversity, and nobody on the left or right gets mad. So we do have a way forward. I
agree.
And so to that extent, I mean, we only have a few minutes left. I don't want to end this conversation without talking about the education piece. You started to talk about it a bit, Van, and I wish we had time, because one of the questions I really wanted to ask you was sort of how you found your way to some of the work you're doing now. And maybe you can answer that in the context of the educational piece, because I know it's something that you guys both think a lot about. With Dream Machine, you're working on that specifically. Van, I think there's some overlap between Dream Machine even and alt finance in terms of the opportunity piece, which is the sort of convening factor here. So talk to us just a little bit about how the education piece helps get us there faster.
Well, I mean, when you say education, I think a lot of times people automatically think about K through 12, college, et cetera, et cetera. Dream Machine, we're focused on different kind of education. We think that what's happening with AI is something that people need to get educated on immediately. Not in 3 years, I mean over Christmas break, okay? Over Christmas break. People need to start to lean in on that. And by the way, because I won't be able to be here tomorrow, let me just say, self-education is the best education. Self-education is the best education. I'm going to give you 3 books on AI that if you don't read over the Christmas break, you will already be losing in 2025. One is automate your busy work. You don't have to hire another employee. You can maybe program an agent and save money. Number 2, the future is faster than you think. The future is faster than you think. And lastly, The Coming Wave by my brother Mustafa. Automate your busy work, the future is faster than you think, and the coming wave. The reason I say that is because we are running a campaign at a Dream Machine called Make Wakanda Real. Make Wakanda real. All this new technology that y'all supposed to be scared of, that's not a hand grenade, that's a jetpack if you pick it up and use it. And I think we have more opportunity to do more good in a shorter period of time with fewer resources now because of technology than we ever have. But we're being told to be afraid of something while everybody else is being told to embrace it. Do not be afraid of AI. Use it. We love to be a part of supporting you. We're working with John Hope Bryant on his AI Ethics Council that he is doing with Sam Altman, as he says, the Steve Jobs of the modern age. Sam Altman is working hand in hand with John Hope Bryant to make sure that we can make Wakanda real.
And so, Tony, I'd want to give you the last couple minutes here. You know, this is an audience, and I've learned this, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this thanks to John. You know, this is a room of doers. This is a room of people who are inspired, or are here to be inspired, but also here to be given some help in terms of where to go, what to do, where to place their energies. You've done some of that. What would your advice to this room be as you think about the various projects you're undertaking to help create the future of opportunity?
Well, embracing technology, of course, is high on that list, and I think that's pretty obvious. But as John often likes to highlight, it's not black or white; it's green. And you know, reaffirming yourself to a career, to something that you are committed to. By the way, just to add to the education discussion, think about it. There are so many of these elite, so-called elite colleges that not only have permitted hate on campus, but they have also highlighted their greatness is that 2%, 3% of those that apply get in. There are large, fantastic state universities that have actually highlighted what they specialize in is making sure that they educate the kids based on the jobs of the future. So we have to use education to better yourself in your post-education years. And again, we get so caught up in the problems of certain Ivy League colleges. As far as I'm concerned, they've created their own mess. But there are so many large state universities, the Arizona States of the world. People should do their homework. These are schools trying to identify the jobs of the future and make sure that they're educating in much larger numbers kids for the future. This is how an economy is supposed to work. So if people are talking about, and most everyone here, you try to better yourself, it means you want to be really good at something and focus on the future. Embracing technology is one. In my particular area, I would say that capital markets and access to capital, combining with extraordinary technology, is what has separated this economy from the rest of the world. And we should benefit from that, and will over the next generation.
Last word.
Look, I just wanted to say a couple of words about Tony Ressler, and I see John Hope Bryant might be trying to beat me to the punch, but I'll do the alley-oop for you, sir.
You ready to dunk? He's tossing it up for you.
You know, he mentioned the hate on some of these campuses, and we all can, you know, have different points of view about the current events. But I think it's important to notice, you know, Tony Ressler has a Jewish background. And so many of the other people who have been mentors and sponsors and helpers and lenders and people who have been helpful also have a Jewish background. And one of the other things that we're doing with Dream Machine is that we're working to find the ways to bring that Black-Jewish alliance back together. You know, Andrew Young, Dr. King, they found ways to have blacks and Jews fighting together for justice, fighting together for opportunity. And that started to fall away. And that's not good for Jewish folks, it's not good for black folks, it's really not good for the world. And so I just want to underscore that the next 100 years, we talk a lot about black history, and I love black history. But even Andrew Young at this point would probably say he turned in about 4 Black History Months for one Black Future weekend. There's a future that's calling to us, and we need more friends and fewer enemies as black folks. Jewish folks need more friends and fewer enemies as Jewish folks. It would be crazy for us to continue being enemies of each other. I appreciate your friendship, brother, and let's stay together. Let's stay together.
Thank you so much.
Tony Ressler, first of all, Jason, thank you. Appreciate your leadership always. You do this all the time for us. Thank you. Met you through Bill Mendel, and he thinks so much highly of you, and so do I now.
Thank you.
Tony, please walk over here, and Van, please stand on one side of him. Jason, stand on the other. Come over for 1 second.
I'm not big on surprises.
You up here now. It's John's show.
Yeah.
Stand right here. Tony, Van, stand on one side of him. Jason on the other. You got to back up your friends. Do you hear me? You think it's easy being Tony Ressler? Worth $12 billion, one of the 200th richest men in the world. In the world of 8 billion people.
He loves this so much.
Let me break that down for you. He built a company
He'll get through it.
from nothing. 2 companies, Apollo, then built Ares into a $400 billion behemoth. Could have gone about his business.
Mm-hmm.
His wife is the wealthiest woman in Hollywood. Could have gone about their business. Ignored everybody.
It's important for people to understand, though.
Sailed on yachts and traveled around the world. Ignore all the problems. When Killer Mike needed an investment for his barbershop, he went to Tony Ressler. Tony said, I'm in. When someone else in the hip-hop community, I won't start naming names, I don't have their authority, needed an investment for their business, no fanfare, no press releases. The banks turned them down. Investment houses turned them down. These are brand names you would know in hip-hop. Tony Ressler said, I'm in. When Van Jones needed an investment for a social justice initiative, took about 2 minutes. Tony Ressler said, I'm in. When everybody's turning around away from diversity, equity, and inclusion, yes, it's a bad title, it's been weaponized, but the fundamentals of that, let me tell you what money is, it's freedom. Tony said, I'm not going nowhere. $100 million, I've circled. When Dikembe Mutombo's family needed help, Tony Ressler said, I'm in. I'll tell you right now that it continues to this day. You'll never see this in the press. I've circled $100 million of investment, myself that I know of, that Tony's done in grants. But hold on, I went to Tony for a grant for $50,000 for Operation Hope. Flew across the country, cost me $5,000 to get to him. I'm in his office. I need $50,000 for Operation Hope. He said himself, just to get this guy out of my office, I'll give him $50,000. So he says, what's in your other pocket? He just took money out of my one pocket. I said, well, I got this. He said, what are you doing in business? Operation Hope's done. I'm doing this thing. You know. He says, I'm in. I said, well, you can't be in. I already have an investor. Who's your investor? Michael Arrighetti. He said, Michael works for me. I'm in. Not for him, with him. Michael Arrighetti. So I said, how much is it? It's $3 million. I'm doing $1.5 million. So mind you, hold on. This is charity over here. I've been fighting for $50,000 for like 2 years. I've chased them all around the world. It probably cost me $80,000 to get $50,000. Business. He heard it. It made sense. I'm in. Residential home investment. I'm in. $3 million. A week later, we have a conference call. He's done his homework. He said, I thought about this. Why do $3 million when you do $30 million? Why do $30 million when you can do $130 million? I'm in for $130 million. This is balling now. This is balling. Do you know he invested $88 million in my dream?
This is not good. You gotta stop.
No, I'm not done yet. And when I sold the company. No, hold on. No, listen, I'm done. Listen. No one got here by themselves. So when Tony's hurting, because he doesn't think that people feel the pain of the Jewish community and women and children who've been hurt in this world, and he knows what he's done to help this world, I just want to stop for a minute and put our arms on Tony Ressler. And I want him to know that hate is hate wherever we find it. And we are against hate. And we are for those who are seeking justice and for our Jewish brothers and sisters who just want to live a decent life. Join me in saying thank you.
Here we go.
Look at this.
Thank you.
All right, Brian.
I love you.
Time to go.
You guys fired up? I know I am. That was amazing. So let's keep up the energy. Let's keep it up. It's been like this all day. So let's please welcome to the stage Operation Hope President of Partnerships, Mary Earsom, and from Regions Bank, Brent Schaefer and Florisha Watkins. Big round of applause. Hey.
Good afternoon. We said, are you excited? Are you amped up? It has been an incredible day.
So the next time.
Yeah, I want to take a minute around the room. You've seen the videos. You've met those that are sitting next to you. But the work of Operation Hope is possible because of the partners that invest in, as John Bryan said, invest in our dream. So I want to thank every partner in the room. You please stand up.
Hey there. Good to see you.
All right. Well, as you've heard the stories, you've felt the passion, you feel the energy. You're going to see more right now. You're going to see more tomorrow. This is all possible because of everyone in this room. It's possible because of our partners, but also as our individual donors that participate in our program. Those that care about what we do, they've seen the mission, they've felt the vision, they may even know somebody who has participated with one of our coaches or taught kids in one of our classrooms. All of you in your table tops, in the lanterns in between, and on the cards that many of you received when you walked in, you have an opportunity right now to become a donor to Operation Hope. No donation is too small, no donation is too big. So I encourage you, now there's a QR code or there's an opportunity to text a message to a number. This could be a one-time donation. It could be a recurring donation. It can be in the name of someone. So I invite you to join us. You're all part of the Hope family. And what you provide helps us fuel, helps us build, helps us innovate, keeps us empowering more people in more places at more times with more resources to drive impact. So I want to say thank you in advance. And I'm really thrilled to give a shout out up here to some friends. There have been partners that have stuck with us side by side, as you've heard about. A lot of partners for 10 years, some partners for a decade, some partners for 2 decades. Well, Regions Bank has been one of those partners. And their commitment to community is outstanding. And what I mean by that is that, you know, we serve as many individuals, families, small businesses as we can in as many places as we can. And when we have the city of Birmingham that has a passion for empowering their employees, but a limited budget. So they committed for as long as they could, and they still do, but when they weren't able to afford the entire coach for their team members, Regions said, we got it. No problem. We'll take care of this. And they kept the magic happening. While we continue to expand with Regions into more Hope Inside locations, Region became one of our leading members of Operation Hope. So again, I want to thank Florisha Watkins and Brett Schaefer with me tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Now back to our program.
NFL player, I know a thing or two about high performance, and that's why I drive the BMW 7 Series. Farmer's Dog makes and delivers fresh, healthy dog food right to your door. They don't feed me table food, so I ain't gonna be able to cut it. Now it's time for What's Ollie Poppin' Off, presented by Ollie Pop.
Hold on, I need me an Ollie Pop, man.
Now it's time for our next segment, Gas on Grass, brought to us by our friends at Scott's Lawn Care. Feed your lawn, feed it. Now it's time for Rough Draft, sponsored by Whatnot, best sneaker of all time. Man, look who we got. Bad Boys 4 Guys.
What word would you use to describe the action sequences in this movie?
Motherfucking dope. But what y'all can do, y'all can get on this row.co/nightcap and get $15 off your first order. Hey, DL, where we at? The first person who can eat 2 BLTs featuring Oscar Mayer thick cut bacon. Man, them some big ass sandwiches, man.
We're making history. We're live on Whatnot.
3, 2, 1, so.
Ollie Pop. Ridge Rush has got fiber, natural energy.
Please welcome 3-time Super Bowl champ, host of Club Shay Shay, and Pro Football Hall of Famer, Mr. Shannon Sharpe.
I don't know if I'm supposed to stand at the podium continuously or just walk the room, but I'm gonna try to look out and try to engage everyone. Thank you to John Hope Bryant and his foundation for inviting me to speak to you guys today. I really, really appreciate to give me this opportunity. I'm so very excited. If somebody would have told me that my life would be this, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. Maybe the NFL aspect of it, but not this. A lot of you guys kind of know who I am, so I will spare you the details. I kind of grew up about 3 hours south of here in a small town called Glenville, Georgia. It's about 3,500 people, 2 traffic lights, and the only thing that I've ever wanted to do, guys, really, in all honesty, the only thing that I really ever wanted to do, I wanted to make my grandparents proud. And I just remember growing up and everybody had role models. I really never looked outside of my home for a role model because everybody that I looked up to was at my dinner table, my grandfather, my grandmother, and my brother. And so that's kind of the backdrop of how I came, who I am and what I came to be. Growing up on a farm in rural South Georgia, obviously hard work was a prerequisite. There was no excuses. We didn't make excuses. We had accountability. And I'm still big on accountability as I ventured into something else. And it's easy to have accountability when you're doing something for yourself. Like when I was a professional athlete, I was accountable to me. But now you run a business, you want everybody to be accountable. There's no excuses. We get the job done and we don't ask questions why. Went to Savannah State, obviously, Savannah State in the house? That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Proud alum. Went to Savannah State, got a degree in criminal justice with a minor in history. Stayed there for 4 years, went back and got my degree once I went to the NFL. Went to the NFL, played 14 years where I was a pretty good football player. But guys, at the end of the day, football was what I did. That's not who I am. I'm very proud of the man that you see stand before you today. But it's not without a lot of trials and tribulations that I'm able to be who I am and what I've become. Like I said, the only thing I really wanted to do was make my grandparents proud, get my grandmother out of that situation. I know a lot of you guys have probably heard the story of growing up in 1,000 square foot cinder block home, cement floors, a tin roof, no indoor plumbing, no running water. We went outside to go to the bathroom until I was 20 years of age. Never took in a shower in a house until I was 20 years of age. And those things, I just remember thinking like, Lord, there's no possible way everybody's living like this. And it allowed me to dream. Although my body was in Glenville, Georgia, my mind was 1,000,000 miles away. And in the process of that, it allowed me to escape what was my reality. But I also knew that there had to be something better, and I just had to get at it. And just as a young man growing up, I'm the youngest. My sister is 8 years older than myself. My brother is 3 years older than me. And I just remember when I would play high school sports, where all my other friends and my teammates would go out after the game, I would go home and be with my grandmother because I was a granny's boy. I slept with my grandmother until I was 15 years of age. If you're from the South, you know, my grandparents didn't sleep in the same bed. My brother slept with my grandfather. I slept with my grandmother. And when my grandfather passed away, I didn't go sleep in the bed with my brother. I stayed with my grandmother until he left and went to college, which was 1983, and I was 15 years of age. My grandmother was my end-all, be-all. And as I said, the only thing that I ever wanted to do, I just wanted to make Granny proud. And how could I make my grandmother proud? I just remember, and you guys have probably heard me say a lot of quotes that my grandfather and my grandmother, I can remember everything that my grandfather ever said. My grandfather passed when I was 8 years of age. I can remember every single word he said in my presence. And I just remember him sitting my brother and I down. He said, boys, I don't care what you become in life. He said, just never have to look me and your granny in the eye and say, I'm sorry. He didn't care what we become, but just enough to have to say, I'm sorry. And I've kind of lived with that my entire life. Make my grandmother proud without saying I'm sorry. Guys, am I perfect? No. And it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I realized that I wasn't perfect, because I tried to live a perfect life. I tried to do everything by the book. And then it just dawned, I remember my sister saying, Shannon, you're not perfect. Why do you keep trying to be perfect? Because I thought that's what everybody expected me to be, was perfect, and I wasn't. And then once I realized that, I realized it wasn't what happened to me that defined me. It's what I did after what happened to me that defined me. I remember in 1986, it was like late July. And my high school teammate that was going to Savannah State, he and his mom was going to pick me up and take me down to school. We were going to enroll in school. We were going to school because we had practice the next day. And I remember I had two, they were either Winn-Dixie or Piggly Wiggly shopping bag, grocery bag, brown paper bags, with everything that I owned in those two bags. And I remember getting those, he blew the horn. And I remember, because as I could walk out the door, my grandmother's room was back there, so she could see me. And so they blew the horn. And I remember saying, Granny, I'm gone. And I'm thinking to myself, well, this is really the first time that I'm going to leave her home. I'm 18 years of age, and I really never left my grandmother's home for any significant amount of time. I'd gone to 4-H camp about twice. That was for a week. But here I was going to be gone for an extended period of time. Probably wasn't going to be able to get back until Thanksgiving. And I'm thinking my grandmother's going to get out of bed and she's going to go through all these spills of Shannon, you know, hey, do your homework, Shannon, be respectful, Shannon, iron your clothes, Shannon, treat people the right way. My grandmother did not get out of bed. As I walked out the door, I'm thinking to myself, she's thinking to herself, I've tried to instill in this boy right from wrong for 18 years. A 10-minute speech now wasn't going to work. I left my grandmother's home a boy. When I got in that car and we drove down that dirt road, now I have become a man. Everything that her and my grandfather had instilled in me for those 18 years was going to be put to the test. Because discipline requires you to do your very best when no one else is watching. See, I know you'll do the right thing if somebody's watching you. You see, a lot of times, my grandfather used to say, boy, if you give somebody the choice to do right or wrong, and there's no one there to hold them accountable for the wrong, more times than not, people would do wrong. And I'm not just talking about the most heinous acts. I'm talking about speeding, I'm talking about littering, whatever the case may be, right or wrong, and there's no one there to hold you accountable for the wrong, more times than not, people will do wrong. This was my opportunity to put all those values, all those instructions that my grandfather and my grandmother had instilled in my brother, my sister, and I for 18 years, let's put them to the test. So when my teammates wanted to go do things, that wasn't for me, because I stepped on Savannah State campus, and I remember them the first day of practice. I told them, I said, I'm going to the NFL. I said, I take this serious. Oh, man, you ain't going nowhere. I said, okay. I said, okay, we're going to see. After the first day of practice, I could hear him whispering, man, he's serious, man. He wasn't playing out there. Nope. And that was my thought process. And so now I got two goals in mind. Mayor Porter sent me to Savannah State for two reasons. Go to the NFL and get a degree. Now, I didn't know which one was going to happen first, but they were both going to happen. Because I wasn't going to go somewhere for 4 years and be further away from graduating than when I went there. So when people ask me, where did I go to school, where did I graduate from? I graduated. I just didn't go to school. Now, I will be honest and tell you guys this. The first couple of years, I did major in eligibility. I had to make sure I stayed on the field. But going to Savannah State was probably one of the best decisions in my life because it gave me an opportunity, because I really got an opportunity. And I had some instructors at Glenville High School. Miss Elaine Keels was my Spanish teacher, and y'all heard me tell the story that she said I was in remedial reading. And I remember her telling me, say, well, Shannon, if you take Spanish, it's going to help your reading. I said, Miss Keels, the only thing that's going to help me do is repeat the 10th grade. That's all Spanish is going to do. But when I got to Savannah State, I was in remedial reading, I was in remedial math, and I had all what they call developmental studies. In other words, I was remedial because I was behind. Because all I did was bull jive in high school. I was such a great athlete, I didn't take anything serious, especially school. And I remember the first day of class, I was in my remedial reading class, and a lady named Joyce McLemore was my instructor. And so she's calling on us, and we're reading, and she's calling on us, and I'm pronouncing words, and I'm giving her the definition of words. And I remember after class, she calls me up, and to this day, she still called me Mr. Sharp. She said, Mr. Sharp, can I talk to you for a second? I said, yes, ma'am. So I walk up to her desk, and she's sitting down. She didn't stand up, she sat down. She put her arm around my waist, and she looks up at me. She said, now next quarter, because we was on the quarter system then, she said, Mr. Sharp, you too smart to be in here. You have no business being in this class. She said, now next quarter, I don't want to see you in this class. I said, yes, ma'am. I got out. I had English. Joanne Green, she was my English. Man, I remember the first time we had to write an essay. I said, did I write in red ink or did she correct me in red ink? Because I said, ain't no way I made this many mistakes. I said, come on, lady, you got to be kidding me. And again, because back then, I don't know if they still have it, you had to pass the regents. So what you do, they have you to write an essay. They give you 2 or 3 topics, and you have to pick one topic, and you have to write an essay. They send your essay out to Georgia Southern and Fort Valley and other instructors to grade you. And then they didn't tell you, so they put your name up on the board. They didn't know who you were. You were a number. So you go up on the board, and it's like yes or no. So I'm going up there, okay, the regents' results are back. Well, my heart is beating fast. I said, Lord, have mercy. I go up there, and I'm like, and I look, I said, nah, they can't be mine. I look again, passed. Whew, out of there. Whew. Hold on, math. Me and that math, once we got past timetables, me and math had a problem. I don't know what it is that, that carry the 1 and subtract the 2 and the pi. Oh, Lord. It was easy when they said if you had 3 slices and you gave somebody 2, how many slices did you have? I was killing when I was in 3rd and 4th grade. But after that, me and math didn't do too well. But I got out of all those developmental study classes. And I just remember I went to my advisor and I said I want to take overloads because I'm so far behind. My fall quarter, spring quarter, summer quarter, fall, winter, and spring. So I'm behind. I'm a whole year behind. And it's like, and he was like, Mr. Sharp, you do realize you were in remedial classes your entire freshman year. I was like, yes, I understand. I'm like, well, what does that got to do with me right now? I'm in regular classes and I want to, so I took 21 hours. I mean, I stayed in class. I'm like, dang, I'm sure not getting an opportunity to enjoy the college experience except being in the library and studying. And once I got out of there, it was like a weight that was lifted off of me. Because I knew, even though I never told my grandmother that I was in developmental study classes, I never told her the progress that I was making, I knew she would have been very proud of me. And so now that gave me an opportunity that I can focus on my work, but now I can become the best football player that I could possibly become. And Coach Davis, Bill Davis, man, I love that man to life. Rest in peace, Coach Davis. I wish you saw a large part of my career, but I wish you could see the finished product, because that man believed in me like he was a father, like he was a family member. That man believed in me, and I don't know if I'm here without him, because there were times that I was like, he's like, son, you good enough. He said, I've coached a lot of players that's gone to the NFL, and I believe you're the best one I've had. And so it was him that gave me the confidence to do what I was able to do. I get to Denver, and I just thought, guys, I thought like once you got drafted, you're on the team. That's what I thought. I mean, okay, I went to college. They gave me a scholarship. I'm on the team. It didn't work like that, especially for a 7th round draft pick. And so the last cut, one of the coaches come to me. He said, Shannon, your name is on the board to be released after this game. He says, now, I don't know what's going to happen. He said, but I tell you this. If I was you, I would go out there and play as hard as I possibly could. He said, because this tape from this game is going to go to the other, I think it's 28 teams at the time. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more. He said, and they're going to look at it, and then maybe there's something that you can show that they'll be interested in. I'm driving to the stadium, and it starts to rain. I'm a wide receiver. If it's raining, they're not going to throw any passes. So now how am I going to show what I can do? I go out there, I'm on special teams. I don't get into the game until the 4th quarter, but I'm on special teams from the jump. I'm tackling everything. I felt like I was Lawrence Taylor out there. I was tackling everything. Come in the next morning, my name's off the board. I make it. Dan Reeves, rest his soul, he calls me in his office about week 10 or week 11. This is how God worked. Every tight end that was in front of me, because they hadn't moved me to tight end. Well, they didn't move me. Yeah, I was a wide receiver, but I was the biggest wide receiver we had. And Steve Antonopoulos, who was our athletic trainer, says, you know what, Dan want to talk to you. You know what that means, coach want to talk to you. It ain't good. I said, damn. I said, man, here we are like week 12, week 13. I'm about to get cut this far into the season. So he calls me and I sit down in his office and he can see I'm nervous. He said, nah, you're not going to get cut. He said, what do you think about moving to tight end? I said, am I going to get to play Coach Reeves? He said, yeah, you got to learn the plays, but you'll get an opportunity to play. He said, son, you too big, too fast, too strong not to make a decent living in the NFL. He said, but if you learn the plays, I'm thinking to myself, I don't know the receiver plays. How am I going to learn these plays? That's why I'm not playing now, because I don't know the plays. So, first game, I don't know not one tight end play. They put me in motion the entire game. What you guys see when the guy go behind the quarterback, that's what they did the entire game. But as they're doing this, John would turn around and tell me to play. You got to out. Run a corner. He did that for the entire game. Now, he got to tell me what I got to do. He has to read the defense. He has to make sure, get the line, the slide one way, Rip, Liz, Lucy. And so after the game, we won the game. So I'm standing on the sideline. We're in Mile High Stadium, and I can see John coming up to it out of the corner of his eye. He's like, I think we need to learn the plays next week. I said, yeah, I think we do also. But guys, being in the NFL, it taught me a lot. It taught me how to deal with people, because a lot of times you're dealing with people that doesn't come from the same background you do. You're dealing with white, black, Asian, Latino, different socioeconomic backgrounds, whatever the case may be, different religions, origin, whatever the case may be. So it taught me how to deal with people. It taught me how to take a step back. You see, the one thing that my grandmother, if she didn't give me anything else, she gave me empathy. She gave me compassion. And see, in order for you to have empathy, you have to divorce yourself, because you have to see yourself as someone else. And arrogantly, a lot of us don't want to see ourselves as someone else. That couldn't be me. I never think. I just met John Hope, and And I told him, I shook his hand, and I said, hey, I'm Shannon Sharp. He's like, bro, I know who you are. You're right. I said, but I'm not arrogant enough to think that everybody does. So every time I meet somebody, I always give them that space. My football career is what it is. I was very fortunate to go to a great situation in Denver. I had coaches that believed in me, players that wanted to be a part that wanted me to succeed. I played for three things. I wanted my teammates' respect, I wanted the coaches' trust, and I wanted the fan appreciation. That's all I wanted. I didn't care about how many passes I caught. Coaches would tell you I never complained about how many passes I caught. That was your job. You were the coach. Your job was to find ways to get me to football if you wanted to win. And if you didn't, and if you didn't get me the job, you get me the ball, that's on you. And so obviously I won Super Bowls. I was a Pro Bowl player. I got a gold jacket. And I'm proud of that. I really am. But I think what I'm most proud of now is what I'm doing, because I really have to trust my team. I'm smart enough to know what I don't know. My EP, CJ, of Club Shay Shay is here. Where's CJ? CJ is here. CJ is my rear view, because sometimes objects are closer than they appear, and he can protect my blind spots. Ash is my EP of Nightcap. She's also my rear view, because she protects my blind spots. Because I'm smart enough, their job, and I'm not the smartest in the room. When we're in the room and we're talking, I'm not the smartest. Because if I'm the smartest in the room, I need to hire other people. Their job is to keep Shay Shay Media to the front. CJ's job is to he'll run things by me. He'll ask us, say, what do you think about this guest? What do you think about that guest? And then we come up with a game plan. What's the best way to attack and try to extract the most information out of said individual? Cat, that was very easy. He didn't take a lot of prepping to get him going. But at the end of the day, what we've been able to accomplish at Shay Shay Media with Club Shay Shay, with Nightcap, Club 520, Bubba Dub, is that the conversation arm of Club Shay, what we try to do is that we try to have guests that are entertaining and have a great story to tell. And I know people say, well, Shannon, you guys are messy. The one thing that we ask, and CJ will tell you, I always ask the guests, is there anything that you don't wish to talk about? Because I believe the guests that we have on our show, we can talk for 90 minutes or 120 minutes without mentioning the most salacious details of their life. I believe that. But I tell you what I do, is that when we have a guest on, I've never seen another interview with said individual. And because I haven't, when they come and they sit across from me, they can look at me and tell, this man is not judging me. If you don't judge a person, if a person realizes that you're not judging, they're more apt to open up and tell you things that they normally wouldn't share. And a lot of times, people will come on the couch and they say, well, I'm going to share something I've never shared before. Because they look at me and they realize that I'm not judging. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to have a conversation with you. You tell as little and as much as you like. Whatever the case may be, this is your story. Hopefully someone gathers something from it. With Nightcap is a little different. Obviously, Ocho and I, we're there to entertain, we're there to educate you, we're there to inform you. The entertainment aspect, I think it speaks for itself. What we try to do when we have sponsors or advertisers say, look, you know what you're getting authenticity. We map a plan. Okay, CJ, what is this company? What are they about? Ash, what is this company about? Okay, how do we stay true to who they are, stay true to who we are, while bridging the two sides together? And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. I think everybody that's been a part of Club Shay Shay, been a part of Club Nightcap, 520 and Bubba Dub, I think they're very, very, very happy with what we've been able to deliver. And that's what we try to over-deliver. Because at the end of the day, I want people to say that was a great experience. I love the way working with this. I love working with Shay Shay Media, and we got more than what we bargained for. That's it. If we promise you X amount of views, we try to double that. We promise you X amount of impressions. We're gonna go above and beyond to make sure it's a great experience, because we want you to come back. We don't want it to be a one-quarter thing or a one-time thing. We want it to be a reoccurring theme. We want it to be a partnership, because that's what it is, and that's what we've been able to do. I'm so proud of this company and the way it's grown. Let me tell you how Club Shay Shay came about. Fox put it in my contract that I was going to have to do a podcast. And I was like, I don't want to do no podcast. I'm working enough. I mean, doing a show 2.5 hours a day. I have to prep for the show, and then I have to go, with with Ash, who was my runner, my EP at the time. I was like, I don't really have time to do a podcast. And they say, well, you signed the contract, and so you're going to have to do a podcast. I said, okay. So now the pandemic starts, and CJ at the time was working at Fox. And CJ's like, man, you got to do this podcast. I said, CJ, I don't even know what a podcast is. What are we going to talk about? He's like, man, Joe Rogan. I said, yeah, I know Joe Rogan. I said, but you even make money with a podcast? He's like, yeah. I said, so what am I going to do? He's like, you should, have people come on. I was like, who are we going to get? I said, do we got bookers or anything? He's like, go on your phone and call the most famous people you know and see if they'll come on. Snoop, I need a favor, bro. Hey, Q, Master P, Rick Ross, Floyd. Obviously, my brother was a no-brainer. So I got 10 of the most famous people that I knew, and I asked them, I'm starting a podcast. Would you be interested in coming on? Oh, we got you, bro. No problem. And that kind of gave, because we started with such heavyweights, that kind of gave us the credibility that we needed, that, okay, Shannon is a major player in this space. But if you notice, I've never said I've interviewed anybody. I sit down and have a conversation with them. Now, look, guys, if y'all want hard-hitting questions, y'all want Dateline, 48 hours, 60 minutes, y'all go to those places and get that. Shannon's going to have a conversation. It's going to be a lot of laughing. They're going to tell their story. That's their story. I'm not there to refute anything that's going on in their story. And I think we've had, 150, 160 CJ interview conversations. I think of those 150, 160, I think you would have to ask those individuals what was their experience like. Now, obviously, you're not going to be 160 and old, but I would like to think that people that have come on Club Shay Shay, that's really, really enjoyed their experience. And I've enjoyed it equally as much because I learned something about them that I didn't even know. And that's the best part about having my job, because I believe I have the best seat in the house, because I'm asking the questions and I'm hearing it firsthand knowledge. And sometimes I'm thinking to myself, man, I can't wait till my viewing audience and my listening audience hear this conversation for the first time. They're going to be equally excited as I am. Nightcap is something entirely different. It's really, Nightcap, we come on late at night. So hopefully you're adult. Look, we have a lot of times we have very serious conversations about relationships. Sometimes we have serious conversations about sports and things like that. We do talk about finances because, those are things that people talk about every day in life. Sports, finances, relationships. Sometimes we get a little edgy, but I think, people understand that as well. But what Shay Shay Media has been able to accomplish with a great team, I like to think that I've surrounded myself with the best support team that I possibly can. Never in my wildest imagination that I think I'd be a businessman, but here I am standing before you with a budgeting, a big company that's growing. We're doing, I got a production team and we're sitting down writing, coming up with game shows, coming up with talk shows, coming up with other things that doesn't require my face. And so I'm very, very proud. What I'm most proud of is that when I have opportunities like this, because if somebody would have told me I would have an opportunity like this, to have people know who I am and to hear people say Unc and call me Shay Shay and we love what you do, we love what you've been able to accomplish, I would not have believed it, even if you would have just asked me this 5 years ago. Because when I lost my job about 2023, in June of 23, I didn't really know what I was going to do. All I know is that I had Club Shay Shay, and that was going to be what I was going to be doing until the meantime. But Stephen, they reached out. I got First Take, and now I'm on regular, signed a long-term deal with them. Club Shay Shay. Man, what Stephen A. did for me, I will ever be indebted for him, because I didn't know, because for the longest time, we were competitors. And I know I would always see Stephen A. from different places, Super Bowl from time to time, NBA All-Star Game, and things of that nature. I would see him around, but we didn't have that type of relationship. Man, when that man reached out and said, "Hey, bro, I want you." And then I got an opportunity to talk to Jimmy Pitaro and Burt Magnuson, obviously the head of Disney, Bob Iger, and they said, "We want you aboard." That was an unbelievable feeling. And now to see what we've been able to accomplish, CJ and Ash and Jordan and all the people that are part of Shay Shay Media, it's unbelievable. It's humbling. And I do realize this, that everybody is not going to be happy for your success. And sometimes, I found myself, you got to be careful what you tell people, because sometimes you're educating the devil. I had to learn that the hard way. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate you.
Harley here. I'm the president of Shopify, and I really wish I could be there with you right now this week. But unfortunately, I'm at Shopify's board meeting at the moment, and I was told I was not allowed to skip this thing. But after chatting with my very good friend, John Hope Bryan, who I love and I know all of you love, I want to take a moment just to record a quick video to reiterate my excitement, but also Shopify's commitment to both Operation Hope and to our incredible 1 Million Black Businesses Initiative. Now, as many of you may know, this partnership was formed in 2020. But to date, which you might not know, is more than 400,000 businesses have been started or have been supported by these program resources. And more than $700,000 in grants have been distributed either directly to businesses or through our partners. So I know on behalf of Toby and myself and the entire Shopify team, I want to say we are so proud of this work that we've accomplished together, but I also think we can do even more. So we are doubling down on our partnership. We want to increase our commitment from our initial $130 million promise to 1MBB initiative to $190 million over 10 years. Now, we will do this by launching an enhanced incentive program that will support entrepreneurs as they build. So starting right now, participants in the program will receive 6 months to build their businesses for just $1 per month. And this extends the original offer by adding additional 2 months at a locked-in $1 per month rate. Now, in conversations with John, it is clear this additional time will give entrepreneurs more flexibility to grow their businesses in those early days without the added financial stress. And additionally, we're also really bullish that this small tweak from $0 to $1 per month will actually lead to higher success rates. We've done extensive research on this, and requiring even a small, really minimal financial commitment leads to better outcomes. And we're also going to give participants, at no additional cost, a Shopify point-of-sale reader, which means they can sell in person anywhere they want. They can make money. Our team remains fully dedicated to this effort, including the Build Black with Shopify community support, education initiatives, and unique selling opportunities to ensure that all participating businesses feel the love. Well, that's all from me. Much love to all of you from the Shopify team, and I hope the Hope Global Forum this week goes really well. And as always, if I can be of any service, let me know. John, we love you. Keep building, keep growing. See you later.
Again, that was sort of casual. I'm going to reaffirm, from $130 million to $190 million from Shopify for 1MBB, 1 million black businesses.
Okay. Okay. Let's hear it again for Shopify. That was amazing. And Shannon Sharp. I know what he had to say touched you as much as it did me, and I brought a tear to my eyes a few times too. So next up, we're going to explore the future of media, certainly an area I love. Please help me welcome the Chief Executive Officer of iHeart Digital Audio Group, Kono Byrne, our moderator, the anchor of CNBC's Worldwide Exchange, Frank Holland, and because you can't have enough Shay Shay, Mr. Shannon Sharpe. Let's hear it.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? All right, it was quite a story we heard from Shannon, but we are going to switch gears just a bit. This is about the future of media, okay? So I want to start off with one question I think is on a lot of our minds when it comes to the future of media. Shannon.
Yes.
Is it true that Cat Williams is coming back in January on Club Shay Shay?
There have been some conversations.
There's been some talk.
There's been some conversations.
Is he coming back? Come on, break some news out here.
That's on him. But we have been in conversation. We've had communications over the last couple of weeks. We're trying to make it an anniversary edition, but we have to get it going pretty soon because January the 3rd was when we released it. So that's going to be here before you know it, and you got the holidays. So that's all I got. But there is a possibility that could happen.
You heard it from the man himself. You probably read it on the blogs. I got one other question. Michelle, you here? Some of y'all know. Some of y'all know. Let's get down to business.
There might be somebody in here named Michelle, and she gonna be, oh, is that you?
On a serious note, we're gonna get down to talking about the future of media. So great to have you here, Connell. Connell Byrne, CEO of iHeart Digital and Podcast. He's the person that all these deals, we're talking about Shannon Sharpe, we're talking about Stephen A. Smith, Will Ferrell, all these huge names you see on iHeart Podcast. This is a gentleman that makes it happen. So I want to talk to you. How do you see the future of audience engagement when we're looking at traditional media versus this new world of digital media?
I think, first of all, and folks like Shannon pioneer this, audio, and specifically digital audio, but audio is so often underestimated in the world of media. You know, a third of all media consumption is audio. It's not sight, sound, and motion. It's just sound. And what's driven that in the last 5-10 years is podcasting. By the way, most of that audio consumption is still broadcast radio. But podcasting has brought it right to the front of all of our radars of like, whoa, we have a new mass reach medium on our hands. That just doesn't happen that often. Like, to have a mass reach medium happen and really told, you have to have technology, creators, and audiences all converge and decide, I like this medium. I like the way it tells a story. I like the way a creator like Shannon uses it. You're seeing that happen before your eyes in podcasting. That's a big deal. That's a big deal in media. It's not often that a whole new way to tell a story comes along, and we have one.
Right. Shannon, you've been really a pioneer. You've been right on the vanguard of this new media that someone like Draymond Green calls it. The idea, I got a little beef with you, because the people like me, you've been cutting us out. You and Ocho, you guys do a great job, but you don't have that third person leading it. So when we're talking about engagement, how are you looking at it when it comes to not only engaging the audience, but keeping their attention? Because a lot of people can make a lot of noise and attract the audience for one event, maybe two events, but sustaining makes a lot of work.
Yeah, it's. I think the thing is that you have to be educational, you have to be informative, and you have to be entertaining. Because people want to be entertained. They have enough stress in their life with their day-to-day, with their job. They don't want to hear you come in there and talk about, oh boy, poor me. So what we try to do, we try to make it lighthearted. We try to take serious situations and put a lighthearted spin on it, although realizing that some things require a little more seriousness to it. And I think what we've seen is that what we try to do is we try to stay ahead of the curve. We understand the audiences get younger and younger. We try to and we don't go swing the pendulum too far one way or another. We understand the audience is, a lot of our audience is really young. We have a very diverse group. Nightcap, I think 40% of our audience are women.
Ladies, is that true? Ladies?
Sounds right.
Check this out. Club Shay Shay. 78% of our audience watch Club Shay Shay on their television. Wow. So it's almost like appointment viewing, like you used to watch Martin, Living Single, Different World, all those shows like that. That's what Club Shay Shay has become. So we understand that. So we can see who's watching, how long they're consuming. On average, they watch about 43 minutes of Club Shay Shay, which is absurd for to hold someone's attention for that length of time.
I don't think Connell thinks it's absurd. I think Connell's like, I can monetize this.
But that just goes to show you he understands that normally people, they watching 5-minute snippets, 6-minute snippets, but you're talking about 43 minutes. That's a really long time.
The extent to which, like to Shannon's point, like the extent to which podcast IP is driving what we consume, not just in podcasting, but on fast channels, on YouTube, in movie theaters, is still underestimated today. The storytellers are using this medium in such a creative, different way that it then has derivative manifestations here, there, and everywhere, which is pretty cool and still underestimated, I think.
So, Connell, I want to come back to you about the monetization part. It is a world of new media. You mentioned terrestrial radio. It has a very defined format. You talk for a little bit, you play some music, you run some commercials. Podcasts work very differently. So there's a lot of people out here that probably have their own podcast. We see them pop up every day. When you're looking at trying to monetize these podcasts and this future of media, what are you looking at? Is it about things like sponsorships and product placement, or is it something else?
Podcasting, simply put, has essentially two ways to monetize. The first is what I'll call the old school way, which is still awesome. I say that with great respect, and we still make decent revenue doing that, a lot of revenue doing that. And that is just traditional host-read endorsements, ads as we know it. The second way the podcasts make money is a little more technologically advanced. The thing that happened to podcasts a few years ago was you're now able to, from the center, dynamically insert ads across thousands of shows. Now, you may hear that and be like, that sounds like a lot of technological mumbo jumbo. Why does that matter? Well, because when you can do that, you can start thinking of a big audience pool of podcast listeners as audiences. So now you have two ways to monetize podcasts. If Shannon likes a particular brand, he could say, I'd love that brand to be a presenting sponsor of my show. If he doesn't want to do that, we can also say, well, what's the audience makeup of your show? Because there's probably brands that want to reach them. And we'll do that, obviously with your approval, but it's a whole new technological way to do it. That opened up podcasting big 4 or 5 years ago. That's why you saw this inflection point in revenue in podcasting, because of this whole other avenue.
All right. So we're talking about these different sources of revenue. There's also a personal branding aspect for you, Shannon. The products that we see on your program, we're going to associate with you going forward. For example, recently, I don't know if you're actually a gamer, but I saw you talking about Call of Duty. I'd never heard of Olipop until it was on your show. Olipop, excuse me. How does that work when it comes to the content, the sponsorships, and also your personal brand?
Well, I did a deal with BMW, and I was like, look, I've driven a BMW since 2001. It's like, oh, really? Which model? 760, which is the V12. They go back and pull it. He's right. He's driven a BMW since 2001. So it's a lot easier when you actually use the product, because I don't like being an ambassador. I mean, I drive a BMW, or I drink this, or I eat that, or I do this. And so it's a lot easier to sell. Because at the end of the day, when people look at me, I think the most thing they say is this man is authentic. And that's what I'm saying. I'm selling you, look, I'm big on accountability. I'm big on responsibility. If I make a mistake, I'm going to go before American people and I'm going to say, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Now the greatest apology is change behavior. So you try not to repeat the same mistake twice. But I think the biggest thing for us when we're at Shay Shay Media is that we kind of, I think brands, sponsors, ads, I think when they come to us, there's like, yeah. Because I give them a list. My team has put together a list. Okay, these are the products that he used. This is where he, this is a credit card. This is what he flies. This is what now, okay, listen, we can go find a match.
So the word sounds like that you're really kind of leading us to his authenticity.
Yes. I'm not going to, there have been things that I've turned down because it's just not me. And no amount of money would make it right for me.
Right. I'm about to sound like Osher. Hold up, slow down. Let me write it down. Connell, I want to come back over to you. How do you look at when it comes to sponsorships? Are there certain things that you don't want associated with the iHeart brand? Are there certain things that you want to lean in? And as we look at your podcast and other digital format, are we going to see, again, a change in the way that you do sponsorships, commercials, and things like that, especially with transformative tech like AI that can be much more targeted?
Yeah, a couple answers. The first is iHeartRadio reaches 91% of American adults a month. We are in every single advertising category. We reach every audience for those advertising categories. So we're careful, but we're mostly careful because the creators that we distribute, we want to make sure are comfortable in and around the brands that are in and around them. Shannon said it, like the thing we're fundamentally trading on is authenticity. We use a word in media sometimes, influencer marketing. What we're really talking about is companionship. That's when that really works. When an audience member, a listener, a viewer, whatever, actually feels like the creator that is giving them something, that's talking to them, that's on a video, whatever, is a friend, is a companion, everything changes. Suddenly trust kicks in, engagement is higher, and you have that thing called authenticity that brands need more than anything because it's how they tell their stories best. I think what got mixed up a lot in influencer marketing, which is mostly social media influencers over the last 10, 15 years, is authenticity, trust went down as brands spent more. And they weren't getting a return because this isn't working.
Right.
What you're seeing now specifically in podcasting is that kicking back in because there is such a deep trust and companionship between a listener and a podcast creator. AI comes along and you got to wonder well, how's this going to disrupt all this? You have a really good ecosystem here where you got listeners trusting creators and creators creating great content. I think, honestly, AI does a lot of good for podcasting for the next 5-10 years. Things that podcasting can't do on its own, like globalize our medium. Podcasting is largely a United States medium. Right. You can suddenly, and I mean literally within a year or two, truly globalize this medium around the world thanks to AI.
I mean, different languages?
Different languages. Yeah. So quite literally, we're at a place where always with Shannon's approval, you can actually think about, well, do I want to take these shows and translate them in 10, 20 languages around the world? I can now. That's a pretty awesome inflection point to be at for a medium that's been largely American so far. So we'll see.
Right, a global audience, obviously, what every business is looking for.
Got it.
Yeah, when you talk about authenticity, I did a deal with Farmer's Dog, and it's like, we would like to encourage you a big pet owner. I was like, okay, sure. I said, now send me the food, because if my dogs don't eat it, what am I selling here?
Right.
Right.
It doesn't do me any good.
This is a guy that has his dog at the Thanksgiving table.
Yeah.
So you got your dog at the Thanksgiving table. It's got to be legit.
It's very, and my dogs eat it. So I'm not like if you say, okay, dog food, but if I put it down to my dogs and my dogs don't eat it, I'm not going to take your money. Right. I'm not. That's just not. I just can't in good conscience do that.
Connor, I want to come back to you about technology. You mentioned AI and how transformative it may be. What about things like virtual reality, augmented reality? Are we going to get to a day where it feels like Ocho and Shannon are sitting in my living room, or I can pour some Shayla Laportier virtually? Do I have goggles on? I mean, what's the next transition of all that?
I'll answer it in two ways. So as iHeartMedia, very genuinely, we try to be where our audiences are. So that means we build pretty innovative, cool stuff sometimes. The easy example is about 3 years ago, we built a presence in Roblox and Fortnite called iHeartLand, which was an amphitheater on those platforms where we would have concerts. So we get the metaverse. We are there. We are interested in it. What I am interested mostly about things like those kinds of platforms, what we're really searching for through them is shared experiences. We're in an on-demand medium. We're in an on-demand world. Streaming platforms we all watch, which are fantastic, but the thing we are losing is shared experiences. It's why sports drives such a premium in media. Because you still have this, I know this is obvious, but this ability for humans to share a thing and the next day talk about it, there is less of that than there used to be. That is going to be at a premium every hour that goes by, and there's less of it in the world. That's what I think is really happening with gaming, with metaverse platforms, and by the way, I hate to keep bringing it back to it, with broadcast radio. It's one of the last shared mediums in the world where the thing you hear, thousands of other people are hearing at the same time. That unifier, maybe now more than ever, is really important. That's how I understand technology.
And do you think that can transfer over to an AR platform or a VR platform?
I actually do. I don't know the inflection point that those platforms will hit. I know you have big companies like Google and Meta working real hard to make that a thing.
Right.
And I know it's not quite there yet at scale. But I think that's actually the goal, is not to be cheesy about it, but not to drive us apart. I think actually, genuinely, the goal of those platforms is to bring us together into shared experiences, which I respect.
So, Shannon, you mentioned this. The media landscape is changing dramatically, especially younger viewers. You mentioned a lot of your audience, they watch for about an hour at a time. 73% actually watch on their TV.
Yep.
But it's a younger generation.
Yes.
They see things differently. They see the world differently. How are you adapting your platforms and the way that you try to reach your audience with this shift happening?
Because you try to have a I Show Speed, you try to have a Castanet, you try to have people on that resonate with your younger audience. They don't always just want to talk about a sport. Sometimes these influencers, man, these gamers, they have big followings, and sometimes they want to see them and want to hear them on your platform. And so, I've made a conscious decision, CJ and I've made a conscious decision to try to have more women on Club Shay Shay. We have a large women population that watch, and I think all the guests that we have on are very entertaining. But sometimes they want to, a Gorilla or a Meg Thee Stallion or whomever we have on, and so Miss Pat, and so we try to have people on. And so I think that's the thing, is that you listen, you kind of watch, and we study the trend. We try to be in the curve or ahead of the curve. We never want to fall behind the curve, because if you fall behind it, you kind of get lost. And so we're obviously, I put a lot of pressure on my team. Like, hey, we got to stay to the front. We've been handed this baton, and we have a sizable lead. Let's build on it.
Right. Connell, similar question for you. Obviously, you're with a publicly traded company. You're the CEO, again, of podcast and digital. I would imagine, we talked about Shopify being at its board meeting. That's a lot of the talks that you're going to have with your board. How do we keep the company going? How do we engage Gen Z people or Gen Y, whatever the next gen is going to be? A lot of people here have businesses where they're trying to engage with younger people. What is your strategy? What do you do with podcasts? And is there any ideas that you have that transfer to other lines of business for the audience out here?
Yeah, first of all, when I say iHeart reaches 91% of American adults a month, we reach about 87% of Gen Z a month. So our reach is also young reach. I think sometimes what happens in media is advertisers think that mass reach media companies like our own don't have that reach with younger audiences, that they have to go to a TikTok to get that reach, for example, and it's simply not accurate. So the first thing I try to do is say, look, these audiences that are young are here. There are 50, 60 million homes in the United States with an Alexa in them. The single biggest usage of Alexa is broadcast radio. The other two are weather and timers. This is the new radio device in your home. So first of all, I try to level set that. But look, I see the same appetite for companionship, for authentic content, for genuine creators in Gen Z audiences as I see in 45 plus. It really doesn't change. I think, if anything, coming out of this election cycle, we've all taken note that young people in the United States need companionship more than ever. There are different versions of mental health crises in our country that I believe content can help with. Okay. I believe creators can help with. And so when I think about a media company like ours that provides companionship, that provides authentic content, this rarity in media, I think about that a lot. We ran a research study recently because we're genuinely interested in what audiences are thinking and doing and wanting. 44% of American consumers, 44% of us, said they felt like the media ignored them, was not creating content for them, was not telling advertising stories for them. 44% of it. That's a surprising, startling stat. It's also kind of exciting. It's like, okay, what do we do?
Right.
How do we bridge this gap? There's no one else can do it. We have the controls, we have the platforms, we have the storytellers. How do we do it? So Those are the kind of thoughts that run through my head.
So Connell, with this generational shift, there's also a wealth shift. Younger people are going to inherit money. They're going to be soon the people that are high income earners. How do you walk that line between catering to and pandering? And is there a line there, or anytime the audience responds, is that just good engagement, or are there different tiers of engagement?
There's absolutely. Listen, there is the most remarkable thing you'll see in media is an audience's allergy to disingenuousness, to fakeness. It is remarkable. Humans' ability to clock fakeness. That goes for 12-year-olds all the way up to the oldest age group that we distribute content for. It doesn't change. By the way, back to that AI question. Very interesting challenge is AI gets more and more human in the content that it creates. Humans also have a remarkable ability to clock fakeness in that as well. There's a thing called the uncanny valley, which is essentially humans' ability, almost genetic ability, to clock deepfakes. So without derailing into that, we have a deep-seated ability to know when something's real and authentic. We try to lead into that. So we try to be there for audiences because that's what they expect, and deliver the content that they demand, because the other stuff, it just doesn't work. So you'll end up canceling a show if you try it, to be very candid.
Shannon, what about for you? I mean, we love your shows. We love Nightcap because you and Ocho are yourselves. We love Club Shay Shay because you're being yourself and you seem genuinely interested. But at the same time, you mentioned your audience said we want to see more women. Mm-hmm. How do you walk that line between this is, we want to add more female engagement, but also having someone on that you want to have a conversation with, because you're not interviewing them, you're having a conversation.
Yes, and at the end of the day, we're not just going to have women just for the sake of having women. We want the women to be interesting. We want the women to have a story to tell. We want women excited about coming on and sharing their story. Sometimes you can just, like he said, is that we just going to give the audience, the viewing and the listening audience, a lot of women. Well, they're going to like, these women are not interested. They ain't got no story to tell. Why am I watching? So we hear our audience. We try to give them what they want, but the same token, we still have to stay true to who and what we are. Because at the end of the day, that's what McDonald's sells: consistency. Most fast food restaurants sell consistency. A burger in Mexico tastes the same as one in Russia, the one in Turkey, and the one right here in America. So what we sell at Shay Shay Media with Club Shay Shay and Nightcap 520, Bubba Dub, is consistent. We want to, every time you turn us on, to know that you're going to get a great story. Somebody's going to be entertaining, somebody's going to be informative, somebody's going to be educational. And that's what Ocho and I try to give every night. Now, does it get hard? Yes, because we're on 5 nights a week. And so it kind of gets hard to try to find fresh stories that you can tell, things that you can resonate. But a lot of times that when we're dealing with stories, he and I both were professional athletes, and we try to lean into that and try to give the audience a inside look of what's going on into the locker room. Because a lot of these stories that are happening, they've happened with us before, but we didn't have social media. It didn't get out. A lot of the stuff that gets out now, it happened back then. Don't think that it didn't. It just didn't get out.
All right, we're running out of time, but one thing I've saw a lot here is I've met a lot of people that have their own podcasts, that may do some things on digital. A lot of people are interested in being in the media business. A rising trend has been entrepreneurship in the media business. Connell, I'm going to come to you. Whether it's Shannon, whether it's Pat McAfee, Stephen A. Smith, these are media personalities that want to own their platform and own their brand. As we're looking at that going forward, what direction is that going? Are we going to see more of that? Are we going to see big companies try to create different type of deals when it comes to that? How does that work?
Well, first of all, I totally embrace that. So there's two things that I recommend to every creator starting out, independent, unknown, just trying a thing. The first is pick a topic, a subject matter, a passion that you would be talking about if there were no microphone in the room. That you can't stop talking about. That at Thanksgiving dinner, they're like, please, not with that again. That's your topic. That's your podcast. And the second thing is, try it on your own for a year. Mostly try it on your own so you know you have the wherewithal to stick with the cadence, with the work. I mean, you can attest to this.
Yeah.
Stuff is not easy, especially to make it a job. So try it, and then and only then approach a big media company like ours to see if you can leapfrog 3, 4, 5 years of what you might have to do on your own. That's what we're good at, putting on a big platform to leapfrog a few years, and suddenly you're here where it might have taken you longer. That's my advice.
By the way, can I translate what Connell was trying to say, though? Everybody, don't come up to him after how do I get a podcast? That's what he was trying to say. That's what he was trying to say. He said it.
Your words, not mine.
It's a lot of work. You think about it. Ocho and I do Nightcap 5 nights a week. I have to tape, sometimes I tape 1 to 2 shows of Club Shay Shay. Right. And I have 2 shows of First Take a week. So think about how much that is. So Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday. That's 5 days. Then I got Monday, Tuesday of First Take, and I'm flying to LA, I'm flying to Vegas, I'm flying to Atlanta, I'm flying all over the place to sit down and interview guests.
Right.
So it's a full-time job. Sometimes people want max money with minimal effort, and it just doesn't work like that.
Right.
Man, you work too hard, and then
hold on, write that down. Write that one down.
People like, man, when do you take time? Bro, this is what I signed up for. You can't ask God to give you something and then complain about how much you put on your plate. Eat what he gave you.
We're pretty much out of time, but Unc, we got to ask you. I'm going to call him Unc now because I'm a big fan. Unc, what's next for 2025? So you told us basically Cat's coming up, right? Everybody, Cat's coming up in January.
I heard it.
Knock on whatever this is. What else for you? Reality show, movies, what's next?
No. Well, Nightcap is a reality show, actually. You know what I thought about? Maybe, maybe game shows, maybe, something. I want to try my hand. Look, I think I've done pretty good digitally with Nightcap and Club Shay Shay. I kind of want to try my hand at something else.
Okay.
I'm not really big on in stepping out there. I kind of like to feel comfortable, but I think I'm comfortable enough to now to okay, I want to try something else and see what I can do.
We are going to all be waiting and watching to see what you do next. Shannon Sharpe, Connell Byrne from iHeartMedia, CEO of Digital and Podcast. Thank you both.
Thank you.
It's a monumental moment for me because I'm in my own community and I'm helping my community build financial stability.
Operation Hope's first office and first launch of a partnership in New Mexico is incredible.
If you have access to the bank and you need help or you start to get in financial distress, we are there to help you, and we are there with the Hope Centers to help you.
I am very grateful for all of you for participating in this.
I feel like it's very important because financial stability, financial literacy is the backbone of success.
Please welcome Operation Hope founder, chairman, and CEO, John Hope Bryant, and the CEO and president of Wells Fargo, Mr. Charlie Scharf.
So you got to be really special for us to do a video live feed these days. Everything we do is in person. You've seen some of the most amazing people in person. I do make exceptions. And Charlie Scharf is one of them. He's worth us finding whatever way we could do this with him. You'll understand why in a moment. He's at a board meeting. He could not get here in person, but we are honored to be able to do this in this way. So is Charlie ready for me?
John, I'm not sure I'm ready for you, but I'm here. And again, just a quick apology for not being there. As John said, yesterday and today we had board meetings. It's year end. There's a lot going on. If it was anything other than my bosses, I would have rearranged my schedule to be there with you.
You have a boss, Charlie? I don't think people don't. This is an opportunity for education. People don't understand that a chief executive officer of a Fortune 500 company, one of the biggest in the world, by the way, if you're not clear, the chief executive officer of Wells Fargo, they don't understand you have a boss. Explain that real quickly. Who are your bosses?
Well, let's be clear. I've got multiple bosses when it comes to the work world, which is we have a board of directors. It's a group of 12 outside directors plus myself, very engaged, very involved in overseeing the company, very helpful, and I work for them. There's no question about that. I serve at their pleasure. They evaluate me and the team every step of the way. They let us run the company day in and day out, but there's no question about it in terms of whether they're the boss or not. They are indeed.
And you got shareholders, you've got regulators, there's a lot of people who have opinions.
There are, and the other thing I would say is there's no question all stakeholders matter to us, but what's really important in these big companies is often overlooked, which is people often say when you're the chief executive, you can do what you want and that people have to follow. And that's true to a point.
Yeah.
this is the, companies are no different than, any other groups of people in life, which is, first of all, people want to follow someone that they understand, where they agree with the values and the principles, and they believe that the future is getting to a place that they believe in as well. And so, I come in every day knowing that I've got to convince everyone through all of the work that we're doing and all the direction that we're setting and the way we're executing is about convincing people that where we want to go is the right thing. So let's all work together on that and to be open to input.
And this job is not as easy as it looks. It's like herding cats sometimes, like hugging Jell-O. And you and I had a couple experiences, one of which won't surprise you that I'm going to mention, one of which will surprise you, I think, that to me showed me your character under pressure. The one that won't surprise you, I mentioned it before, it was during the pandemic. We were all locked in, and you were making some changes in management, and you were misquoted about talent, and you were hurt, I believe, offended almost, because you know what your intentions were, but the words got misinterpreted, some of which you took ultimately responsible for. But initially, you and I had, and Bill Daley, had some off-the-line conversations that were positively tense. And you allowed me to push back with you. You didn't have to. The fact that we engaged in that conversation, and I tried to explain how it is hard when you're in a bubble, and you're forced to be in a bubble as CEO of a big company like this, that there's some things that are obvious to others that may not be obvious to you. And you ultimately came around with, I think, a wider view of the world, and saw that there was a bunch of talent within Wells Fargo of people of color that may or may not have thought that they were seen by you. And I can tell you that that's now different, that I don't get those calls. I get just the opposite now, that people of color and women within the company not only feel they're seen by you, but I believe it's true that the highest ranking African-American female in American banking sits on your executive committee. Her name is Christy Furcho. Is that right?
Yep, it's Christy Furco. She's a member of the operating committee, which is the smallest senior group of folks that we have at the company.
You also have, she'll be embarrassed when I say this, but I've been embarrassing her all week. Darlene Goins, your president of your foundation, is here.
Let's have Darlene in that role.
Yep, and I've been to retirements of people that you and I both love, who are people of color, who left your executive committee, you replaced them with somebody else of color. These are things that people don't see on the outside, that are decisions you make. Here's one will surprise you. I watch what people do when nobody's looking, and then we'll get to the substance of our conversation in just a second. I was in, Shadra and I were in, I think, Palm Beach, and I was there speaking somewhere, and you were on your own time. You were not there on anything that I was aware was official, and you were with some friends. And I walked by you, and I'll just say, there weren't no black people around. And I didn't see many poor people. And I think what most people would have done was just let me keep on going. Charlie, surrounded by his friends, hey, John, come here. He tells everybody, this is my friend John. This is my friend John. Sit down with me. Tell him what you do. This is our partner. That was him extending dignity and respect when nobody was paying attention. And while that may seem like a simple thing, it said a lot about who Charlie Scharf really is. Do you remember that?
I do indeed.
And I decided to, you invited me to stick around. I decided to quit while I was ahead and leave. because you never want to be the old guy in the club. Before you kicked me out, I was going to leave. You've also shown up at least 3 times at Hope Inside openings, essentially branch openings. How many branches do you have?
A little over 4,000.
4,000 branches. And how many employees?
225,000.
And how many customers?
70 million.
And what's the asset size of the bank?
$1,952,000,000.
Numbers matter. Charlie showed up in South Central LA, showed up in St. Paul. There's a couple other cities. I think it was, here in Atlanta, you showed up.
Yep.
In DeKalb County. And he wanted everybody to know this was important to him. Let me tell you what we're doing together, and then I'm going to tell you the most shocking thing that I love that Charlie said to me, and it leads to where we are now. We have about 8,500 customers together that we've served together so far. This started with Darlene suggested that we shouldn't do one Hope Inside, we should do multiple. It should be part of our business plan, which I appreciated. But that had to be codified. We now have 27 locations, 2 launched this week, that are serving 80 branches, 50 Hope Insides by 2026, serving 150 branches. We're raising credit scores about 50 points in 6 months, decreasing debt by $3,800, increasing savings $1,500, so your bank can say yes. Wells Fargo's made an investment in a software platform, a reporting platform, so that all organizations can do what you do through Operation Hope, which is being able to refer our clients to not just Wells Fargo, but to all banks, and that clients who went from no credit to their first credit score have a shot at getting access to credit at prime credit at Wells Fargo. And I'll say also that my first account as an adult was with Wells Fargo at your Pico branch in West Los Angeles. I was 18 years old. I was homeless. I still have the account, by the way. Yes.
Right.
And don't go looking at my account, by the way, Charlie. That's my business. But unless you're going to add some money to it. But the thing that impressed me is I was in St. Paul with Charlie, and I showed Charlie the numbers, and I said, there's a problem with these. No, I showed Charlie the numbers. He said, there's a problem with these numbers. What? It shouldn't, at that point, it was 7,000. It shouldn't be 7,000. It shouldn't be 70,000. It should be 700,000 customers. He said, why aren't we doing this everywhere? Normally, the nonprofit guy is trying to get the for-profit organization to do more. Why did you say that, Charlie? Why did you say, why aren't we doing this everywhere within your bank? What did you see?
Because, for a couple of things. First of all, what I saw, which honestly, when we launched Hope Inside, is it seemed like a great idea. You know, we've known each other for a long time, so I was encouraged that it was going to make a difference, but you don't really know. And then as we've launched a bunch of these centers, you actually see that we're actually making a difference, that people need to be educated, they need help, and we can take people that have poor credit scores, that aren't saving what they should save, who don't have access to the financial system the way that you and I have, and through education and coaching, we can help make that happen. And, you know, by doing that, that helps the communities in which we operate. As the communities get stronger, that's not just good for us, that's something that we're really proud to be a part of. And so when you see that the work that we're doing together inside these branches is making the kind of difference that we actually believe in, one of the things I talk about internally all the time is, well, we want to do things that matter. And what matters is not a press release. What matters is not an article that's written about you. What matters is, are we having an impact broadly in a way that fits the scale of what Wells Fargo is? And because we have 4,000 branches, because we're across this country, we ask the question, well, if something's working in one part of the country, why can't it work elsewhere? Why can't we have a broader impact if we have found something which is really, really helpful to improving the lives of people in the communities in which we reside and work?
You and I have not had this conversation, but I'm going to ask you an intimate question. When I know that you were born into what I call a working class, successful working class family. Your dad was a stockbroker, I believe, in New York or one of the suburbs, one of the boroughs of New York. And you saw very little of him in some ways because he was working all the time and never took a break, never took a vacation, because he was afraid that if he took a break, that it might break his opportunity to succeed as a broker on Wall Street. So you saw him in his, because he never got any vacations. On the other hand, you didn't see him because he was always working, but he was also giving you and your family access in a way that it appears you didn't take for granted. Those people don't see the humble beginnings of Charlie Scharf. They just see a very successful Fortune 500 CEO, who I might add, on first blush, is a little intimidating and not very emotional. I see you as a very warm person, but I'm crazy enough to give you a hug, without you, reciprocating. You reciprocate now, but I first hug Charlie. Whoa! Right. So where does this sense of you, when I go in your corporate suite, and now I can meet with Scott, and I can meet with Saul, and I can meet with Michael, your chief financial officer, and I can meet with Kyra, and I can meet with Christy, and I can meet with Jason, who you just brought on board. And you are saying, John, you should meet John. That's not normal. They're willing to meet with me, and we have this great rapport, but you've opened that door. Is this tied to your childhood experience? I don't know if you ever thought about that. Is it connected?
Listen, who knows? The one thing I'll say about my childhood experience is, first of all, I was incredibly lucky, incredibly privileged when you look at the way I was brought up. Yes, my family worked really hard, but my family was my family was always there for me. My father was a broker. He worked really hard, but he was there in the morning and he was there in the evening, and we did take family vacations together. But to your point is, it
wasn't luxury.
He had to provide, and he had to provide based upon being at work every day, and so he didn't miss a day, and that's what happened. But I grew up with a strong sense of family and some very, very strong values. And one of the things that you grow up believing is that if you want to, it's not what you say, it's what you do.
That's right.
And so we talk about what we do together as something that's important to us. I listen to what you say, the idea that I'm introducing you to people and that we want to have this conversation. You're a partner of ours. You're an important partner of ours. We're doing important things in the community. Why wouldn't you? I want you to be, part of the fabric of what goes on here. And if we can find out ways to have a deeper impact through those conversations, that's just a very natural thing to do. So it's not about the formality of things. It's not about layers. It's not about any of the process that goes. In fact, we got to break those things down and create personal relationships, because it's in these personal relationships that we get the most done. Yes. And I actually think that the reasons why we're getting so much done together is because of how we feel about each other and the way you're integrated here.
Let me ask you this last question. You've worked with my friend Bishop T.D. Jakes and his work, and you're doing, I think you have $1 billion of activity that's committed there over time. And some of that is turned into grants that HBCUs have seen and community-based organizations have seen. We got a grant from T.D. Jakes tied to your joint efforts. Combining that, connect that now, this is the final question, we're over time, but I think this is really important, with the future of banking, trying to connect Wall Street to Main Street. This election really, in some ways, was a transactional economic election. Everybody is feeling some pain. They got too much month at the end of their money, trying to create new customers from the bottom and get them to the top. How do you see the future of banking? How is it connected with what you're doing with maybe a Bishop T.D. Jakes, Operation Hope, and others? Is the doing well and doing good intentional in a sense of a philosophy? And is it tied to the state of the sort of the U.S. economy now and going forward? You can answer that in any way you like, but that's my
answer it this way. I think, first of all, I'm responsible for Wells Fargo, and I'm responsible for the people here. I'm responsible for all of the different stakeholders that we have. And so when I think about what it takes for Wells Fargo to be successful, we're successful when the U.S. economy is successful. The U.S. economy is successful when people broadly across this country are prospering. And we want everyone to prosper, not a small group. And when we look at what has happened, rising tides have not lifted all boats. And so we look really deeply and say, why is that the case? And what role can we play in trying to help more people prosper? And one of the things that we've come to understand, which is not an easy thing for a big bank to say, I actually think, is we can't do it all ourselves. Very often big companies say, we've got the resources, we've got the people, we give money away, we've got branches, we know 70 million Americans, therefore, we could. What we've come to understand is we need partners. We need partners who are trusted locally, people who are less privileged than the people who work at at the banks today actually trust. And so we want to enter into partnerships with people who are trusted locally, who have relationships that we don't have, and can reach places down deep that need the help that can make a difference. And so whether it's through the work we're doing with Bishop Jakes, the great things that we're doing with you are incredibly important. We took the money that the government paid us to administer PPP, over $400 million, and said, we shouldn't take that as profit. Let's work with organizations across the country, CDFIs, work with minority-owned banks who can actually touch people in ways that we can't touch, identify people and businesses that we can't touch to help them prosper. And so when I think about what's going on in this country, and I think about the election, I think about how people think about things, the country overall is doing well, but not enough people are doing well. And we will ultimately do well, and we'll fulfill our mission when we help a much broader group of people prosper than the people that have prospered. And that's good for everyone. And anything that we can do with our resources, married up with, with partners out there, is far more powerful than each of us working individually.
How much was that money that you said the profits you did not take from PPP that you reinvested in community? You didn't mention the number. What is it?
$420 million, I believe. And that's, by the way, that's brutally honest. The government paid us $420 million to administer the PPP loans, and we in turn gave away the entire amount through third parties.
So, absolutely. So Charlie, here's the question. I've beaten around the bush. Let me hit it to you directly. You're not doing all this stuff because it's a goody two-shoes thing, or it's a morally correct, even though it may be morally correct. You see these underserved communities as emerging markets in future good business, provided we can get their credit scores up, their debt down, their savings up, so the bank can say yes. You want these as future customers, as business, not as charity.
Absolutely. No, it's the future of the country. It's the future of the country, and if we can play a part in helping those people advance more quickly, that's great business for us. So we talk about it as a business imperative, not just as an opportunity.
150 Hope Inside locations by 2026. Charlie Scharf, CEO of Wells Fargo.
Thank you, John. Thank you for everything.
Love you, friend. This area here, which could be extraordinarily prosperous, is actually responsible for living here. A life expectancy, 20 years old. So the average life expectancy in another part of Chicago, 10 minutes from here, is 81 years old. The same potential, same aspirations, same quality of people, same love, same God-fearing spirit. But they missed the memo on free enterprise, capitalism, economic and opportunity. And so it just passed them right by. The hope did. I'm gonna buy some products from these guys. Is the business better at a certain time? Better in the morning, better in the afternoon? After 12 o'clock at night? My man tells me he does better from midnight until 3 in the morning because the gas stations are closed. And is it safe for you to roll that time of night?
It's never safe. It ain't safe now. I know it was a shooting down there earlier.
I want to invest in your business. I don't want nothing. I want to invest in your business. I'm gonna give you my card.
Okay.
Just email me what you would do if I made a modest investment in this. This is just beautiful. I love it, man. You made my day.
All right, yeah.
All right, man. God bless you.
So what made you want to say, I want to invest?
The dude's got, you look in his eye, I mean, he's about his business. He was like talking to a corporate executive. My market share is this. I'm the only guy here. You know, I stay out of here. The customers don't come anymore. My best time is midnight to 3 in the morning. I have safety issues, but here's how I augment it. I got an employee. You know, I got wholesale, retail rates. He's talking like a proper business person, and he, needed somebody to believe in him. That's it. Just past Saxford Avenue, it's a whole nother realm. I mean, this is nothing but wealth. This is 20 minutes away 20 minutes away from where we were. This is a 739 credit score neighborhood. I just left a 597 credit score neighborhood. This is just stability. The unemployment rate here is 2.3% compared to 11 to 20% from where I just left. And it's not about the credit score. It's about the trending indicators underneath the credit score: hope, well-being, engagement, belief, confidence, trust, but also access to capital. You know, you've got to be intentional about this. If you want to stabilize, I know this sounds crazy. You want to stabilize a neighborhood. I can't control racism. I can't control bias. I can't control political environments. But I can help you control your credit score. Today, we just told the story of America, the dichotomy of two cities and two worlds. And I really believe moving credit scores 100 points, neighborhood by neighborhood, does it. We just told the tale of modern America.
Well, another big applause for John and Mr. Scharf. That was amazing. Has this been a wonderful afternoon? It's been great, hasn't it? Just one thing after another. And we're almost done, but not quite yet. And we want you to know, we'll hope you'll stick around afterwards for a social and networking reception just outside in the main lobby. So we want you to stick around. Next up, we have some more star power for you to discuss a very important topic. So please welcome the co-founder of The Imperative, Ade Oguntaye. We want her to come on out. Artist, addiction recovery specialist, young Dro, and actor, director, producer, investor, and philanthropist, Boris Kodjoe. Along with the Senior Vice President of Multicultural Sales for iHeartMedia, Nikki Sparrow. They're going to talk about their personal connection to health. Let's give them a big round of applause. Sorry.
Thank you, gentlemen. First, I want to say I honor you all because so often in our community, and especially when you're talking about African American men, we don't have these conversations. And in the words of Sarah Jakes, you can have Jesus and a counselor. And so we're going to really talk about some important things. Mental health is something deeply personal to many of us. Boris, as someone with a platform in Hollywood, and young Dro, as a voice in hip hop, how have your personal experiences shaped the way you view mental health, and what makes you passionate about this topic?
What makes me passionate? Someone that is recovering from
addiction, and the information that I have from my experiences makes me passionate because I want to be able to share with people some of the things that I know about how to overcome it.
So before we go to you, Boris, I want to first say I had the honor of hearing you when you were on Breakfast Club. And that was one of the most transparent conversations about everything that you've gone through. Yes, please. And so I thank you for that, because so often we hear the after stories and we don't hear, like, this is what I went through, this is what I'm going through, and this is where I am. So I want to tell you thank you. And in that moment, can you just take us back to when you first of all, were you planning on sharing all of that?
Yes, I plan on sharing it. I just wanted people to be aware of the journey of what I went through and what it took to get to where I was, even to be doing that interview, because I had suffered from an overdose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so again, so glad that we are talking to you today.
Oh man, I'm glad to be here.
And that you are here and being able to share with us, because again, so many people suffer in silence, and then we don't have the right tools and conversations and everything else. So Boris, it's a lot going on in Hollywood. And, and just the trials of, probably not at your level. You don't have to try out anyway. They just say, Boris, I want you. I have this role for you. But with everything.
Well, that didn't happen overnight.
Well, absolutely. You've earned it. Absolutely earned it. But with that, I'm pretty sure there are still some things that you have to deal with in Hollywood. So what made you passionate about mental health?
Well, this started when I was a child. So it really doesn't have a lot to do with Hollywood, because everybody has to face challenges and adversity. It doesn't matter if you're in Hollywood or if you're in the music business or if you're an accountant, a lawyer. Everybody is faced with hurdles on their journey. And I think especially as black people in this country, we have to understand that we have dealt with some adversity that other people haven't. That adversity comes from generational trauma that was passed on to us at birth. Those are things that we were not in control of at all. And those are things that are very real in how they manifest physically, emotionally, spiritually. And that's a very heavy weight that we have carried collectively and individually. And I think that if this is one of those amazing conferences where people talk about prosperity and excellence, success. In order for us to achieve that individually and collectively, there has to be a foundation that is laid. And that foundation is carried by our character, by our personalities. So mental health becomes an invaluable aspect of laying that foundation in order to build sustainable business and to, at some point, step into our purpose and be prosperous.
Absolutely. And I think in our community, so often we call it different things. And so we don't put the label on it, mental health or mental wealth, because of the stigma that goes along with that. And so the work that y'all are doing is really going to help to take the stigma away. So can you, Drew, do you mind talk about some of the things that you're doing? Because we were talking about, talking to students, talking to other people about some of the things that you're doing to just get away from the stigma of mental health.
So I think a lot of awareness, we speak on it and then we don't speak on it. You know what I mean? So to keep speaking on it is very important. Like one of the things I speak on is like distractions and what could keep you off of your game. You know what I mean? Like, social media, for instance, all of the things that we take in on social media, we spend 10 hours out of 24 hours paying attention to everything but what we're supposed to be doing. So if you're paying attention to that, then you're off of your game. And to speak on it is to really call somebody out and be like, look, you're paying attention to me, baller. You need to get your life together. You feel what I'm saying? So you have to make sure that awareness is there so people know that you can be on your game for what you're supposed to be doing and not paying attention to somebody else.
Absolutely. And Drew, you don't mind me sharing, because you said you have control over your social media and everything else.
I do.
So share with us how you do it.
Well, I haven't been on social media and letting it run me in my personal life for almost 4 years. And I have a flip phone that I walk around with, it just keeps me from strolling and, figuring out what Keisha doing and what Randy is doing, you know what I mean? I'm not paying attention to that because there's really things that I should be focused on, where I want to be in life. What do I see myself in the next 10 years? What do I want my children to be like? You know what I mean? And focusing on social media, I won't get half of that done. So I got a flip phone, and the best thing about this flip phone is hanging up like this.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
So Boris, let's go with that and just talk about controlling those distractions, because we all know ourselves, but then we still fall prey of the things that we know that's bringing harm to us.
Yeah, I think back to what I said earlier. I think it's one thing to deal with the symptoms, and it's another thing, and I think Ade can speak to that much more intelligently than I can. The roots of the issues that we're dealing with right now that are represented in some of those symptoms that we just addressed. I think there's some deep-rooted issues and causes that have us, sort of led us to this place. And maybe you can talk to some of those issues fundamentally.
Sure. Greetings, everyone. Ade Oguntoye with The Imperative. So you spoke about some of the roots. We know that when chattel slavery ended, there wasn't necessarily an opportunity for people to heal. And if we know that trauma is passed down generationally, that is passed down from generation to generation to generation. And so we talk about this thing of vicarious trauma, meaning that you don't actually have to experience it. You can actually, it can actually impact you by just you seeing it from someone else seeing someone else experience it. And so if there is vicarious trauma, we know there's also vicarious joy.
Right.
And so if there's vicarious joy, that means that there are solutions that can impact our entire community. So we just have to focus on our community, and in particular, what we focus on is Black people, Black men in particular, and some of the work that we're doing here in Atlanta. We know that if we find solutions for Black men, that everyone benefits from it.
Absolutely. And I think, yes, absolutely. I think one of the things that we talk about too in the African American community, because we all probably remember our grandmother's address, because it was like, what happened in this house? Stay in this house. And so with that, it was, we definitely want to honor our ancestors because they did the best they could do with the information that they had. But just remember that silence kept them alive. But that silence could also bondage you because you're actually suffering in silence. And so absolutely to that, like having those conversations, talking about those things that you feel like they're just going to go away and they will heal themselves, that they need to be talked about. So Boris, I see you shaking your head, so let's delve in that a little bit.
Well, I mean, yeah, we have to counteract the stigma. We have to counteract some of those myths. We have to debunk some of those biases and make sure that we understand that seeking help by way of therapy is the same thing as going to the dentist. It's the same thing as going to see a surgeon for a spinal cord injury. It's the same thing as going to the eye doctor, right? And we have to start breaking down some of those biases, and it starts in our homes, like you said, Grandma. It starts around the kitchen table. It starts, first of all, you have to start by forgiving yourself. That's number one. You have to understand that shame and guilt have no space in that conversation. That everybody brings something to the table. Everybody has baggage, and that doesn't have to be bad all the time. My journey started when I was 14. I went to therapy for the first time. My father left when I was 4, and I was heavily impacted by him leaving. And there's stuff that I carried with me subconsciously that I didn't know, that impacted the way I related to other people, the way I felt, and I was an athlete, and also the way I was on the court. So I went to therapy to figure out what some of those things were, and and try to create habits that help me slowly replace some of the paradigms that I was working with new ones. Because as a 4-year-old child, you frame things that happen to you very differently than when you're an adult. So when you're an adult at 40 years old who continuously, for instance, this is an example, has the same relationships over and over. They start the same way, they end the same way. You know how people say, I'm always end up dating the same person?
Shake them in a bag.
There's a reason. There's a reason. And the reason is usually you.
Right.
Because you're the common denominator with all those relationships, right? And the work you have to do is to go back in time and talk to your 8-year-old or your 4-year-old, whoever that was at the time that was suffering from that specific trauma. A trauma, by the way, can be literally this. This can be a trauma for a child, right? It doesn't have to be a violent act. It can be something that you misrepresent as a 4 and a 5-year-old, which then informs your subconscious mind. Because in the first 6 years, you say that's when the subconscious mind forms. That's the hard drive, so to speak, that you operate from as you go on into adulthood. So I had to go back and talk to the 5-year-old, right? Because the 5-year-old was left by his father. And my father told me, take care of your mother and your brother. And I took that seriously as a 5-year-old.
Right.
And I took that with me for years and years and years, thinking, if I do a good job, he'll come back. Yeah, it was terrible because he wasn't coming back.
Enough, right.
So that was how I had built my self-image on. So I was a failure because I couldn't do a good enough job for him to come back. So as a 40-year-old, I had to go back to reframe that for my 5-year-old in order for the 5-year-old to understand, number one, it wasn't my fault.
Right.
Right? So that's just an example, my personal example of how therapy helped me to reframe some of the paradigms that I had learned and that had impacted me as an adult as I went on to my career and having relationships. And I wanted to be a healthy, strong individual because I knew only if I'm a healthy, strong individual will I attract a healthy and strong individual. Because we attract people on the same frequency, right? If we're operating on a frequency that's this low, that's exactly what we're going to attract and who we're going to attract. And when I met my wife on Soul Food, I knew that she was special. And I didn't want to F that up.
Absolutely.
So I went to therapy again to make sure that I was good.
Yes.
And that I was clear and that I could encounter this beautiful, amazing person with my best version, with the best version of myself, right? Because before I was like a serial monogamist who was always having the same relationships over and over based on the trauma that I had experienced as a child. So when I met Nicole, I knew, okay, I need to get my act right.
Right.
Because I knew that she was my person.
Right.
So as a couple, we have prescribed to therapy throughout our entire journey. Just like going to the dentist and going to the eye doctor, it's very important that you keep checking in.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
And because everybody brings some sort of trauma to the table. Everybody in this room has some sort of trauma. And it is manifested in the relationships that you cultivate and how you cultivate them. It's manifested in how you do your job, what kind of jobs you attract. It's manifested in the success or the failures you endure, the mistakes you make. So it starts with getting out of your head, in understanding that this was not your fault. There's no space for shame and there's no space for guilt. And that you're setting a precedent for your future.
Absolutely.
So you're investing in your future by doing the work today.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And Boris, as you were speaking, one of my favorite movies, Antoine Fisher, when he talks about who's going to cry for the little boy inside of me.
That's right.
And so you think about that whole movie, and I definitely love the fact that we're having this conversation because we still have a lot of room to go when it comes to mental health and everything else. And it's just that name. It just seems like people like, well, nothing's wrong with me. I'm not crazy and all this stuff. And I'm like,
that's the best sign there's something wrong with you when you say that.
Right. I'm like, call it adult daycare. I mean, so we call it adult timeout. So you call it whatever you need to make yourself feel good about it. But at the end of the day is we all need some kind of help. So if you're pulling up to the house and you got to sit in the car for 30 minutes to an hour, that means that's some signs that you might need to go talk to somebody. Or somebody saying that, look, my nerves, they're getting on my nerves. Your nerves shouldn't be that bad that people can just agitate you and everything else. So, Dro, I definitely want to honor you, and as much as you feel comfortable with, if you don't mind sharing some of your story and what got you to this point.
Well, I'm an artist in Atlanta, you know what I mean?
Oh, we know your shoulder lean. I told them I wanted them to play it for you.
From the West Side, and basically my story started back because I got shot at the age of 15, and I had to wear a colostomy bag and things like that, and got addicted to the Demerol that they were giving me, and ultimately I kept using drugs, you know what I mean, and due to my surroundings, and it fell over into my celebrity, but in my celebrity, I was using for. I thought we was just having a good time.
Recreational.
You know, yeah, recreational. We partying and this is happening and okay, cool, we take this and take that. And then it kind of bled off into, oh, now I needed to write this lyric or, you know, my mind is stretched out when I'm writing this, you know, this verse came out good while I was writing this, you know what I mean? And it just became a place where I thought that I had it. I had control over it. You know what I mean? I thought I was using it for something that could help me, you know, get money. You know, this verse is gonna get me paid. I said this in a good way. You know what I mean? And then it turned into an addiction. And now I was trying to act like I had control over it around my professional people. Then I ended up overdosing in front of them. And then the second time it happened around my friends from the streets. So now I was stuck in between, like, oh my God, like I can't go here. And everybody looking at me like, oh my God, that just happened. And I really didn't believe it happened because it was fentanyl, you know, and I got it from somebody that I cared about, like somebody that I valued, that them saying that this is okay, you know. So once that happened in those areas, it was like the end of the road for me. And it's by the grace of God, I'm still here telling you this story. I said all that to say this. In the journey that I'm in recovering and being somebody that could speak on it, you know, I feel like as a person, I have to put this story out to let you guys know that there is a different way. You know, I went through Music Cares, you know, to get the help that I needed. You know, I was surrounded by people that told me no at first, you know, like, you know, well, nah, you good, shawty, you good with taking this and you good with taking that. I was surrounded by people that okayed that behavior. I thought it was normal to get high. I thought it was normal to drink. I thought it was normal to roll a blunt. You feel what I'm saying? Until I ran into that rock end and then went through Music Cares, got me some help, and I had went to therapy for my first time in rehab. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it wasn't nothing wrong with me, you know what I'm saying? So when I got in there, I unpacked, I cried for like a month straight, and I came out and I started to tell my story. And, you know, one of the stories that I did have was the same studio where I overdosed at is the same studio that Tip and I and Kurt Franklin recorded the song Thank God, you know. And so it felt good to unpack. It felt good to be relieved of the drug habit that messed up my family, my friends, my career. It almost took all of that out the door. And I've been clean for 3 years and some months. It'll be 4 years now.
Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you, because I know so often when people overcome, they want to keep it to themselves. Because just like Boris said, they're worried about things being thrown up in their face, the shame and everything else. So that's what I told you before. I honor you. Thank you so much for sharing, because you don't know how many people's lives you are saving. Because even what you said, you thought you had it in control. There's so many people that feel like, oh, no, I'm not an alcoholic. Or I only just recreational do this. Or I'm not that depressed and everything else. And it's nothing wrong with getting help. You look amazing.
Thank you.
And love everything that you have going on. So I appreciate you sharing your story. And you have no idea how many conversations came out of your interview with the Breakfast Club. And because so often we hear the other way.
Yes.
And so thank you for that.
Appreciate
I want to pronounce your name right. Ade.
Ade.
Ade. I tried 3 times. So Ade, I really want to just talk about, because we're talking about like help and people getting help, and there are so many different places, because as we know, depending on where you are, there's so many different things. And so, but so many people feel like, I don't know where to go. You know, they've been like, okay, go to church to pray, and then I don't know where else. Don't want to tell nobody my business, because then I don't want them to throw it up in my face and everything else. And so can you share about some of the resources that people can go to get help? And there's nothing wrong with you. So first of all, like, people stop saying you're not crazy. Don't let anybody say you're crazy. Everybody has mental things that they're going through. So as Boris was saying, let's take that stigma away. Because even being tired or sick and tired or being sick and tired, all of that is a form of just mentally wearing on yourself. So, Ade?
Yeah, so first I want to just thank you, Young Dro, and Boris, for sharing your story and being vulnerable. That is really, really important. And then also for everybody out here to tell their story. Because there's a narrative out there that black men don't talk about mental health. And you all have heard the opposite of that today. And it's important that we tell and own our own narrative. And in terms of the resources, you know, we at The Imperative, we did a project with young black men in Atlanta to support organizations that were providing mental health and wellness for black people. And honestly, they wanted to find 10 organizations, they only found 4. And so there is a lack of mental health providers out there, specifically mental health providers for people of color, in particular for black people. And so it is important that we utilize the resources that are out there. There are plenty of resources that you can find to get started. There are resources online if you can't find some in your direct community. But it is important that if you need help, I want you all to take my information down, and I'll make sure that you get help. I am www.theimperativeFund.org, www.theimperativeFund.org. I will make sure wherever you are that I'll point you in the right direction to get help, the help that you need.
Thank you.
I love that. I love that because I think it's very important to understand how important it is to be able to say I need help. I do a lot of these conferences, not necessarily for mental health, but a lot of business conferences. And one thing that I always try to remind people of when they attend these conferences is that we're here to connect with other people. That's one thing that especially black people have a hard time with, because the way we have been socialized is to be the one person in the room, the one person at the table. We're crabs in a barrel, divide and conquer, and we have to practice to talk to each other. We have to practice to create synergies and coalitions and partnerships. And one way to do that is to say, I need help. Whether you are, whether you are in a business environment and you have a startup business or you're working for a company and you need help, whether you need financing, whether you need access to organizations in business, it's okay to stand up in a room like this and say, I need help. Because I'll tell you something. If you stand up and say, I need help, there's going to be at least 10 people in this room who will help you and who have access to help. So let's get out of our own way and start asking for help. With mental health, same exact thing. There's nothing wrong with saying, I need help. When you wake up in the morning and you feel bad constantly over days and weeks and months and years, that's not normal. It's okay to get up and say, I need help. Because there's always somebody who has information and who can help you. So in a room like this, for instance, is there anybody who needs help? Oh, okay.
Yes.
This is what you need to applaud for.
Right.
People who have the courage to say they need help. So whoever's raising their hand, whoever's close to them, put your hand on their shoulder and say, I got you. Put your hand on their shoulder and say, we can find you help.
Right.
Okay, it's okay to ask for help.
That's dope.
If there's one takeaway from today, it's okay. It's not your fault. So get rid of the shame and the guilt. It's not your fault. And it's okay to ask for help.
Awesome.
Speaking.
I was going to say, we can have this conversation forever, but we have to wrap up.
Yes.
But I want to be respectful of everybody's time. But Dro, I'm going to let you have the last word.
I mean, well, I was just speaking on help, saying that you need help. I want to give a shout out to my manager out in the audience, Dr. Sierra L. Okay. That was the person that I said I needed help to, and I went and got the help that I needed. You know what I mean? Yes. Okay. I appreciate that.
Yes.
She's right there.
Okay.
Yes. So thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you. Thank you for your transparency. Thank you for sharing your stories. And we are so glad that y'all are here today. And we honor you and we honor everything that you stand for.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Everybody.
Let's give it up. Thank you, Ade, Dro, Boris, and Nikki as our moderator. Give them a round of applause. Didn't you enjoy that session? That's talking about keeping it real. Talking about keeping it real. Well, did you have a good time today? You're not tired yet. We got one more day, right? Well, thank you all for joining us for day 2. And we have social networking time for those of you who want to get to know each other better and do some business together. And so thank you so much for being here with us today. And we look forward to seeing you first thing in the morning. God bless you and have a wonderful evening. Stay safe.